Survival pending revolution. The history of the Black Panther Party. Paul Alkebulan. Introduction. In 1966 we called ourselves a black nationalist party because we thought that nationhood was the answer. Shortly after that we decided that what was really needed was revolutionary nationalism, that is, nationalism plus socialism. After analyzing conditions a little more we found we had to unite with the peoples of the world, so we called ourselves internationalists. But then we found that everything is in a state of transformation. These transformations require us to call ourselves intercommunalists because nations have been transformed into communities of the world. Huey P. Newton, November 1970. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale founded the Black Panther Party, BPP, in October 1966 at the beginning of the Black Power movement. The Panther Party existed for 16 years as one of the most controversial political organizations in American history. The BPP's career was marked by heated revolutionary rhetoric, social service programs, international diplomacy, clashes with the police, and internal conists. Opinions formed 40 years ago about the BPP still exist today. The party's critics have vilified it as a loosely organized group of criminal anarchists with political pretensions. Panther supporters, on the other hand, have argued that the party was a community service organization undermined by the government because FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover opposed the very thought of black people having civil rights. Political and historical reality, however, refuses to adhere to these simplistic positions. Many individuals and organizations, for instance, supported the Panthers on some issues and criticized them on others. Party members also could and did decide that some activities were worth supporting, whereas other policies resulted in resignations. In other words, people and politics evolve and change over time, principle, or convenience. Some historians might believe that it is too early for a proper assessment of the BPP. For instance, some former members may be hesitant, for one reason or another, to discuss all their activities or those of their friends. On the other hand, the government may be reluctant to reveal all the information in their possession about the activities of their agents provocateurs. I am not certain, however, whether the immediate future will bring about more openness in these areas. I believe that good work can be done now. BPP veterans are all around us. In addition, Panther Party records are available in public archives and private collections. Historians have begun to ask many questions. For example, what exactly was the BPP's ideology? What did it hope to accomplish? What were the reasons for the major ideological shifts in party history? What was the impact of basing organizing efforts on the Brothers on the Block? What role did women play? And, finally, whom did the BPP appeal to and why? Comprehensive academic studies of the BPP began in 1978 with Charles Hopkins's PhD dissertation titled The De-Radicalization of the Black Panther Party, 1966-1973. Angela Ernest LeBlanc, formerly Darlene Brown, Kathleen Cleaver, Kit Kim Holder, Tracy Matthews, and Robin Spencer have all written theses or dissertations on the BPP in the last 15 years. Their works are either comprehensive national histories or studies of the role of women and international diplomacy in the BPP. I am content that these works are only the beginning of a new wave of scholarship on the BPP and black militancy during the 20th century. Specialized regional studies of the chapters or the activities of the party's artists and musicians, for instance, can and should be part of the new wave of scholarship. I have not attempted to chronicle the activities of every state chapter, local branch, or national committee to combat fascism. I have chosen a different task. Survival Pending Revolution will discuss the BPP's appeal, what the members hoped to accomplish, what they actually achieved, the obstacles they encountered, and their legacy. This text will extend BPP historiography by demonstrating that party history can be divided into three different ideological eras. Each era had a different political objective. This approach will help to explain the varying political tendencies the Panthers displayed from 1966 to 1982. The three eras are 1966 to 1971, 1971 to 1974, and 1974 to 1982. Difference so. Chale circumstances, political philosophies, and activities characterized each era. Each time frame is further distinguished by a declension of ethical and political standards among the leadership that increasingly drove many dedicated members from the organization. From 1966 to 1971, the Panthers were self-proclaimed revolutionaries advocating political autonomy for Black America. Although never completely abandoning that stance, the BPP also embraced other ideologies, such as socialism, Marxism, and its own unique vision of a new world order, intercommunalism. The party's advocacy of community control of police, education, politics, and economics attracted thousands of recruits as it expanded beyond Oakland to 61 cities across the United States. Meanwhile, in 1969, exiled Panthers under the leadership of Eldridge Cleaver, Minister of Information, established an international section in Algeria. The BPP also began community service activities in 1969. These activities were the free breakfast programs for school children, liberation schools, and free medical clinics. The efforts were intended to address the immediate needs of the Black community. The Panthers also hoped to use these programs to provide positive activities for the rank and LE and to educate the community toward a revolutionary understanding of the American political system. Their ultimate goal at this time was to change that system to a socialist entity. The programs were popular within the party and the community, but some Panthers believed they diverted the organization from its primary responsibility of leading an armed rebellion against the government. Meanwhile, the U.S. government had begun a counterintelligence program in 1967, known as COINTELPRO, to eliminate Black radicals and negate their influence. The Panther Party was not one of COINTELPRO's initial targets. Soon, however, the BPP became the prime focus of government efforts because it was outspoken about the need for armed struggle to influence political change. COINTELPRO campaigns against the Panthers resulted in the deaths of several members and the arrest of hundreds. These attacks strained organizational resources to the limits. The government campaign also affected the party's leader, Huey Newton. Newton had been arrested in 1967 and convicted of manslaughter a year later for killing a policeman in an early morning shootout. Newton was released from jail in 1970 when his conviction was overturned on appeal. The events of the previous 3 years had changed Newton's political perspective. He had begun to doubt that armed struggle could be successful. Newton was therefore reluctant to continue the militant tactics that had gained the Panthers their initial reputation as revolutionaries. By January 1971 he had openly eschewed armed struggle and threw his weight behind using community programs to organize the Black community. Party militants believed Newton's about-face had betrayed them. They had made tremendous sacrifices because of his earlier words and actions. Their disaffection resulted in a direct challenge to Newton's leadership in 1971. The challenge resulted in a factional split, with the loss of life on both sides. The con ostensibly revolved around which was the best way to lead the Black community toward political change. Should the BPP educate the community through the community service programs or through a campaign of armed propaganda designed to ignite a socialist revolution? In reality, the Panthers also fell victim to a sophisticated counterintelligence operation designed to manipulate existing internal conists, and instigate others, among leaders and the rank and LE. Each side of the schism claimed to be the real Black Panther Party, but the faction aligned with Huey Newton prevailed. The community service programs continued and became the party mainstay. The party's RST ideological era ended in 1971 with a disengagement from armed confrontation with the government. The Panthers continued their survival programs from 1971 to 1974 during the second ideological era. They were also involved in electoral politics when Bobby Seale and the new Minister of Information, Elaine Brown, ran for Oakland's mayor and city council, respectively. The BPP closed many offices across the country and redirected resources to Oakland in a massive effort to win the election. This strategy proved to be an error because some members left the organization rather than carry out what they believed was an incorrect policy of shutting down viable local programs to concentrate on what were essentially Oakland electoral politics. 7. The subsequent defeat of Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown disillusioned some of the remaining members. If the BPP could not win in its birthplace, what chance did it have to recoup its fortunes in other regions? While Seale was being defeated, Newton and his inner circle were engaged in drug use and physical violence against party members and the community. They also misappropriated organization funds for their personal use. 8. Ethical questions came to a head in 1974 when Newton had to Cuba after being accused of murdering a prostitute. These developments led to further membership losses. One of the legacies of this period was the party's growing negative perception in the black community. This perception coincided with the self-image and self-respect of Ranconed LE members. The result was a further drain of talented and dedicated people. Party leadership devolved to Elaine Brown in Newton's absence, and she tried to improve the party's image by involvement in city government through the Panthers Oakland Community School and membership on various city commissions. The 1974 to 1982 period was also the era when women increasingly occupied leadership roles. Jonina Abram became editor of the newspaper in 1978. Erica Huggins and Brenda Bay were the directors of the Oakland Community School, and women dominated the personnel makeup of the community programs. Newton returned in 1977 to stand trial for the murder of a prostitute, and his presence once again focused negative publicity on the BPP. This was due to his increasingly erratic behavior that culminated in the botched murder attempt of one of the witnesses in his murder trial. 9. This trial and a later one resulted in hung juries. Meanwhile, Newton wrested control of the party from Brown, and she subsequently resigned after a hasty nocturnal flight to Los Angeles. 10. The Panther newspaper ceased publication in 1980, and the off-chail demise of the party occurred in 1982 when the Huey P. Newton Educational Institute, formerly the Oakland Community School, closed its doors. The third era was over, and the BPP was history. Survival pending revolution is organized thematically. The introduction and prologue provide some background information for the newcomer to Panther history. Chapter 1 will examine how and why the BPP's ideology changed over time. There I will also discuss how the Panther Party's beliefs influenced its relations with political organizations, students, and business people. Chapter 2 explores the Panther Party's rationale for beginning its commune. Introduction/15. 90 Action Programs. The community programs are perhaps the BPP's most well-known legacy. It is important to understand their origin, function, successes, and shortcomings. Chapter 3 discusses some of the party's regional off-CES. I have chosen representative chapters from California, the Pacific Northwest, the Midwest, the South, Algiers, and the East Coast. In my opinion, their stories illustrate the issues faced by the BPP as it developed from a small, local group to an international organization with a diplomatic mission in Africa. Chapter 4 covers the questions of revolutionary violence, dissent within the party, and how the U.S. government's counterintelligence program subverted the BPP. This chapter also examines why the BPP initiated its own underground organization and how this connection eventually proved to be a two-edged sword. Chapter 4 will also occasionally refer to the political events of the previous chapters. Chapter 5 reviews the complex and important role women played in the Panther Party. Chapter 6 narrates the BPP's decline, and the epilogue discusses the party's multifaceted legacy. I have also supplied a bibliographic essay that discusses the Sine-Kant works and archival resources on the Black Panther Party. I hope this resource will encourage other historians to delve into the party documents, government memos, and news articles that are open to the public. I have attempted to avoid the false dichotomy of portraying the Panther Party as a SLS community service organization or a group of criminal anarchists with political pretensions. The truth is far more complex because the party displayed many sides during its 16-year existence. The challenge is to understand why. In order to do this, we must begin with the circumstances that gave birth to the Black Panther Party. Abbreviations. BLA Black Liberation Army. BPP Black Panther Party. CIA Central Intelligence Agency. COINTELPRO Counterintelligence Program. Core Congress of Racial Equality. FBI Federal Bureau of Investigation. LCFO Lowndes County Freedom Organization. NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NCCF National Committee to Combat Fascism, NLF National Liberation Front, South Vietnam, NOI Nation of Islam, OAAU Organization of Afro-American Unity, OCS Oakland Community School, PE Political Education, PPII People's Party 2, RPCC Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, SCLC Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SDS Students for a Democratic Society, SNCC Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SSAC Seoul Students Advisory Council, YLP Young Lords Party, YPP Young Patriot Party. Prologue. When black people send a representative, he is somewhat absurd because he represents no political power. He does not represent land power because we do not own any land. He does not represent economic or industrial power because black people do not own the means of production. The only way he can become political is to represent what is commonly called a military power. Huey P. Newton, February 1970. The post-World War II American civil rights movement united disparate political and economic groups in a struggle for democratic rights and social change. Individuals and organizations, black and white, formed a united front to overturn Plessy v. Ferguson and end the legal disfranchisement and physical terror endured by millions of African American citizens. The common cause elided political, social, and philosophical differences among allies as diverse as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, the Americans for Democratic Action, the AFL-CIO, the Urban League, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, and, occasionally, the U.S. government. Civil rights organizations and African American religious, fraternal, and civic groups were primarily interested in the defeat of legal and social barriers to full participation in the American mainstream. The U.S. government, on the other hand, saw the civil rights movement primarily through a Cold War prism. This prism denuded the Negro problem as a public relations issue that must be solved or managed for the benefit of American foreign policy. Consequently, segregation and the disfranchisement of millions of citizens were seen as glaring errors in American society that hindered the government's portrayal of itself as a champion of democracy in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. One mainstream African American organizations, mindful of the domestic anti-communist climate and because of their own beliefs, were careful not to challenge the democratic and free market consensus that prevailed in the United States. Consequently, critiques of capitalism were avoided for the most part. Civil rights leaders preferred to concentrate on making America live up to its promise of freedom for all regardless of race, creed, or color. The movement's leaders reasoned that to achieve this goal it was necessary to secure civil rights for African Americans as a group. Only then would it be possible for individual blacks to take advantage of their skills and education to integrate into mainstream America. The efficacy of this tactical decision seemed to be borne out by the Supreme Court's Brown v. Board of Education decision. Furthermore, the 1963 March on Washington, the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and the subsequent Great Society legislation were great victories for the civil rights movement. The worldview of moderate blacks and whites was apparently validated by the liberal promise of colorblind advancement in public and private arenas. Not all African Americans were content with this political stance, however. The 1964 Harlem and 1965 Watts riots alerted the nation to new areas of racial discontent. Southern blacks had moved north and west during the Great Migration and World War II in search of the social justice and economic improvement that had eluded them in their birthplaces. Instead of the land of milk and honey, they found a prejudiced legal system, inferior education, employment discrimination, and slum housing. The civil rights movement's main emphasis was initially on voting and equal access to public accommodations. This seemed distant from ghetto concerns with police brutality, jobs, and housing. In addition, some black activists were concerned with the so-called national question. In other words, what was the exact nature of black Americans' relationship to the U.S. government? W.E.B. Du Bois had argued that historically there were two schools of thought or organized programs on this issue. 2. The RST program argued for ceaseless agitation to achieve political rights, as well as civic and social equality. In this view, blacks were citizens who had been denied their constitutional rights to equal protection of the law. The NAACP's legal strategy and the SCLC's mass protests were intended to force the majority population and the government to redress African American grievances. Du Bois referred to the second school of thought as the Back to Africa program. Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association epitomized this ideal. The Back to Africa idea, however, can be traced to a 1788 proposal by Philadelphia's Free African Society, Paul Cuffe's 1815 voyage to Sierra Leone, and the founding of Liberia. Outrage over the Compromise of 1850 and the Supreme Court's 1857 Dred Scott decision reignited the movement. There was also an internal migration scheme after the Civil War that advocated homesteading on the Great Plains. This was fueled by dissatisfaction with the subordinate political and economic status of blacks after the war. A subset of the RST school was the idea that self-segregation and economic nationalism should precede political activism in order to smooth the path to full civil rights. Booker T. Washington, founder and president of the Tuskegee Institute from 1881 to 1915, was one of the most notable exponents of this school of thought. The strategic goal of both philosophies was the achievement of full citizenship for African Americans. The debate, therefore, was over means, not ends. Du Bois also conceived of a third path to obtain full equality and civil rights by arguing that blacks should utilize a partially segregated economy to fund their own education, health, legal, and housing initiatives. Du Bois believed this tactic would enable blacks to enter mainstream America on the best possible terms because a greater degree of economic self-sufficiency could bolster their political status. 3. Some critics might point out that this third program was actually the reviving of Washington's ideology years after his death. This is a good point. It is enough, however, to acknowledge that both men believed that economic prowess was a viable means to help achieve the goal of full citizenship. The social and political ferment created by the successful civil rights movement after World War II and the rise of national liberation movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America enhanced the emotional and ideological appeal of nationalism among young blacks. They denounced nationalism as achieving political and economic control over the black community. For many of these young people, both in and out of the civil rights movement, were frustrated with the apparently slow pace of black advancement. The Nation of Islam was especially outspoken about achieving freedom from white control. 5. 4/Prologue Minister Malcolm X, after being expelled from the Nation of Islam, began to articulate a political agenda that closely identified the African American struggle for human rights with anti-colonial wars in Africa and Asia. He believed this tactic would enhance the domestic human rights struggle. Malcolm's brilliant and searing rhetoric was very influential among the younger generation of civil rights activists. Consequently, the desire of young black radicals for internal political and economic autonomy radically transformed Du Bois' concept of the second historical school. These were some of the social and ideological conditions that existed in October 1966 when Huey Newton and Bobby Seale founded the Black Panther Party, BPP. The Newton and Seale families were part of the black migration out of the South to a better life on the West Coast. There were no unique attributes that distinguished Newton or Seale from other working-class black youth with similar backgrounds. They were indifferent students, and both had brushes with authority. Seale was discharged from the Air Force after a run-in with his commanding officer. Newton was occasionally incarcerated because of petty criminal activities. 6. Like other young blacks of the civil rights era, they were searching for answers to America's seemingly intractable racial problems. They were unable to articulate completely their own belief system. Nevertheless, they did not believe that intellectuals or middle-class blacks had much to offer the African American poor. They were also uninterested in nonviolent resistance. They were attracted, however, to Malcolm X's clarion call to freedom by any means necessary. 7. Furthermore, their life experiences up to this point had persuaded them to identify with the brothers on the block. These were the small-time criminals and the unemployed and underemployed men of the community. These individuals were precisely the sorts of men who would be likely to have problems with most authority, black or white. 8. Newton and Seal attended Merritt College in Oakland during the 1960s, where they became members of an organization called the Seoul Students Advisory Council, SSAC. The SSAC wanted to establish a Black Studies program. The college administration resisted the move. Newton and Seal attempted to persuade the SSAC to wear arms at a rally as a way to persuade the administration to accede to their educational demands. They also wanted to move the Prologue/5 student group to adopt armed self-defense as a political program for the survival of black people. Both men saw the police force as government-sponsored brutality. The students resisted because they failed to see the reason for resorting to arms in an educational environment. 9. Newton and Seal, meanwhile, had also begun studying the works of Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, the West Indian psychiatrist Frantz Fanon, and the Argentinian revolutionary Che Guevara. The net result of their research was to convince Newton and Seal that the black community was under attack by the government. They formed the BPP in October 1966 to end police brutality. The two men began with armed patrols to monitor the police in the black community. Newton and Seal carried law books and shotguns as they conducted their surveillance. The idea was to inform blacks of their legal rights and prevent police misconduct. The police naturally objected to their presence because they believed their safety and authority were undermined. They were right because the Panthers were very clear that they intended to do just that. 10. The Panthers also adopted a 10-point program that called for the following. 1. The freedom to determine the destiny of the black community. 2. Full employment for blacks. 3. An end to the robbery by the white man of the black community, white man changed to capitalist by 1969. 4. Decent housing for blacks. 5. A relevant education for blacks. 6. Exemption from all military service for blacks. In 1972 this was changed to a demand for free health care. 7. An immediate end to police brutality against blacks. 8. Freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons. In 1972 this was changed to a demand for the end of all wars of aggression. 9. Black defendants to be tried only by a jury of fellow blacks. In 1972 this was combined with the demand for freedom for all black prisoners so it would be one issue. 10. A unsupervised plebiscite to determine the will of black people as to their national destiny. 11. In May 1967 the Panthers carried out an armed demonstration in Sacramento to protest pending passage of the Mulford Act. The proposed legislation would outlaw the carrying of loaded rearms in public. Newton and Seal believed the law would inhibit the ability of blacks to defend their community from potential government oppression. Several Panthers were arrested in the Sacramento protest and sentenced to jail terms. 12. Police-Panther tensions reached a boiling point when Newton was arrested in October 1967 for the murder of a policeman following a late-night traffic stop in Oakland. The BPP responded by organizing the Free Huey movement to save Newton from the death penalty. The Free Huey movement grew from a local group to an international organization that spread party news and ideology across the globe. An Oakland-based BPP Central Committee was also established. Its members were either friends or known to each other. The principal officers were as follows: Huey Newton, Minister of Defense; Bobby Seale, Chairman; Eldridge Cleaver, Minister of Information; David Hilliard, Chief of Staff; Kathleen Cleaver, Communications Secretary; and Emory Douglas, Minister of Culture. Various individuals held the education and finance portfolios during the party's existence. When the BPP expanded across the country, state chapters replicated the national structure, with deputy ministers and deputy chairmen responsible for organizing in their own areas. State chapters were subordinate to national headquarters in Oakland and subject to its orders. 13. The Panther Party began as part of the modern black nationalist movement. The movement was frustrated by the inability of civil rights laws to address effectively the issues of police brutality, structural unemployment, inferior schools, slum housing, a biased justice system, and political impotence for blacks in urban America. In 1966, however, the Panthers were only one of a number of groups in the black nationalist community. They were not even the best known. The public was more familiar with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, under the leadership of Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown. SNCC had a long record of voting rights activism in the South. SNCC had formed the Lowndes Country Freedom Organization, LCFO, in Alabama that used a panther as their symbol. SNCC intended the LCFO to be the forerunner of similar political organizations throughout the country. SNCC began to call for Black Power in 1966. This slogan was defined as full participation in all the decision-making processes that affected African Americans. 14. Public attention started to focus on the Panthers soon after they began police patrols and demonstrated in Sacramento. Newton's arrest and the birth of the Free Huey movement propelled the Panthers into the national spotlight. That light shined brighter when they laid claim to Malcolm X's mantle. 1. The heirs of Malcolm. It is the wisdom, the strength, and the love for humanity that was Malcolm that was the motivating force in the founding of the Black Panther Party. Black Panther, May 1969. Malcolm X was the ideological patron saint of the Black Panther Party. It was Malcolm who articulated the party members' doubts about the political affiliations and integrationist orthodoxy of the civil rights establishment. It was Malcolm who provided them with new definitions for politics, race, and self-esteem that were capable of transforming ordinary people into committed activists. It was Malcolm who journeyed to Africa to rekindle lost ties with a new generation of political leaders. Last, it was Malcolm who persuaded some young blacks to believe they should pick up the gun and defend themselves from what they viewed as state oppression. Malcolm symbolized the individual's capacity for spiritual and mental rejuvenation through self-discipline and active involvement in the civil rights movement. This was especially true because he had overcome drug use and a prison record. His example inspired those from similar backgrounds. Panthers knew that Malcolm's story was in many respects their story as well. Malcolm X enunced the BPP through 4 primary beliefs: 1. That African Americans could use arms to achieve political aims; 2. That individuals could achieve spiritual and mental rejuvenation through participation in the movement; 3. That blacks should be open to alliances with other ethnic groups but only on a basis of mutual self-respect; and 4. That the civil rights movement was part of an international struggle against racism and Western capitalism. This last belief was very complex. On the one hand, it could be utilized to draw spiritual strength for the domestic civil rights movement. This would be in keeping with Du Bois' belief that African Americans had a double consciousness. They were American and Negro. Blacks were not only distinctly American but paradoxically also separate and unique. Du Bois argued that blacks wanted to integrate without losing their cultural uniqueness. On the other hand, it could also be used to deny American blacks as a domestic colony that could be justified in calling for political independence from the United States. Malcolm X, born Malcolm Little, had endured a childhood of poverty after the death of his father and subsequent mental breakdown of his mother. Malcolm gravitated to the streets of Boston and New York and became a small-time hustler before being convicted for burglary in 1946. He underwent a spiritual conversion in prison and joined Elijah Muhammad's Nation of Islam, NOI, in 1948. Malcolm became a Muslim minister after his release. His hard work propelled him to the status of a trusted aide to Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm was expelled from the organization in March 1964 for questioning Elijah Muhammad's personal ethics. He also chafed under the NOI's non-involvement policy in the civil rights struggle. Malcolm believed that the Muslims should defend civil rights workers in the South. He founded the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, after his expulsion from the NOI. Malcolm claimed that black nationalism was his political philosophy, which he denied as blacks controlling the politics and economy of their community to improve material and spiritual conditions. He attributed the social ills of blacks to white racism, a lack of control by blacks over their own affairs, and the allegedly misguided politics of an integrationist-minded black elite. 2. Malcolm believed school and housing integration were unrealistic goals for average blacks because whites could successfully resist these attempts by simply moving away. Consequently, blacks would be the majority in most of the communities where they lived. Integration was a chimera if you accepted Malcolm's argument. Self-help was the only option. In other words, it was necessary for blacks to be responsible for their own social and political destiny. Malcolm argued that the nationalist philosophy would wake up blacks to their plight and that, once aroused, they would defend themselves against those who sought to abuse them. Malcolm urged his followers to analyze the national liberation struggles in Africa and Asia where independence was obtained through armed struggle. He sought the support of the Organization of African Unity for the American Civil Rights Struggle. Malcolm also attempted to persuade the United Nations to investigate domestic abuse of African Americans. Malcolm was assassinated in February 1965, and several members of the Nation of Islam were later convicted of the crime. His death was viewed as a great tragedy by many young blacks. They had accepted the Muslim minister as a new type of leader who wanted to broaden the horizons of the civil rights movement by linking it with independence struggles in Africa and Asia. Malcolm and these activists reasoned that linking civil rights with national independence struggles would radically transform the domestic character of the civil rights movement into a revolutionary international human rights struggle. The American civil rights movement was clearly part of the worldwide struggle for democracy, modernization, and national liberation in the mid-20th century. The civil rights movement was able to forge sometimes tenuous political alliances across racial and ideological barriers. Within the black community, the alliance meant that nationalists and integrationists agreed on the need for fundamental civil and political rights. The nationalists, however, also articulated a message of political autonomy. Thus, the civil rights movement began to assume a dual character. The dominant integrationist ideology denied the struggle as a movement to secure full citizenship rights through legal agitation and mass mobilization. The smaller but extremely vocal nationalist faction encompassed a broad spectrum of individuals and groups struggling for goals ranging from full autonomy to increased political and economic control over the African American community. The Black Panther Party was initially a radical nationalist movement calling for political autonomy. A significant part of BPP ideology was based on Malcolm X's vision of transforming domestic civil rights struggles into a revolutionary movement through alliances with Third World governments and national liberation movements. BPP Central Committee member Landon Williams recalled, "We felt ourselves to be the heirs to Malcolm, and I remember Malcolm saying, 'We demand to be treated as a man and a human being in this society right now, and we will have it by any means necessary.' It still makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck to hear it or to say it because I still believe it." 4. The use of arms to achieve political aims. The RST aspect of Malcolm's Indians was the area of self-defense or the use of arms to achieve political goals. The 1964 Harlem and 1965 Watts riots were armed uprisings against police brutality and the lack of economic opportunity. These urban rebellions convinced the BPP and other militant nationalists that blacks were engaged in a struggle for political independence from the United States. The Panthers moved quickly to call for armed struggle and identification with Third World liberation movements. Even after the death of Dr. Martin Luther King, however, urban rebellions did not produce a revolutionary tidal wave around America. Radical groups did, of course, organize. Nevertheless, the widespread destruction in long-established black communities also had a sobering effect on the majority of more moderate, or realistic, blacks. Their moderation helped to channel political dissent into electoral politics. This option was an opportunity to achieve goals peacefully within the existing political system. Malcolm never gave a definitive answer as to whether arms were to be employed strictly in self-defense or as part of a broader strategy to achieve political autonomy. The lack of clarity reacted uncertainty as to whether blacks were an internal American colony, which presumably meant recourse to an armed struggle, or citizens struggling for long-denied legal rights. If blacks were engaged in a legal struggle to obtain constitutional rights, then a resort to arms would be a dubious proposition. The obvious caveat would be in cases of self-defense. The example of Robert F. Williams would be an instance on how self-defense tactics could have unintended consequences. Williams had been president of the Monroe, North Carolina, chapter of the NAACP. Like many Southern communities, Monroe had been subject to racist terror attacks. Williams had formed an NAACP RE club to defend the black community against violence from the Ku Klux Klan. The club successfully repelled an armed Klan motorcade in October 1957. In May 1959, Williams was a courtroom observer when two white men were acquitted of assault against black women. An angry Williams stated, "We must be willing to kill if necessary. We cannot take these people who do us injustice to the court and it becomes necessary to punish them ourselves. In the future we are going to have to try and convict these people on the spot. We get no justice under the present system. If it's necessary to stop lynching with lynching, then we must be willing to resort to that method." Williams was suspended from the NAACP for his statements. His suspension, however, did not change the highly charged atmosphere in North Carolina. Monroe was the scene of intense racial disturbances in July and August 1961. A series of arsons targeted white and black businesses. Freedom Riders demonstrated against segregation. There were also more armed confrontations between blacks and whites. During one of these incidents a white couple was driving through the black community. Some of the residents thought the car had been seen earlier, carrying a racist banner. The vehicle was surrounded, and the couple was forced to take shelter in Williams's house before being released. Williams was accused of kidnapping, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. He fled to Cuba to avoid the charges. Williams's supporters applauded him for attempting to defend the community from mob violence. They also attacked the kidnapping charges as a trumped-up prosecution to rid North Carolina of a bold and dedicated civil rights activist. Williams's activities, however, raised several interesting questions. When and how were arms to be employed in self-defense? Who was to do it? What training should they have? What political groundwork was necessary to prepare public opinion? How do you prepare for the government's inevitable negative reaction? Should you assume government agents would try to infiltrate your ranks? None of these questions were fully discussed or solved by the nationalist wing of the civil rights movement. At least they were not discussed in public. From December 1963 to February 1965, Malcolm was involved in legal and doctrinal disputes with the NOI, made 2 overseas trips, gave many speeches throughout the United States, attempted to organize the OAAU, and tried to provide for his family. Not surprisingly, he had little opportunity to provide the public with a practical working demonstration of his platform before he was assassinated. The ambiguities during Malcolm X's last months did not stop the BPP from claiming what it believed to be his legacy. The party published annual tributes to his life from 1967 through 1971. These epistles discussed international relations, armed struggle, and why blacks should control their community's affairs. 9. The BPP praised Malcolm for clarifying the Southern and Northern experiences to blacks. They contended that Malcolm showed there was no substantive difference between Northern and Southern racism. The Southern experience was more easily understood because of its blatant racism. The subtler but equally effective tactics of political gerrymandering and community redlining characterized the Northern experience. The Panthers maintained that Malcolm was owed a debt of gratitude for his contribution. They argued that blacks could pay the debt by engaging in a revolutionary struggle for self-determination. 10. Spiritual and mental rejuvenation. The second aspect Malcolm enunced was the idea of renewal through struggle. Many young blacks, in a manner typical of youth, were looking to infuse their lives with purpose. Carrying on in the footsteps of Malcolm was portrayed as a worthy endeavor. These messages were powerful recruiting tools for the Panthers, and they found a willing audience amid the turmoil of the 1960s. Youth throughout the country rallied to the party banner as freedomters. Articles led the pages of the Black Panther in 1968 that called for blacks to fulfill their revolutionary duty. 11 Bobby Seale and Huey Newton also studied Mao Zedong and Frantz Fanon. Mao was recognized as a leader of a national liberation movement and as someone who had stood up to American power in Asia. 12 Fanon was a psychiatrist from the French West Indies and a World War II veteran. He had joined the Algerian National Liberation Front during Algeria's struggle for independence. Fanon argued that revolutionary violence would rehabilitate the personality of oppressed people as well as liberate their countries. Embracing violence would allow the dispossessed to recover their human dignity through the struggle because they had nothing to lose and everything to gain. 13 Newton and Seale accepted Fanon's arguments and incorporated them into Malcolm's dictum that blacks should defend themselves against mistreatment and protect their political rights by any means necessary. The Panthers also believed that African Americans were an internal colony of the United States and working for national liberation. They urged sympathetic whites to assist them by staging a revolution in the larger society. 14 The Panthers believed they were carrying Malcolm's arguments to their logical conclusion by adopting this colonial analogy. The Panthers thus justified their political position in the classic terms of a national liberation struggle. Newton and Seale agreed with Malcolm and Fanon's assertion that the underclass was capable of being redeemed through revolutionary action. This was significant because the party's founders were convinced their young organization should be based on this social group. 15 Newton and Seale argued that these men were the most fearless members of the community because of their frequent encounters with the police. Other activists disagreed with this formulation, however. Writer Earl O'Ferry argued that the BPP leadership failed to recognize that the majority of blacks were workers. O'Ferry maintained that any successful social movement, revolutionary or not, should start with workers and their concerns, that is, jobs, education for their children, dignity and quality of life. The party's leadership consciously made the black underclass the focus of their organizing efforts. O'Ferry did not believe the underclass was capable of generating enough internal discipline and cohesion to organize a structure capable of providing leadership for the black community. 16 O'Ferry noted that the problem with the underclass was that one could never be sure of the group's loyalty. Like the black elite, they were capable of being revolutionary one day and working in some government-funded community program the next day. Their ideological positions tended to be based on immediate advantage or emotionalism. 17 O'Ferry believed this decision could inhibit the intellectual and political growth of the BPP because the underclass would prove to be incapable of successfully building the long-term intergroup alliances that would ground them RMLY in the most productive part of the African American community. As it would turn out, redemption for individual members of the underclass would be more probable than redemption for a whole social class. The RST issue of the BPP newspaper maintained that whites had instilled 15. Fear into blacks to keep them from organizing to achieve their legal rights. The police were described as an occupying army in the black community that enforced the larger society's illegitimate rule. The BPP believed the only way to remove the black community's fear was to confront the police with arms. 18 There was, however, a contradiction between the party's means and ends. None of the BPP's original 10-point program and platform was revolutionary in the sense that it demanded a change of government. The Panthers did demand self-determination. This was interpreted in a variety of ways, however, ranging from an unsupervised plebiscite to electing blacks to public office. With the exceptions of the provisions on the draft and the plebiscite, the program was not markedly different from what other community organizations had been demanding. In fact, it bore a startling resemblance to the Nation of Islam's platform. 19 Consequently, the BPP put itself in the paradoxical position of initially making reformist demands and threatening to implement them with revolutionary means, guns. Furthermore, the Panthers were not just exercising their free speech rights when they demanded an end to police brutality. From 1966 to 1971, Panthers believed they should establish revolutionary political power through armed struggle. 20 Newton wrote that the vanguard party, that is, the BPP, should attack policemen in small groups to instruct blacks in the correct strategic means of resistance against what the Panthers called an occupying force in the community. 21 Newton also wrote that the party could make a tremendous impact and inspire similar actions through these tactics before it was driven underground. Confrontations with the government, however, were costly to the BPP and resulted in Newton being arrested for murder in 1967. David Hilliard claimed the Panthers ambushed 3 policemen in a Hunters Point housing off CE in November 1967 and killed one of them. 22 In 1968, Eldridge Cleaver, David Hilliard, Bobby Hutton, and 7 other Panthers attempted to ambush Oakland police officers. The attack ended with Hutton dead, Cleaver wounded, and the other 8 under arrest. At the time, the party claimed the police had attacked the members while they were gathering barbecue supplies for a political rally the following day. In 1993, however, David Hilliard conceded that the affair was a Panther ambush. 23 Some of the BPP's supporters have criticized the group for allowing military confrontations to dene its image during the late 1960s. They argue that 16 This was a serious tactical error because the party's political choices were limited due to decisions made at its founding. The critics have also argued that the Panthers never completely realized that though small groups might stage small armed attacks, only a politically conscious and aroused community could implement a victorious people's war. 24 This argument has some merit, but the criticism is only partly true. Although shootouts received more headlines, the Panther Party realized that guerrilla tactics were only one aspect in a struggle for political independence. In fact, it also used other strategies, such as political and interracial alliances. Alliances with other ethnic groups. The third aspect Malcolm enunced was the idea of alliances with other ethnic groups if there were common interests and mutual respect. Malcolm X said that he broke with the NOI's doctrine of black racial supremacy after his pilgrimage to Mecca because he was exposed to the more inclusive message of universal brotherhood. The pilgrimage encouraged Malcolm to believe that not all whites were inherently evil. He pronounced himself ready to work for social change with white allies on a basis of mutual respect. 25 The Panthers implemented Malcolm's idea of making interracial alliances for specific purposes by forming an electoral coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party in 1968. Peace and Freedom was a mainly white, middle-class organization of Vietnam War protesters who had endorsed the Panther 10-point program and platform. The Panthers used the alliance to publicize their program. They also declared that black politicians would lose votes if they failed to work for Newton's freedom. Peace and Freedom, on the other hand, hoped to broaden its base and acquire black votes through the Panther Alliance. 26 In 1968 the coalition ran Eldridge Cleaver for president, Dr. Benjamin Spock for vice president, along with Huey Newton for Congress and Bobby Seale and Kathleen Cleaver for state assembly. 27 Ultimately, however, most blacks voted Democratic in 1968, but the alliance did raise funds for Newton. It also had the bounty of setting a precedent for future alliances with Hispanics and other whites. The BPP worked with white and other ethnic organizations on an as-needed 17 basis. The party sometimes solicited support for Panther prisoners or simply issued joint statements praising each other's political positions and urging solidarity in the struggle against the prevailing American political structure. The main point is that unlike the NOI or other nationalist organizations, the BPP had no qualms about making coalitions with other ethnic groups whenever it suited its political purposes. 28 In 1969, the Chicago branch of the BPP would form a rainbow coalition with the Puerto Rican Young Lords Party, YLP, and the White Young Patriots Party, YPP. The YLP had been a Puerto Rican gang based in Chicago. The Panther Party's unions helped to transform the YLP into a political organization working for Puerto Rican independence. The YPP was an organization of young whites working for social change in the white community. 29 By 1969 the BPP leadership believed that black self-determination was impossible without a wide-ranging political and social revolution that included all of the American people. The party's survival demanded that it reach out to potential allies who could support it in its increasingly dangerous struggle with the U.S. government. The BPP began to move away from black nationalism to socialism and class struggle. The BPP maintained that a major contradiction existed between the black community and capitalism. Panthers believed that only socialism and communal ownership of the means of production could provide the economic conditions for the self-determination of black people. The BPP called this position revolutionary nationalism, which it denied as nationalism plus socialism. 30 The Panther Party argued that one of the reasons the United States became an industrial power was because of the tremendous progress realized through domestic slavery's superexploitation of blacks. The Panthers said that blacks had remained in a subordinate position after slavery because they lacked adequate political and economic power. The Panther Party began discussing class divisions in the black community in a very rudimentary fashion by utilizing the stock characters of the supposedly favored house Negro versus the Eld Negro. Malcolm X often used these mythological figures as a rhetorical device to attack the civil rights establishment. The Eld Negro was recast as a working class or marginally employed black. The house Negro was alleged to be a middle-class professional or politician who betrayed Nancy ally by betraying the interests of the masses. 31 Panthers claimed to represent the implacable and rebellious nature of the 18-Eld Negroes who were impatient with the black middle class's leadership. Kathleen Cleaver illustrated the point in 1968 by asserting that black lawyers had not responded to Huey Newton's legal plight. She went on to claim that most of the civil rights lawyers she was familiar with in the South were whites and that black lawyers were only concerned with economic security and not the success of the movement. 32 Regardless of the accuracy of her statement, Charles Gary and other white lawyers did represent Newton and the Panthers in a wide variety of legal matters. The Panthers also initially maintained that black businesspeople exploited the community just as whites did. The Panthers acknowledged that despite this criticism, many African Americans had a general reluctance to condemn black capitalism because they perceived it as a legitimate attempt to control the community's economy for the general good. Many blacks also believed that due to racism, they had a close relationship regardless of class or position. 33 The BPP changed its position in 1971 and began to say it was possible for black businesspeople to work for national liberation through making contributions to Panther community programs. In return, the Panthers would stop their criticism and advertise friendly businesses in their paper. 34 Although this position had a certain crass self-interest, it did allow the party to conciliate a potential ally. It also had the additional bounty of maintaining the BPP's self-proclaimed position as the sole arbiter of revolutionary ideology in the black community. 35 This position was critical in its struggle with black cultural nationalists. Panthers denied cultural nationalists as those who wanted to return to the African past through dress, language, or religion. According to the Panthers, these individuals believed that regaining a cultural identity was either a prerequisite to obtaining political freedom or an end within itself. 36 The BPP claimed that even though identification with African heritage was necessary, mere surface appearances alone would not liberate black people. The Panthers argued that only a revolutionary culture was worthwhile because revolution meant a change in the political condition of black people. In addition, the Panther Party claimed that guerrilla movements struggling for national liberation represented the true culture of Africans. 37 The Panthers believed that culture was a dynamic and constantly changing phenomenon that should not be obsessed with artifacts from a pre-industrial past. This stance brought the Panthers into con-ICT with such prominent coal. 19. Tyrol nationalists as Ron Karenga. Karenga was the leader of the Los Angeles-based U.S. organization that competed with the BPP for power and influence among other African American groups. 38 The cultural nationalists in turn accused the Panthers of importing a foreign ideology, Marxism, into the black community and becoming the willing tools of white communists. These hostile political disputes allowed the government to instigate bloodshed between both organizations in 1969. A more complete discussion of the Panther U.S. problem is presented in Panther Politics. Also ended a 1968 merger with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Newton wanted to incorporate SNCC leadership into the BPP to provide the Panthers with much-needed administrative experience and a recognizable national leadership. SNCC hoped to benefit from the party's appeal with grassroots urban dwellers. The SNCC alliance ultimately failed, however, because of differences in organizational histories, constituencies, ideologies, and leadership. SNCC's constituency was in the Southern Civil Rights Movement, and the Panthers at the time were a Northern and Western urban organization. Stokely Carmichael, James Forman, and Rap Brown were more experienced organizers and leaders than Newton and Seal. Therefore, Carmichael may have expected the Panthers to bow to his leadership, but they refused to do so. There were also personality clashes. The SNCC leaders claimed they were physically threatened by the BPP, and the alliance fell apart by early 1969. 39 The Panthers also attempted to build alliances with student groups. Point number VE of the Panther 10-point program called for education that would teach blacks to achieve their true role in American society as revolutionaries. As noted earlier, Newton and Seal began their political careers as activists with the Seoul Students' Advisory Council at Oakland's Merritt College. The SSAC's initial activities were focused on ending the draft of black men and beginning a Black Studies program. A fundamental contradiction soon emerged between the future Panthers and other students. Newton and Seal wanted to leave the campus and organize in the black community, preferably with guns. The other SSAC leaders wanted to connect their activities to campus issues. The Panthers referred to these students as cultural nationalists because they saw student issues as separate from larger political issues. 40 This political dispute pointed out a very real problem for the Panthers. They 20/BPP was so convinced of its ideological correctness that it insisted on dominating the decision-making process in any alliance. This stance could create a great deal of resentment among potential allies. Problems usually centered on demands that students unconditionally support all Panther policies. Some black students were reluctant to submit to party leadership because they did not want to be mere political appendages. Alliances were more successful when there were mutual interests, such as Black Studies departments or the continuous campaigns to free Panther prisoners. Still, the BPP did manage to work successfully with African American high school and college students to organize curriculums and black student unions. A 1968 statewide conference convened in California to discuss a national organization of black students. Attendees developed a 10-point program for students that was similar to the Panther program. 41 The National Student Organization never reached fruition, but the BPP continued to work with high school students on a local level. Colleges and universities also became a prime recruitment area. In California, the Panthers targeted San Francisco State University, the University of California, Los Angeles, Merritt College, and other schools for organizing efforts. George Murray, a San Francisco State student, was the party's Minister of Education during the winter of 1968-69. He led a strike by the San Francisco State Black Student Union to force the college administration to grant demands for a Black Studies department. This strike set a precedent for other black students throughout the nation. It would encourage them to pursue African American studies aggressively on their own campuses. Murray and other activists were arrested and sentenced to jail terms, but their efforts led to a Black Studies department. In 1968, Merritt College students were able to begin an African American Studies department without a strike. According to the student activists, the purpose of these departments was to offer an interdisciplinary curriculum in the humanities or social sciences concerning problems of African Americans in the larger society and the contributions of Africans or African Americans to American culture. The departments would award degrees in African American studies. Panthers and their supporters regarded these organizing efforts as steps to implement point number of their platform. 42 The 1970 Black Student Revolutionary Conference was another occasion of Panther student cooperation. The conference was to build support for Bobby. 21. Seal and the New Haven 14, c. Attendees heard speeches from Panther leaders and students who were active in party chapters throughout the country. Panel participants discussed such issues as cultural nationalism versus revolutionary nationalism, political prisoners, revolutionary art, and national salvation and self-defense. 43. The Panthers usually succeeded in alliances and coalitions that operated on the basis of mutual respect. In other words, they had to extend the same respect to other organizations that they demanded for themselves. It took a certain political maturity to recognize that groups could unite around specific interests without dominating each other. This maturity, however, was only developed through experience, and it took several years before the BPP had the requisite background. 44. The pressing need to recruit allies in the face of overwhelming government pressure encouraged the Panthers to organize a united front against fascism conference in 1969. More than 3,000 young white radicals, Latinos, Asians, Peace and Freedom Party members, black students, and members of other African American groups attended. 45. Many of the attendees, however, did not necessarily agree with the party's categorization of the United States as a fascist entity. The ultimate implications of that assertion could entail a commitment to armed struggle. Many of the potential allies refused to take that fateful step. Many debates also arose over non-members submitting to Panther leadership even though the BPP considered itself the vanguard of the American Front for International Revolution. Panther defense attorney Charles Gary summed up the general feeling of many white delegates by merely agreeing that political repression existed for some black and brown communities. This did not mean, however, that the entire country was in a state of fascism. The United Front Against Fascism Conference did not build the grand alliance the Panthers had hoped for, but it did demonstrate that the BPP believed the struggle was between classes, not races. The party's pragmatic refusal to burn racial bridges also meant it could continue fundraising in the white community. The BPP continued its attempts to build alliances in 1970. It called for an interracial Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, RPCC. Eldridge Cleaver initiated the concept in 1968 to implement point number 10 of the Panther platform. Point number 10 called for an unsupervised plebiscite to determine the national destiny of black people. Cleaver had waged a 2-year 22/ campaign within the party for this meeting. He argued that the convention could be used to organize domestic and foreign support for the party. The BPP claimed to have polled several Third World UN delegates in 1968 and found them receptive to the idea of a plebiscite. 46. In their public call for the convention, the Panthers maintained that a long train of abuses suffered by blacks had prompted the move and that other ethnic groups as well as white youth were victims of the ruling elite. The BPP believed a new constitution was necessary to implement a new political order that would ensure the people's liberties. The Panthers also reminded the public that African Americans were armed and relied on military power to be the ultimate guarantor of their rights. The Panther Party claimed to speak for the majority of African Americans but offered no proof that other blacks believed in its argument. 47. Matters became complicated, however, when Newton was released from jail after his conviction was overturned. The Central Committee discovered he opposed the RPCC idea. 48. Newton argued that the party had become too militaristic in his absence, and he believed the plan to create a national popular front through the convention ran counter to his vision for the Panthers. Newton also claimed he wanted stronger local organizations working for the survival programs and an avoidance of further confrontations with the police. 49. He did not explain, however, how the RPCC would undermine either local control or survival programs. Nor did he explain how the party's current military stance differed from his own earlier advocacy of armed struggle. 50. In reality, Newton was wary of Cleaver's increasing influence. He had begun to view Cleaver as a rival for control of the party. Newton's stance placed him in the unique position of repudiating his earlier words and privately condemning Cleaver for implementing the Panthers' own call for a UN plebiscite in the 10-point program. The RPCC was conceived of as a 2-stage affair. An opening plenary session was scheduled for Philadelphia's Temple University over Labor Day. The plenary session was to be followed by another meeting scheduled for Washington, D.C., in November. The Philadelphia sessions got off to a rocky start because there was a spate of attacks on police the weekend preceding the convention. Even though the party was not involved in any of these incidents, the police attacked 3 Philadelphia Panther off CES. The BPP believed the authorities were attempting to intimidate it into cancelling the RPCC. 51.23. The intimidation tactics failed, and an estimated 10,000 people attended the Philadelphia session. Newton's reluctance to become fully engaged in the RPCC, however, undermined the proceedings internally. In addition, despite months of propaganda, the Panthers had not done enough work to prepare adequately for the convention. They were simply overwhelmed by the logistics and preferred to emphasize Newton's speech rather than the workshops. Still, convention workshops covered topics that ranged from self-determination for national minorities to control of the educational system to religious oppression. 52 organizers claimed that the ideas drafted during the workshops were to be presented and accepted during the sessions in Washington, D.C. Nevertheless, a Panther leader admitted that the convention was mainly an educational affair to unite people behind the BPP because the party lacked any political power to implement proposed changes to the Constitution. Newton's reluctance to participate fully also helped to undermine the November 27-29 convention in Washington. A mainly white crowd, variously estimated at 20 vs 100 to vs 1,000 people, arrived to ND that a dispute over the rental fee had rendered Howard University's facilities unavailable. The Panthers claimed that Howard had reneged on a previous agreement to stage the convention, and the participants were left mainly to their own devices for 2 days. Newton said that the convention had been converted into a mobilization of the people for survival until after the revolution was completed. 53. The Black Panther advised its readers that they should think about formulating a new constitution for the world that was in keeping with Newton's new political vision. 54. During his incarceration, Newton had concluded that nation-states were outdated because capitalism ignored borders and governments while transforming the world into a network of oppressed and interdependent communities. Newton maintained that these communities should unite around a new philosophy that he called revolutionary intercommunalism. Revolutionary intercommunalism would resist capitalism's reactionary intercommunalism. Newton's philosophy encountered resistance from a confused rank and le. They did not understand the logic behind the transition or the distinction between intercommunalism and the previous alliances with Third World countries. 55. Some party supporters accused the Panthers of being ideologically inconsistent. 24/10, and in fact they were correct. Newton, however, had another agenda that had nothing to do with consistency. He believed that he needed to distinguish himself from Cleaver and his continuous calls for armed struggle. Controlling the party's ideology was one tool to accomplish this end. The international struggle. The fourth aspect Malcolm enunced was the arena of international relations. The Free Huey movement carried the Panthers into the United Nations in 1968. They petitioned the General Assembly to station observer teams throughout the United States to protect blacks from an alleged genocidal war by the U.S. government. 56. The Panthers claimed that Newton's murder trial was the RST move in this plan, but they failed to convince enough member states to challenge the American government on a domestic matter. The major objective of the initiative was to obtain publicity for Newton's case. Panthers also believed the campaign implemented Malcolm's idea of building international alliances to assist blacks with their domestic agenda. The BPP cultivated fraternal relations with Third World governments to carry out this idea. It also established an international section when Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver went into exile. C. Panthers thought their socialist orientation broadened the basis for their political contacts. In fact, they were able to have talks with the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. The NLF, however, was under no illusions about the Panthers' ability to defeat the U.S. government. It is more likely that the group was trying to build support for its own struggle by playing on U.S. internal divisions. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale adapted Malcolm's ideas to the Panther Party. The BPP engaged in self-defense, organizing the underclass, interracial alliances, and international relations. Its organizing efforts were intense but had mixed results. Blacks and whites would support Newton during his trial because they believed the charges were a police frame-up. Outrage at government misconduct or violence against blacks also united African Americans. In fact, a wave of urban rebellions swept the nation in the 1960s. The outbreaks were especially severe after Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination. Black militants did not know it at the time, but these uprisings 25 were not the prelude to a revolution. They were, instead, temporary outbreaks of frustration and anger. The long-range response of the black community would be more pragmatic. Politicians would be elected to represent aggrieved communities. Carl Stokes, a black Ohio legislator, became Cleveland's first African-American mayor in 1970. Ron Dellums, a Berkeley city councilman, was elected to Congress in 1970 and eventually became chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. Coleman Young, a Michigan state senator from 1965 to 1973, became Detroit's first African-American mayor in 1979. Other lesser-known blacks were also elected to offices around the nation. The majority of blacks believed they could succeed in America if racial prejudice was eliminated or restricted legally. They did not think their quest for justice and an end to prejudice was a mandate to attack the government. As a result, the Panthers were beginning to be isolated as early as 1968. The BPP began to experiment with white allies to secure Newton's release from prison and bring additional resources to its organization. The party's alliance with whites facilitated a dramatic shift from black nationalism to socialism. The Panthers initially espoused black nationalism, but this philosophy proved to be too conning racially as well as politically amorphous. Black nationalist ideology was capable of containing the NOI's black capitalism and SNCC's Third World irritations with communist Cuba and Nkrumah's Ghana. Furthermore, black Democrats and Republicans also claimed to be working for power and autonomy within mainstream political organizations. Consequently, black nationalism threatened to isolate the BPP and increase the difficulty of freeing Newton. The Panthers recruited white allies to avoid this trap. The Panthers also became socialists because they believed it was a share-the-wealth philosophy that would transfer economic power to an oppressed black community. Furthermore, a socialist identity increased the domestic and international contacts that would assist in their battle for survival. Nevertheless, even though the Panthers were allied with a number of organizations and individuals, the BPP insisted on deeming the terms of the relationship. The Panther Party wanted to be certain it achieved the maximum bounty from any interracial alliance. Because the Panthers were usually in a precarious legal situation, the bounty was often some form of material or financial support. Ideological alliances on the international level were also designed to pub. 26/Lysize the Panthers struggle against the American government in the hope of securing better treatment for the organization. The Panther Party believed it was the heir to Malcolm, and the Muslim minister did incite in several important matters. The BPP ideology was very flexible, though. The party's leaders were capable of changing to accommodate the prevailing political situation. Throughout the years, the 10-point program was the essence of their ideology, and it was this platform that attracted recruits from around the nation to the Panther cause. 2. Survival pending revolution. The free breakfast for school children is about to cover the country and be initiated in every chapter and branch of the Black Panther Party. Our children need a nourishing breakfast every morning so they can learn. Black Panther, April 1969. The Black Panther Party occupied a precarious position from its inception. Patrolling the police and marching on Sacramento were bold initiatives. These actions attracted recruits to the organization and drew attention to the 10-point program and platform. These steps, however, severely circumscribed the party's future ideological and pragmatic choices because the government considered the BPP an armed threat to its authority. Intense and unrelenting government pressure forced the party to go on the defensive. At the same time, enhanced economic opportunities and increased political and judicial representation threatened to isolate the Panthers by rechanneling dissent. It was the beginning of a classic carrot and stick operation. It became obvious to some of the Panther leaders by 1969 that an armed revolution in the United States was not likely. The BPP discovered that as long as there were options, African Americans, like most of humanity, preferred political reform to the dangerous stresses of revolution. Revolutionary rhetoric had to be toned down if the Panthers were to survive. On the other hand, the government might allow survival programs to exist with no obviously dangerous consequences for the party. The choice may have been difficult, but it was also obvious. 28/breakfast programs, liberation schools, and medical clinics became the preferred method of community organizing. These programs were not based on armed force. Instead, mass politicization, persuasion, and education were used to spread the Panther message. Community action enabled the BPP to survive disciplinary problems and government oppression. A much-needed breathing space was created for the Central Committee to re-ECT on the best method to ensure organizational survival. For many members, the survival programs denuded their relationship with the party and the black community. New organizing methods attracted a different and more disciplined membership. Serving the people body and soul would become the watchword. The struggle would be long and difficult, but the party would both seek and exploit the new opportunities that would be presented. The Black Panther succinctly stated the new political position: revolution cannot be carried out by words alone. The overthrow of one class by another must be carried out by revolutionary violence. Until this stage is achieved, we must concentrate on the immediate needs of the people, in order to build a united political force, based on the ideology of the Black Panther Party. Survival pending revolution is our immediate task, and to do this we must meet the needs of the people. Through our liberation schools, free breakfast programs, and child care centers. 1. The Black Panther Party's survival programs, i.e., free breakfasts for school children, liberation schools, free medical clinics, and clothing programs, were some of the organization's best-known activities. Huey Newton maintained that the survival programs were designed to meet the material needs of African Americans while educating the community to a higher level of revolutionary consciousness. The original vision of the party was to develop a lifeline to the people, by serving their needs and defending them against their oppressors. We knew that this strategy would raise the consciousness of the people and give us their support. For a time the Black Panther Party lost its vision and defected from the community. The only reason the party is still in existence at this time is because of the 10-point program. Our survival program. Our programs would be meaningless and insignificant if they were not community programs. 2/29 Contrary to Newton's assertions, however, the survival programs were not a part of the party's original activities in 1966, they did not appear until January 1969. The Panthers did not believe that the patrolling of police or the 1967 demonstration in Sacramento would qualify as survival programs because the skills were not readily transferable and could only be practiced at great personal risk. Newton admitted this during a 1971 essay in the party newspaper. When the party went to Sacramento and when the party patrolled the police with arms, we were acting, in 1966, when the people had given up the philosophy of nonviolent direct action and were beginning to deal with sterner stuff. We wanted them to see the virtues of disciplined and organized armed self-defense, rather than spontaneous and disorganized outbreaks and riots. Later, we discouraged actions like Sacramento and police observations because we recognized that these were not the things to do in every situation or on every occasion. 3. The community programs obviously addressed real needs. Objectively, however, they were more important to the existence of the party as an organization than they were to the survival of the black community. Survival programs were originally instituted not only to serve the people but also to improve the party's image in the black community by providing positive, disciplined activities for the membership. The Panther Party also envisioned the community programs as introducing socialism in practical and concrete terms. Donations solicited from businesses were a means of redistributing wealth from the haves to the have-nots. For the party's community action programs also exemplified a basic tenet of Panther philosophy that was expressed by Huey Newton: the Black Panther Party feels that the present government and its subsidiary institutions are illegitimate because they fail to relate to the people and they fail to meet the needs of the people. Therefore they have no right to exist. There is no excuse in our modern times for people to be without the basic necessities of life. 5. Breakfast programs. Landon Williams, Central Committee member, and Doug Miranda, a captain in the Boston BPP chapter, have credited Bobby Seale with initiating the COM 30/Munity action concept and advocating its spread throughout the party's national structure. 6. A brief anecdote, supplied by Williams, explains how Seale happened on the idea. The BPP had established an advisory committee during the 1968 Free Huey movement. The committee provided civilian input and broadened the Panther Party's political base in the black community. The committee complained to Seale in late 1968 that Panthers were drinking in public outside the party headquarters. Public drinking may have been a minor concern that could have been addressed internally, but there were other issues as well. These more serious issues threatened to tarnish the BPP's political image. A few undisciplined Panthers, in a series of racially motivated incidents, attacked members of the hippie community. Other members had engaged in a series of robberies. These acts caused a great deal of embarrassment and highlighted the need for tighter discipline, political education, and a clearly defined mission for the members. 7. Newton's manslaughter conviction in August 1968 had eliminated mass rallies as a major party activity. During the fall and winter of 1968, most Panther activities consisted of selling newspapers and little red books, i.e., quotations from Chairman Mao. Seale met with party members to discuss resolving the disciplinary issue. Party member Wendell Wade commented that school children were passing his house every day, and they looked hungry. Wade jokingly suggested they should provide meals to school children as a method of furnishing positive activities for the membership. This suggestion led to a discussion about school performance and how hunger affected a child's ability to concentrate and learn. Seale responded by stating that even if the party could not put a chicken in every basket, they could put a breakfast in every hungry kid's stomach. 8. In January 1969, the Central Committee began an intensive drive to correct disciplinary and ideological problems within the BPP. Internal political education classes, tighter discipline, and community service received greater emphasis. New recruitment was halted, and in March 1969 30 Oakland members were expelled for disciplinary infractions. 9. In a March 1969 interview, Seale also identified 4 new activities around which the party would be organizing. The 4 key programs we are trying to implement are, the breakfast program, which is going on now, the petition campaign for the community control of police, free health clinics in the Black/31 community, and Black liberation schools in the Black community. Some people are going to call these programs reformist, but we're revolutionaries. It is one thing when the capitalists put it up and another thing when the revolutionary camp puts it up. 10. Seale meant that the party would organize these survival programs to educate the community about the contradictions in a capitalist society between rich and poor. The Panthers wanted to point out that they were serving the needs of the people with limited resources while the government was doing nothing to alleviate the distress of hungry school children. Seale ignored government initiatives such as the food stamp program. Nevertheless, his argument possessed a certain internal logic that was beneficial to the party. Seale could link the BPP's community service programs with political education, purges, and external attacks on the party by government agents. For the next 3 to 6 months we will be concentrating on raising the political consciousness within the party to a very high level. At the same time we will be going forth with our community programs. This program also helps more people relate to the party. They see that the party is not a bunch of avaricious fools. We have kicked out the people who robbed those banks and robbed those taverns and liquor stores for $200 and $380. They will relate to the fact that the party is really trying to serve them. 11. Seale was correct in stating that the government wanted to destroy the party. The survival programs were intended to preserve the BPP's viability within the Black and progressive communities. The BPP's RST free breakfast program for school children opened on January 20, 1969, at St. Augustine's Episcopal Church in Oakland, California. The party newspaper began advertising for program volunteers and equipment in the winter of 1968. The advertisements had mentioned the Concord Baptist Church in Berkeley, but by December 1968 the site had been moved to St. Augustine's and the Black Community Center, both in Oakland. 12 The community initiatives were instituted in California. For example, the Vallejo, California, branch wrote an article for the Panther newspaper stating it had opened a free breakfast program for children. It was also soliciting donations. A second article also announced the expulsion of 26 Indy 32/vigils in order to guarantee the party's survival and to set correct examples for the people. The expelled members were characterized as reactionaries, but no further details of their activities were provided. 13 The Vallejo chapter had obviously modeled its actions on the events that occurred in Oakland 2 months previously. Clearly this local branch had understood and demonstrated the nexus among community action programs, tighter discipline, and political survival. Breakfast programs also became mandatory for all branches throughout the country. BPP members would encourage children to participate by distributing ERS throughout communities and outside schools. Once some children began coming in the morning, the word would spread about the good and substantial meals. Other neighborhood children would quickly follow. Area businesspeople would be solicited by Panthers to supply food and utensils. Monetary donations were also requested. The Panthers also used the programs to demonstrate the need for improved nutritional standards in the Black community. The breakfast program's national coordinator claimed that 22 chapters and branches around the country had served 20,000 children, or meals, by November 1969. 14 This estimate is not unreasonable, considering that 22 OFCES offered the breakfast program. These GERs would mean that approximately 688 children per OFCE were fed each month. Many chapters were located in cities with large Black populations, e.g., Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Kansas City, San Francisco, Oakland, Denver, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Jersey City, New Haven, and Boston. In addition, many of these large cities had multiple sites that could easily have accommodated more than 100 children at any one of them. The FBI feared that the breakfast program would be used to teach children to hate police and spread anti-white propaganda. Churches that allowed the Panthers to use their facilities received special government attention. Father Frank Curran in San Diego was one of the RST supporters of the breakfast program in Southern California. The FBI's records show that the Bureau responded by contacting Curran's superiors. 15 government agents claimed to be parishioners outraged by the priest's actions. A month later Father Curran was transferred to New Mexico, and the FBI pronounced itself satisfied that the priest had been neutralized. The FBI also /33 mailed anonymous letters to public officials and persons they thought capable of swaying public opinion against party efforts to initiate or maintain community action programs. 16 local police organizations interfered with the breakfast program in a more direct fashion. The party newspaper reported actions ranging from attacking support rallies in Des Moines to spoiling food during raids on OFCES in New York. Another tactic, utilized in Richmond, California, was the spreading of rumors. The Panthers were accused of endorsing riots or poisoning food used in the breakfast program. Encouraging ministers or organizations to deny facilities for use by the Panthers was another ploy used by local police. 17 The free breakfasts continued despite these obstacles. In fact, they became the Panthers' most successful and popular community activity. Panthers believed the donations solicited from businesspeople were a means to implement the third point of the 10-point program and platform, that is, the call for an end to the robbery of the Black community by the capitalist. Contributions were a method of sharing business protests with the community. Liberation schools. Liberation schools also began in 1969. They became crucial elements in the organizing drive. Liberation schools were a familiar concept in the Black community because they had been an organizing tactic used by Southern civil rights groups. The Southern Liberation Schools had served as a central location for explaining the civil rights movement to community members. They had also been used as ad hoc education sites and as a recruiting device for demonstrations and voting rights drives. 18-party liberation schools resulted from the good relations that began with the free breakfasts. Panthers began to encourage children to return for other activities. The San Francisco Liberation School served 20 VE children daily. The weekly curriculum was as follows: Monday, History Day; Tuesday, Culture Day; Wednesday, ELD trips; Thursdays, Revolutionary LMS; and Friday, Current Events. Songs and games were utilized to convey the Panther message. Children learned how to recite and explain the 10-point program and platform. 19. In Staten Island, New York, children aged 7 to 12 were instructed in the roots and essence of a people's revolution. 21. Teaching device designed to appeal to children was a cartoon illustrating the 10-point program. 34. And platform. The teaching tool was utilized originally in the San Francisco Liberation School. The curriculum at most liberation schools consisted of basic academic skills and current events gleaned from newspapers and party literature. Community volunteers and Panthers staffed the schools. Some volunteers were college students who were able to impart a semblance of professional instruction at their locations. Professional academic instruction, however, was not the primary goal of the liberation schools from 1969 to 1971. Instruction in Panther ideology and African American history were the most important items in the curriculum. This was not only because the Panthers lacked the expertise to do anything else, but also because the academic potential of the liberation schools was not yet recognized by the leadership. That oversight was corrected within 2 years. The Panther Party's most successful educational program was established in 1971 as the Intercommunal Institute. The name was changed to the Oakland Community School, OCS, in 1975. In 1973, the school moved to a multipurpose facility called the Oakland Community Learning Center under the Non-Pro-T Educational Opportunities Corporation. The Community Learning Center also had a night school where adults studied for their General Equivalency Diplomas, or GEDs. There were 16 accredited instructors and 15 volunteers and aides. The school's director, Erica Huggins, served on the Alameda County Board of Education. 21. The OCS not only offered a quality private school education but also instilled a sense of self-worth. OCS's day program offered a full curriculum to students aged 2½ to 11. Subjects covered language arts, Spanish, mathematics, science, social science, environmental studies, physical education, performing arts, and visual arts. The school provided 3 full meals a day, referrals for preventive health care, and 3 passenger buses for transporting children to and from school. There was no tuition. Long-standing party rules had formerly prevented the Panthers from accepting government money. 22. This prohibition was quietly dropped in the early 1970s. The OCS became eligible to apply for and accept state education funds. Private foundation grants, state education grants, and community fundraising helped to support the school. The actual cost per child was approximately $720 per year. The cost of operating the OCS was $35,000 per month, and the budget for the Community Learning Center was $100,000 per year. 23. At the height of its enrollment, the school served 400 students from all ethnic backgrounds. It once received an award from Governor Jerry Brown and the California legislature for having set the highest level of elementary education in the state. 24. The State Department of Education also cited OCS as offering one of the most important models for elementary children in the inner city, demonstrating that quality education for inner-city children could be achieved despite substantial social obstacles. The school, in fact, lived longer than the BPP. The Panthers ceased functioning in 1980, the OCS survived as an independent entity and graduated its last class in 1982. It was the last remnant of the Panther Party. Medical clinics. The Panthers believed that the urban healthcare system for blacks mirrored the institutional racism of American society. Historically, most black doctors had been educated at either Fisk or Howard universities. White Southern medical colleges traditionally admitted no black students, and Northern medical schools educated only a few. 25 Panthers began working with sympathetic members of the medical community in 1969 to provide services and information primarily in preventive health care. The BPP established free medical clinics in Kansas City, Seattle, Los Angeles, Berkeley, New Haven, Portland, Chicago, Rockford, Illinois, Boston, Philadelphia, and multiple sites in New York. 26. The BPP Staten Island Health Cadre recruited revolutionary doctors who provided house calls to needy community people. 27. They treated anemia, worms, malnutrition, weapon injuries, hearing and vision, and gum diseases. The Staten Island OFCE also gave free physical exams and draft counseling to young men. The party health cadre was responsible for providing the primary care for their comrades as well as distributing basic medical information to the community. Volunteer doctors and nurses trained party members. Panthers initially concentrated on acquiring basic RST aid skills, which they applied to their own colleagues in local chapters and branches. In the New York metropolitan 36/10 area, the medical cadre from the Bronx, Brooklyn, Harlem, and Jamaica, Queens, met on a weekly basis to sustain joint activities and share medical technology. 28. Two of the most successful medical programs operated in Chicago and Boston. The Spurgeon Jake Winters Clinic in Chicago was named after a Panther killed by police in November 1969. Panthers worked with medical professionals who provided expertise in the areas of gynecology, obstetrics, pediatrics, optometry, and dentistry. Volunteers and medical students canvassed the community to facilitate the provision of services and information. The BPP claimed the clinic served more than 2,000 people during the RST 2 months of its existence. 29. The Boston People's Free Health Clinic opened in May 1970 in response to the police shooting death of a black patient at Boston General Hospital. The clinic provided similar services as the Chicago program, and in addition it trained lab technicians, nurse assistants, and medical secretaries. 30. In 1971 the Black Panther Party launched a national testing program for sickle cell anemia and worked to establish a research foundation for ending the disease. Dr. Tolbert Small, based in Berkeley, California, was the national chairman of the Panther Party's sickle cell anemia project. The BPP's free clinics tested and counseled more than 1 million black patients about sickle cell anemia. Panthers believed that President Richard Nixon began a government sickle cell program to counter the political appeal of the Panther Initiative. The Panther Party contended that American healthcare was a tool to strengthen the ruling class and argued that medicine's goal should be the well-being of the people, not pro-T. 32 Panthers accused the health industry of facilitating a doctor shortage, monopoly, so high fees could be charged, maintaining high prices for drugs, and underpaying nurses, aides and janitors. The BPP believed it would be setting an example of socialism and self-determination by instituting a free program. The Panthers believed that socialism was a share-the-wealth philosophy that should concentrate on distribution. The BPP ignored any economic aspects related to production. Panthers maintained that free services at their clinics had solved the problem of medical professionals alienating themselves from the very people they claimed to be serving. 33 Preventive healthcare was also manifested in sporadic attempts to combat. 37 The drug epidemic, which infested many black communities. Michael Cedewayo Tabor, a New York Panther, had been a drug addict prior to joining the party. He was arrested in 1969 with other Panthers and charged with conspiring to bomb public facilities. The group was acquitted in 1971 after a lengthy trial. Tabor wrote a pamphlet while he was incarcerated that denounced the drug epidemic as another example of the black community's political oppression. Tabor called for another approach to solving drug addiction that would substitute community development and self-determination as positive regenerative activities for self-defeating addiction. 34 This concept was another manifestation of the Malcolm X-inspired belief that personal involvement in struggle was capable of morally reclaiming America's dispossessed. The BPP medical program had a long-lasting effect on the community because party members learned valuable technical skills they would be able to practice years after they left the Panthers. For some, however, there were negative consequences to political involvement. For example, the FBI unsuccessfully attempted to have Dr. Small read from his job at Oakland's Highland Hospital by informing the administration that he worked with the Black Panther Party. The FBI also arranged for the Shah of Iran's secret police, Savak, to detain an Iranian medical technician who had volunteered to work in Berkeley's George Jackson Free Clinic. 35 Not all survival programs achieved the same level of success. The national petition drive for community control, decentralization, of police was more sporadic in nature and was not thoroughly publicized until August 1969 when it was highlighted in the party newspaper. Panthers attempted to organize electoral opposition to police brutality by initiating a referendum process that would establish separate police departments in cities with large black populations. The BPP claimed the campaign was a fundamental challenge to the government because it threatened an important arm of state power. The Panthers knew full well that the initiative process had little probability of success. Nevertheless, they were willing to utilize the electoral process as an organizing tool for the transmission of their political message. Petitions were circulated in each chapter, but the main focus remained on clinics, schools, and breakfast programs. 36. 38/ Mandatory attendance in political education, PE, classes was an essential part of the BPP's Rectification campaign. Political education classes started in 1966 when Seale and Newton began reading Malcolm X, Frantz Fanon, and Mao Zedong. Political education for the general membership continued on a sporadic basis throughout 1967 and 1968. Classes were organized for members to read the quotations from Chairman Mao and Huey Newton's essays from the Minister of Defense. The party newspaper also published a BPP book list, which included works from Herbert Aptheker, Basil Davidson, John Hope Franklin, William Patterson, J. A. Rogers, and C. Van Woodward. It was unclear, however, whether the list was recommended for party members or for the general public who wanted to improve their knowledge of African and African American history. 37 There were, however, a few Panthers who studied some of the books on the list. The experience that Billy X. Jennings had with PE was typical of many members who joined in 1968. Jennings was encouraged to join after visiting an OFCE in East Oakland. He became a Panther in training for 6 weeks. During that time he had to conduct himself as a regular member and demonstrate an understanding of the party's philosophy and history. Jennings recalled that Wendell Wade and Landon Williams taught political education at that time, and he remembered being told that he should study at least 2 hours a day from readings on the book list. 38 Political education on a more formal basis began in 1969 when Bobby Seale announced mandatory classes for members throughout the nation in order to improve their understanding of BPP history and revolutionary theory. 39 Classes were conducted weekly, and members usually read assigned selections from the BPP newspaper and quotations from Chairman Mao that focused on discipline, revolutionary aphorisms, and the evils of capitalism. This pocket-sized text was, as noted earlier, commonly known as the Little Red Book. In 1969 party members usually carried the Red Book in their back pocket and were ready to pull it out at a moment's notice to prove some ideological point. Newspaper material focused on editorials or particular campaigns in which the party was engaged, such as circulating petitions for community control of /39 police. Members would discuss the week's readings, and a group leader would answer questions. Asada Shakur, a New York Panther, remembered that most of her PE classes consisted of memorizing and reciting slogans from the Red Book without truly understanding their meaning or context. This practice tended to frustrate those Panthers who were more advanced educationally. 40 Shakur recalled a troubling incident about political education. An African supporter had donated a calendar with pictures of guerrilla leaders urging international support of African liberation. A party official discarded the calendar in 1971 when the BPP changed its philosophy to intercommunalism. The official believed that it was incorrect to keep the calendar because internationalism could now be considered wrong. 41 Shakur maintained that PE classes instilled a rudimentary level of knowledge about BPP affairs and basic Marxism. There were, however, no required readings by African American scholars or on African American history. This material could have put the PE classes in a more familiar context. Outside reading to enhance one's understanding of African American history or political affairs was often criticized as petit bourgeois or cultural nationalist. Shakur remembered there were some Panthers reading Mao but for the most part didn't know who Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, and Nat Turner were. 42 Still, the problem was more complex than the curriculum. The Panther program also fell short of its goal because many members had received an inferior public school education. Public schools had not prepared most of them for critical study. Bobby Seale recognized this reality in 1973 when he acknowledged that many people in the collective needed remedial reading and math. Seale recommended dividing PE classes into two groups, an advanced and a secondary group, because a large portion of the comrades in the secondary group did not finish high school. 43 community PE classes were held for the purpose of teaching the general public about the 10-point program, survival programs, and different current events that appeared in the BPP newspaper or the mainstream press. Rank and LE members were encouraged to write editorials or articles for the BPP newspaper that articulated organization history and ideology. Panthers took the opportunity to write articles that traced the history of 40/Black Rebellion and condemned American foreign policy, capitalism, and cultural nationalism. African Americans were exhorted to accept the BPP's leadership, and whites were called on to organize in their own communities. These positive activities allowed Rank and LE members to have a sense of ownership about party policy, which was invaluable in building morale and a sense of purpose. 44 Panther leaders had their own PE classes. A BPP Ideological Institute was organized in 1970 to advance the study of Marxism and to improve the BPP internal functioning. 45 party leaders taught the Rank and LE that a small body within the Central Committee, called the Political Bureau, would make all difficult decisions. The Political Bureau formally consisted of Newton, Seale, and David Hilliard. All decisions made by this part of the Central Committee were binding on the Rank and LE without any dissent, although explanations, i.e., discussion, were allowed. This method was called democratic centralism and led to complaints from the Rank and LE that the governing style was all centralism and no democracy. 46 These grievances would come back to haunt the party in later years when accusations of fraud were accompanied by charges that the BPP leadership lacked transparency and accountability. Evaluating the survival programs. The survival programs began because the BPP needed a new organizational focus in order to survive as a relevant political entity in the black community. The new focus had to be capable of engaging members in productive and disciplined activities while serving as a model for community development and education for the party's constituency. Just as important, any changes had to conform to an ideological model that would be accepted by the membership. Socialism as a revolutionary share-the-wealth philosophy was the ideological model that could be accepted by the membership. Consequently, the survival programs were a pragmatic as well as an ideological response to real needs. The Central Committee had discovered through trial and error that patrolling the police as a principal means of organizing was unrealistic. Newton's incarceration, the lack of discipline and political education among some members, and government attacks forced the BPP to re-evaluate its goals and methods. This re-evaluation resulted in the birth of the Community Action Programs. 41 Survival pending revolution was a practical political move. Seale and other Panther leaders were convinced that a lifeline to the people must be built to enhance the party's chances for survival. Institutional survival was a necessary RST step. Institutional survival was the only opportunity to advocate the political message of self-determination and to continue the campaign to free Newton and the large numbers of other incarcerated Panthers. Reform programs were the most rational means to accomplish this objective. The community action programs were intended to organize an effective opposition to the government's hostility to the Panther Party, recruit members, and facilitate public reception for the party's political message. Bobby Seale claimed that the most effective strategy to accomplish this goal was to provide needed goods and services while educating the community to its revolutionary potential. The ultimate purpose of community action was to ensure the party's survival through a broad base of community support. The survival program's effectiveness in addressing party and community needs may be assessed in several ways: the response of the community, the response of the party, and the response of the government to Panther organizing efforts. Community support for the survival programs can be determined from the number of people who received services, contributed time or money, and expressed verbal support for the maintenance of these programs. As noted earlier, the BPP claimed to have served more than 20,000 children by November 1969. The number of people who received medical services cannot be ascertained with any degree of nality. Still, it is certain that enough professionals participated in the medical clinics to enable the Panther Party to offer services in 11 cities. 47 Political support can also be judged from other organizations initiating their own community programs. For example, Chicago Panthers worked with the Black Disciples Street Gang to begin a breakfast program. 48 Finally, survival programs can be evaluated to determine how they politically educated members and improved discipline by curtailing antisocial activities. The Recti-Catian program created the space necessary for the Panthers to begin to expand their community action tactics. Undisciplined members were expelled, conduct began to be strictly regulated, and regular PE classes were instituted. These changes provided a disciplined and politically educated cadre who personified the BPP political message. Without this positive image, 42 the survival programs would have died for lack of participation by the community. The community's participation in the programs validated Seale's initiative and foresight. In addition, essays in the Black Panther re-acted the pride of the rank and le in serving the people because the survival programs were their creation. Party members wrote that they were demonstrating socialism to the black community by distributing obviously available goods and services to meet the needs of the people. Panthers maintained that unequal distribution existed because of capitalism. Diane Jenkins argued this point by stating the following: "The Black Panther Party is bringing the idea of socialism from a lower level to a higher level, with the initiation of the liberation schools, free breakfast program, free lunch program, free health clinics, etc. These are all practices in socialism. So it is the responsibility of the Black Panther Party and every revolutionary to see to it that our people aren't neglected any longer. So the Black Panther Party will continue to develop these programs and constantly raise the political level of the masses to the point where we, on a collective basis, will be organized and armed." 49. Cheryl Simmons, like other members, joined the BPP because the Panthers were doing something. They were feeding people, they were talking about taking care of the seniors in the community. In some cases they were providing childcare. Free medical centers were in the making. These were significant accomplishments and I thought I'd just check these people out. 50 Like other Panthers, Simmons believed that by redistributing goods and services, party members were providing a viable political alternative to capitalism. This popular approach attracted supporters and allowed the BPP an opportunity to disseminate other aspects of their political platform and program. Bobby Seale contended that the breakfast program was socialistic because this weakens the power structure because the businessmen in the black community are the ones who have to donate to this program. The RST businessman who says he ain't gonna donate, we're gonna tell the people in the community don't buy from him. Why? Because he won't donate 1 penny of every dollar for some breakfast. We're educating the people through a practical functioning operation of a socialistic program. Once the /43 people see a socialistic program is valuable to them, they won't throw it away. By practicing socialism they learn it better. 51. The concept of production, however, was absent from this argument. All economic systems must address production as well as distribution. It was not enough merely to redistribute goods to the community under the banner of socialism because a capitalist government can and will accomplish the same task through social service agencies. For an economic activity to be socialist, the party and the people must also be involved in production. This argument was never made at the time because the party did not intend the survival programs to be a business. Many community activists advocated socialism in the 1960s. The political and social systems of China, Cuba, Vietnam, Algeria, Guinea, and Tanzania were their ideological beacons. Activists argued that capitalism had victimized African Americans in the slave trade and later through semi-serfdom in the post-Civil War South. Furthermore, the practice of last hired and RST read was a frequent experience of blacks. Consequently, it is no surprise that capitalism was an anathema to Black Power advocates. Their personal and community experiences with capitalism had for the most part been negative ones. But it was not necessary to become a capitalist to operate the community programs in a business-like manner. For example, an alternative economic model already existed in Berkeley, where the cooperative grocery stores were owned by their membership. Many working and middle-class families joined by purchasing one or more shares for a $6 fee. A board of directors oversaw daily operation of the facilities, provided professional managing expertise, and paid any dividends after operating expenses were deducted. This cooperative model successfully operated within a capitalist economy for many years. It provided a consumer-based alternative to large grocery chains. Medical clinics owned by the BPP and doctors also might have proved their economic worth for alternative service delivery in the Black community. Sympathetic medical volunteers had already demonstrated that they were available to provide services. Payment of monthly premiums for family health care could have created a sense of ownership and pride in the people served by the Panthers. The premiums could have operated on a sliding scale congruent 44/ with family income. Medicare patients would probably have been the bulk of the clientele, but both income streams may have been enough to achieve economic success. At any rate, economic competition was not the only rationale for this model. The party's politics practically dictated the construction of a socially conscious model capable of demonstrating the financial feasibility of cooperative medical clinics. In a similar fashion, the breakfast programs and the liberation schools might have been non-pro-T operations with paid staff. All donations necessary for their maintenance could have been tax-free. The Oakland Community School did operate as a non-pro-T institute, but the same BNT could have been extended much earlier to all party-operated liberation schools across the country. Jimmy Slater, a Cleveland Panther, phrased it in the following manner: "I still don't think capitalism works, but you need capital to function in a capitalistic system." Upon reaction, this was one of the areas that I thought we were too liberal about during the Black movement of the 60s. We wanted to give everything away and we were simply too liberal in our view. We know now that was an error. We had certain things the Black Panther Party had built and established, however, because of our hate for capitalism, we didn't sustain anything emphasis added. We had buildings and homes. We owned property. We should have learned how to control the economy and to manage those things emphasis added. Instead we wanted to GHT against capitalism, and now we know that we should have established an economic base. In order to keep the movement going, you've got to have capital. 52. Slater Con RMS, a critique of the survival programs for not transitioning to production and ownership. Despite its advocacy of socialism, the Central Committee missed the importance of establishing an economic base, especially in a capitalist society. Production and distribution are two sides of the same coin in socialism. These arguments were not made at the time for a variety of reasons. The most pressing business was the survival of the party by creating a more disciplined membership and broadening the political base. All other considerations were secondary. Nevertheless, after examining the historical record of the Panther Party survival programs, an argument can be made that alternative models may have /45 increased their effectiveness. The argument is not what the Panthers should have known in 1969-71. They were under too much pressure for such a leisurely theoretical discussion. They did what they thought was best at the time. From 1971 forward, however, as the programs became the primary basis for the existence of the party, an improvement in their organization was possible and desirable. The human cost of the party's political activities was very high, and out of respect for that sacred CE the BPP leadership should have considered a more scientific approach to their survival programs. It is undeniably true that the government undermined the BPP's survival programs. It is equally true that the programs failed to reach their full potential because the distribution of goods and services was not sufficient to support either a reformist or a revolutionary position. The programs were vulnerable when the government, with greater resources, intensified its own outreach efforts. There were economic and theoretical deficiencies in the survival programs that could have been corrected with relatively little difficulty. Once corrected, the programs could have served as a model of progressive community organizing for the entire country. The BPP said that 27 Panthers died from 1968 through 1973. 26 lost their lives in violent confrontations, and 1 died in an automobile accident. Many others were incarcerated or endured severe hardships to implement the 10-point program and platform. The survival programs are an important part of Panther history. Improvements in the community programs would only have added to the rank and Lee's legacy. 53. 3. Regional development of the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party supports you in all your efforts in your effort for the liberation of all black people. Not only do we have 26 chapters of the Black Panther Party, but our struggle for liberation is supported by black, brown, red, and yellow brothers and sisters all over the world. Our Minister of Education, George Murray, and Captain Ford of New York went to Cuba, and the brothers and sisters there say the sky is the limit if our Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton, is not set free. Black Panther, September 1968. From 1966 to 1971 the BPP grew from a small Oakland-based group to an international organization that operated at one time or another in 61 American cities and had more than 2,000 members. The Panther Party's rapid growth was fueled by its militant reputation, which attracted large numbers of adventurous and politically curious youth. Young blacks across the country became involved in the Free Huey campaign. Panther off CES opened seemingly overnight, and urban streets were LED with demonstrators demanding not only Newton's freedom but also self-determination, community control of police, and an end to the Vietnam War. The dangers of unregulated growth, however, quickly became clear when police infiltrators convinced some young Panthers to engage in provocative actions that resulted in many arrests and convictions. Others needed no persuading. They were convinced that the revolution had come and that it was time to pick up the gun. By late 1968, however, the police were prepared to handle the earlier Panther tactics. These methods had become too dangerous and counterproductive. National headquarters discouraged conducting citizens' arrests, patrolling the police, and carrying weapons. Newton's conviction and the need for a more disciplined organization forced the Central Committee to begin purging UNDs. Regional development of the Black Panther Party /47 disciplined members and instituting PE classes and survival programs. The Central Committee tried to build a disciplined organization that would obey orders without asking questions. 2 community activists working in the Free Huey movement outside of California began claiming Panther status in 1968. Off-chail charters, however, were only awarded to groups that agreed to meet the standards set by central headquarters in Oakland. Aspirants who wanted to begin chapters were summoned to Oakland, or came on their own, for 6 weeks of training, PE, and indoctrination in the 10-point program and platform and the party rules and regulations. Volunteers also attended classes to learn administrative procedures. Local chapters were ordered to submit weekly written reports that covered organizing activities, progress in implementing programs, significant proposals for new operations, relations with other groups, and content of PE classes. Financial reports were to be led monthly. 3 leaders were then approved to form a chapter and allowed to assume a title such as Deputy Chairman, Deputy Minister of Defense, or Defense Captain. Local off-CES were controlled and vetted in this manner because the Central Committee wanted to exclude police agents and Rally Panthers. Rally Panthers were those who never worked on more mundane tasks. They specialized in showing up for special events where they could display their leather jackets and berets. The Central Committee also became familiar with out-of-state personnel through other means. A national retreat was held in November 1968, and an ideological institute for leaders was begun in 1970. These activities allowed members to become familiar with each other and party policy. Panthers believed these face-to-face relationships were very important in building trust and unity within their besieged organization. There were 13 BPP chapters, 20 National Committee to Combat Fascism, NCCF, OFCES, several community information centers, and an international section in Algiers. The NCCFs began in 1969 as a Panther organizing bureau after undisciplined elements were purged. 5 NCCFs sold the Black Panther, established community programs, held PE classes, subjected themselves to the same discipline, and adhered to the party's political line like regular chapters. An NCCF OFCE was sometimes started from a former Panther branch that had been disbanded for not having enough members or failing to obey or 48/DERS. The NCCFs were technically open to whites. So far as is known, however, whites worked only in the Berkeley, California, OFCE. Black NCCF OFCES saw membership as an opportunity to demonstrate their suitability for full BPP chapter status. For instance, NCCF workers opened OFCES in Winston-Salem in 1969 and in New Orleans in 1970, and the North Carolina group became a BPP chapter in 1971. The NCCF branches also tee into the Central Committee's plan to move the party from a mass organization to a smaller, trusted membership of mostly full-time workers. Community information centers were another outreach effort. Their primary task was to supervise community programs and encourage non-Panthers to work with BPP survival programs. Community workers were not Panthers, but as part of their duties they were expected to be familiar with party ideology and history. 6. The Central Committee periodically appointed such officials as June Hilliard, Assistant Chief of Staff, Ramus I. Hewitt, Minister of Education, or Don Cox, Eld Marshal, to supervise new branches. For the most part, however, manpower shortages at central headquarters usually prevented these inspection tours, and officials from nearby large chapters supervised smaller OFCES in their regions. For instance, the Chicago chapter exercised authority over Michigan and Indiana. The New York OFCE occasionally supervised the Philadelphia Panthers, and Kansas City supervised the Des Moines and Omaha OFCES when ordered to do so by central headquarters. 7. Discipline was maintained by ordering errant local officials to national headquarters or by having a regional official investigate and report to the national OFCE. Disciplinary action included verbal warnings, suspensions, and expulsions. In extreme cases, entire chapters could be closed. The Detroit branch was disbanded in the summer of 1969 after the Deputy Minister of Defense was fatally shot in the party OFCE and no explanation was given to central headquarters. An NCCF was organized to handle subsequent affairs in Detroit. The Omaha branch was expelled in 1969 for accepting government funds in violation of BPP rules, and a later NCCF was also disbanded for other infractions. The Des Moines branch was terminated in March 1970 for non-performance of duties after the OFCE was bombed. The Kansas City, Missouri, was shut down in 1970 after its leader, Pete O'Neill, went into exile following weapons charges and the chapter had dwindled to 8 members. 9 local chapters often had difficulty remaining Nancy Ally solvent. Their regional development of the Black Panther Party /49 lied on sales of the party newspaper, speakers' fees, and donations from organizations and individuals for financial support. The Black Panther was not only the voice of the party but an important income resource as well. National headquarters imposed quotas for newspaper sales based on the size of the chapter and required payment for the previous week before a new shipment was sent. The paper sold for 20 VE cents a copy, and 12.5 cents was remitted to central headquarters. Central headquarters realized VE cents pro T after deductions for production and distribution costs. The local chapter often gave VE cents to the sellers as an incentive and kept 7.5 cents to defray expenses. 10 Newspaper sales re-acted the party's political appeal and the organizational ability of the local branches. Circulation gurs were high when the branches had an active membership enthused about spreading the party's message. The FBI estimated that the Black Panther had a worldwide weekly circulation exceeding 139,000 in 1970. That gur was slashed to 50,000 in 1972 after the BPP's appeal began to falter. The BPP struggled in 1979 to raise $400 to print a bi-weekly newspaper with a circulation of only FTYVE 100 in Oakland, Chicago, Detroit, and Milwaukee. 11 The newspaper's last year of publication was 1980. Expenses for local chapters included communal shelter, meals for full-time Panthers, travel funds, gas for cars and out-of-town travel, printing, off-CE rent, and bail money and other legal expenses. Merchants in the black community were aggressively lobbied for food and donations to the community programs. Some of these supplies were allocated for the use of members. 12 Donations and contributions from white allies such as churches, students, and political sympathizers helped to support many local chapters and national causes in 1970. A congressional investigation revealed that a New York donor contributed $20,000 for Huey Newton's bail. Another supporter donated $17,000, and an additional $10,000 was raised at a cocktail party sponsored by music conductor Leonard Bernstein. The Methodist Inner-City Parish in Kansas City provided Panthers with employment, rent-free off-CES, bail money, and a van for food distribution. White sympathizers assisted the BPP in Ann Arbor, Des Moines, and Indianapolis with cash and credit cards. 13 Panthers also raised funds by selling posters, buttons, badges, and literature. The speech-making circuit was especially lucrative in 1968, the year Bobby Seale received from $500 to $1,000 for appearances. Panthers made 50/189 speeches in 1969, and some fees were as high as $1,900. Huey Newton requested $2,500 for a speech in 1970. 14 These income sources were not the norm for ordinary members, however. Party leaders preferred that the rank and LE become full-time Panthers to ensure loyalty and efficiency. This meant ordinary members often had a subsistent living standard because their income came from limited sources, such as paper sales or student financial aid. 15 This practice continued until it became too great a hardship for the small cadre of surviving members. Many Panthers were working by 1977, and some were collecting welfare as well. Collecting welfare was not limited to the rank and LE, however. In 1977 the Alameda County Welfare Department in Oakland sued Erica Huggins, head of the BPP Community School, to collect overpayments. 16 As noted earlier, chapters and branches were originally prohibited by party rules from accepting grants, poverty funds, or aid from any government agency without contacting central headquarters. This amounted to a ban on receiving government funds because party leadership did not want any governmental control or oversight. 17 This prohibition was observed until 1971. At that time the BPP Educational Opportunities Corporation began receiving anti-poverty funds for payroll and operating expenses for the Oakland Community School System. The BPP attempted to alleviate the financial burden on the rank and in 1979 after an internal audit found previous bookkeeping to be inconsistent. Cash allotments for living expenses were maligned as unjust and sloppy. The audit also recommended that financial matters no longer remain secret to the rank and LE. In fact, stipends and clothing accounts were to be issued to all members on the basis of need and regardless of rank. The Panther Party, however, had only one more year of existence, and small changes that would have made a great deal of difference to the membership in 1969 were too little and too late. Southern chapters. The formal standard for membership was a 6-week probationary period. During this time a Panther in training was required to attend PE classes, sell regional development of the Black Panther Party /51 the newspaper, work in survival programs, and memorize the 10-point program and platform. Some chapters also required potential recruits to complete applications and submit to a background check, but this practice was rare. Most recruits simply walked into an OFCE and volunteered for duty. Panthers became known as good or bad recruits through their actual work. 19 Carl Hampton, the future leader of the Houston branch, was a traveling musician in 1969 when he began volunteering at the National OFCE in Berkeley. The BPP was not accepting new members at the time, and he was unable to join. 20 Hampton, however, was not discouraged. He attended PE classes and sold papers before returning to Houston to found an organization called People's Party 2, PPII. PPII was not officially affiliated with the BPP, but the group followed the party's political line, sold the Black Panther, and began organizing to rid the Houston ghetto of its notorious vice elements. 21 Hampton's fervent manner soon attracted attention from the authorities. He had a confrontation with police when he came to the aid of a member who was selling papers without a permit. A warrant was issued for Hampton's arrest after the incident, and armed PPII members began guarding their headquarters. PPII members staged a rally on July 26, 1970, to publicize the issues. The area around the headquarters was declared a secure zone that would be kept free of police. A black bail bondsman convinced Hampton that he was working on a surrender deal with the police and urged PPII members to go home. In the meantime, a police sniper post was set up across the street from the PPII OFCE. Hampton was lured into the open to investigate a report of armed white men in the neighborhood, and a police sniper killed him. A night of rioting followed his death. 22 A community coalition emerged and began a brief unity movement among local black groups. The coalition charged police with killing 20 blacks accused of robbery in the preceding 7 months. The coalition also demanded the ring of the police chief, the establishment of a civilian review board, an immediate review of police hiring procedures, and a review of conditions in city jails. With the exception of 2 officers indicted for stomping a suspect to death, no one was charged in any of the killings. 23 PPII became a Panther OFCE after Hampton's death. The chapter offered community programs such as a petition for community control of police and 52/voter registration. In 1974 the chapter began training black students at Texas Southern University as screeners for sickle cell, hypertension, and diabetes. Party OFCEs nationwide began to close down during the late 1970s, and the Houston OFCE also shut its doors. 24 other Southern OFCEs had a similar fate. Larry Little founded the Winston-Salem, North Carolina, NCCF OFCE in the summer of 1969. The chapter ranged between 15 and 20 members and approximately FTY supporters who functioned on a part-time basis when it achieved BPP chapter status in 1971. The OFCE began free breakfasts for school children, a liberation school, a free clothing program, and a free ambulance service that functioned until 1976. Circulation for the Black Panther in North Carolina reached a peak of 3,000 in 1972. The OFCE also incurred the active enmity of the local police and the Charlotte FBI OFCE. Government documents released in 1976 revealed that the counterintelligence program wiretapped the OFCE and circulated anonymous letters to BPP supporters alleging that children who attended the breakfast program were forced to commit homosexual acts before they were fed. The Panthers were also falsely accused of stealing money from their survival programs. 25 The community was stunned by the charges because it had enthusiastically supported the party's programs. Some supporters suspected foul play but were unable to prove it. Others believed the letters originated with disgruntled black churchgoers who were afraid to speak out openly. More FBI letters falsely accused the Panthers of preparing for a shootout with the local police. The FBI believed the weapons allegations would give the police an opportunity to implicate the Panthers if any confrontations occurred. The police arrest of 4 Panthers accused of stealing a meat truck provoked a shootout in January 1971. Little maintained that an unknown black man, presumably a police agent, had approached him and said that a meat company wanted to donate to the breakfast program. The Panthers accepted the offer, but after the truck's arrival a white man came with the police and accused them of theft. At this point the unknown black pulled a gun, and shots were allegedly read from the party office. Police returned The Panthers were arrested and charged with stealing the meat. Party lawyers were successful in having the charges dismissed after they raised questions about blacks being excluded from jury service. Also, the Panther office caught in November 1970, and Richter's Regional Development of the Black Panther Party/53 moved records from the building. The less contained lists of supporters. Months went by before they were returned. Little served a 30-day sentence in 1970. The FBI tried to recruit him as an informer while he was incarcerated, but he refused. The Winston-Salem office remained loyal to Newton during the schism, and some members worked on Seal's election campaign. By 1978, however, they were no longer selling papers, and the office was closed. 26 The New Orleans NCCF began in 1969 and was originally located adjacent to the city's Desire Housing Project. After a year of organizing, members and community volunteers were serving more than 100 children daily at a combined breakfast program and liberation school. Public meetings supporting the party often drew up to 150 participants. Unfortunately for the Panthers, 2 of the participants in public meetings were undercover agents from the New Orleans Police Department. The agents had gained the trust of the local office before they were discovered in September 1970. 27 The NCCF convened a People's Court, where the agents were accused and then beaten by Panthers and community members. The agents managed to escape and contacted other police officers. 28 police attacked the office after claiming the occupants read on them. 7 people were shot before 16 NCCF members surrendered. Police were accused of beating the prisoners before taking them to jail. In response, community residents attempted to burn several stores later that night. Police killed an unarmed black civilian during the disturbances. 29. Residents then took the unusual step of setting up an independent commission to establish the facts surrounding the deadly incident. The commission invited the mayor, police superintendent, district attorney, and U.S. attorney to testify. The police superintendent and the assistant district attorney appeared but declined to give any statements because of pending litigation against the NCCF. 30 The NCCF moved its office into the Desire Housing Project in October and stayed there until the police evicted the group later in the year. The tumult in Louisiana continued in early 1971 when several BPP members eyeing murder charges in New York were captured in New Orleans. The national manhunt for the New York fugitives, combined with intense local police pressure, virtually destroyed the effectiveness of the New Orleans NCCF. The Louisiana chapter's effectiveness ended by 1972. The office went out of existence shortly thereafter. 31. 54 On the surface, the incident at the Desire Housing Project resembled many other confrontations between police and Panthers. There were, however, differences. The beating of the 2 agents is strikingly similar to a 1969 New Haven incident that resulted in the death of a Panther. The incident also con RMS David Hilliard's and Elaine Brown's statements on the use of physical discipline in the BPP. See. The People's Court proceeding was not unusual. One of the problems, however, is the lack of thought that went into the whole procedure. It should have been clear that the New Orleans police were not going to allow 2 of their officers to be beaten or murdered with impunity. The New Haven and New Orleans incidents demonstrate that the Panthers believed they were at war. This belief justified taking extreme measures against their enemies. It is just as obvious that the long-range consequences of people's courts were ignored. These extra-legal procedures were dangerous because nothing positive could ever have been accomplished with them. The police were obviously not going to sacrifice their undercover agents. Scarce resources were deployed defending members against charges that could have easily been avoided. The names and pictures of presumed spies and malefactors could have simply been printed in the Black Panther. In fact, this was done several times. This single procedure would have prevented court battles and avoided damaging the party's reputation in the community. 32 The alternative courts never worked. In any case, the NCCFs were the RST attempt by the Panther Party to establish a foothold in the South. Their operations demonstrated that the BPP was willing to become a truly national organization, but their efforts had failed by the middle of the 1970s. Midwest chapters. The Midwestern chapters offer more examples of the difficulty local BPP organizers encountered when they began setting up their off-CES. The Chicago BPP began in August 1968 when two former SNCC organizers, Bob Brown and Bobby Rush, joined with Fred Hampton. The branch also united with another group of Chicago youth interested in forming a party off-CE. Together they formed the RST-recognized party chapter. 33 Fred Hampton was a former youth leader for the Maywood, Illinois, branch of the NAACP. The Chicago Panthers, under Deputy Chairman Fred Hamp. Regional development of the Black Panther Party/55 Tons leadership, quickly became one of the most dynamic and inventive chapters in the national structure. Hampton mobilized hundreds of members and supporters to work in liberation schools, clothing programs, a medical clinic, and breakfast programs. 34 The branch fed approximately 4,000 children daily at a network of sites on the south and west sides of Chicago. Black and white businesspeople supported them in their community outreach programs. 35 The Chicago BPP began the original Rainbow Coalition in the spring of 1969. They allied with the Puerto Rican Young Lords Party and the White Young Patriot Party. 36 Both ethnic organizations respected the BPP and accepted its leadership. 37 The Panther Party believed that the coalition was a concrete demonstration of their ability to unite across racial lines to institute a far-reaching social revolution. The BPP had less success when it attempted to persuade the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, not to engage in a series of street demonstrations called the Days of Rage. The demonstrations were intended to convince white radicals to revolt against the government. The SDS argued that these tactics would help to bring about the Second American Revolution. Hampton told the SDS leaders their plan would only increase police repression, especially in the black community. The Panther leader also argued that the students should spend more time in educating white workers. The workers believed that the SDS, not the government, was their enemy. Hampton was ignored, and the demonstrations were repulsed. 38 The BPP also attempted to reduce crime in the black community by politically educating Chicago's powerful gangs. The FBI undermined the effort. The government sent anonymous letters to the Black Stone Rangers and the BPP that accused the other of bad faith. The letters created and fueled an animosity between the two camps and convinced the Black Stone Rangers to attack the BPP. There were several subsequent clashes between the Rangers and Panthers. 39 The party had more success with the black disciples, who were convinced by the party to begin a breakfast program that fed 150 children. 40 In the NAL analysis, the BPP's gang outreach failed for two reasons. The RST was the gang's natural self-interest. Crime paid very well in Chicago. As long as the gangs kept away from politics, the police would apparently stay out of most of their affairs. The second reason was government interference via the counterintelligence program. 56 The government was evidently more comfortable with and preferred crime to an organized and politically conscious black community. Mayor Richard J. Daley and the police department refused to allow any opposition to the status quo in Chicago. The Chicago Panthers had a series of violent confrontations with police in 1969. Police officers raided Panther headquarters in July after claiming they saw several individuals carrying weapons in front of the off-CE. A gun battle occurred that resulted in several arrests, the loss of many supplies for the survival programs, and injuries to several police officers and Panthers. Another gun battle took place in October, when police responded to what they said was sniperry coming from the roof of party headquarters. A policeman was wounded, and several Panthers were arrested. A shootout in November resulted in 2 police and 1 Panther killed. 1 Panther and several police officers were also wounded. 41 The climax was reached in December when police raided a Panther apartment in the early morning hours while the occupants were asleep. Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, head of the Peoria branch, were killed. 4 Panthers and 2 police officers were wounded. 42 police claimed the raid was the result of illegal weapons being stored at the apartment. A subsequent investigation showed, however, that the guns were legally registered. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of justifiable homicide, but the black community and the BPP refused to be satisfied with the decision. The NAACP, the SCLC, and the Chicago Afro-American Patrolmen's League protested what they called an obvious murder. 43 Further investigation revealed that William O'Neill, the Panther security chief, was an FBI informant who had supplied the police with an apartment tour plan and collected a $300 reward for his services. O'Neill committed suicide in 1990. 44 The survivors collected a judgment 13 years after the deadly raid. Bobby Rush led the Chicago chapter after Hampton's death. Rush and other Chicago Panthers also worked on Seal's election campaign, but Newton expelled Rush from the party after the election. The Chicago OFCE had dwindled to 7 members by 1977. The once active Chicago OFCE was closed in 1979. 45 The Kansas City BPP had a brief but intense existence. Pete O'Neill and William Whiteld opened the chapter in January 1969. More than 700 regional development of the Black Panther Party/57 Dread people attended the RST rally. The group attempted to have armed patrols monitoring the police in the spring of 1969, but a series of arrests and confrontations prompted a change of tactics. 46 The BPP and O'Neill began a campaign in June 1969 to expose the Kansas City police chief for allegedly transferring weapons to a right-wing militia group called the Minutemen. An assassination attempt was made on O'Neill in the fall of 1969. The Panthers maintained that the police were responsible but were unable to offer convincing evidence. O'Neill and other members went to Washington, D.C., to testify before the House Committee on Internal Security and made their charges about the police chief with no result. 47 The Kansas City chapter had more success with its breakfast and clothing programs and a medical clinic. The chapter also staged a people's demonstration against filth protest at City Hall to complain about a new city ordinance that prohibited residential areas from burning trash. The Panthers maintained that the ordinance led to unsanitary conditions in the black community. Despite these programs, the chapter was unable to sustain its cohesion when O'Neill fled to Algeria in 1970 after being charged with weapons violations. Membership dropped without his leadership, and the OFCE was closed later that year. 48 Pete O'Neill and his wife, Charlotte, relocated to Tanzania after leaving Algeria. Today O'Neill is the founder and managing director of the United African American Community Center in Arusha, Tanzania. In 2002 O'Neill and former Panther Geronimo Pratt concluded a successful project to bring water to the Tanzanian village of Mbasani through Pratt's Kuji Foundation. The village now has a reliable source of water for the RST time. This simple improvement has greatly enhanced the agriculture and health prospects of the entire area. 49 The Detroit BPP began in 1967 but became inactive shortly afterward and had no members or nances. National organizers were sent in 1969 to reinvigorate the chapter as an NCCF, establish community programs, and sell newspapers. The Detroit OFCE had 3 sites for breakfast programs and liberation schools and appeared to be committed to community organizing. 50 An incident that occurred in October 1970 quickly changed the picture, however. Detroit police confronted 2 NCCF members who were supposedly coercing pedestrians into buying the newspaper. A crowd of bystanders intervened, and the NCCF personnel escaped to their nearby headquarters. Shots were read from the OFCE, and a policeman was killed. 15 NCCF members. 58/surrendered after a 9-hour siege that was mediated by community leaders and a black reporter. The confrontation curtailed much of the chapter's effectiveness, but it was still selling a small number of papers as late as 1979 before closing its doors. 51. Western chapters. Aaron Dixon began the Seattle chapter in March 1968. The Free Huey movement's hyperbole and heated rhetoric had a heavy influence on the chapter. Throughout 1968, Seattle featured a variety of paramilitary activities, such as target practice with live ammunition, RST aid, and guerrilla warfare instruction. The National OFCE ended these practices in 1969, and Seattle began operating 3 free breakfast programs in November. By 1971, the breakfasts fed more than 600 children daily, and a medical clinic made diagnoses and referrals to larger facilities. 52 peak membership in Seattle, however, coincided with the paramilitary activities and declined with community service. Paramilitary activities had attracted 30 members and more than 200 supporters. Community service functions attracted 8 to 15 members. 53 nevertheless. By this time, the National OFCE was determined to eliminate overt paramilitary functions because the practice was too hazardous. National headquarters was content with a smaller, more manageable membership that could sell 1,000 papers a week, forward the funds to Oakland, and sustain survival programs such as the chapter's 1973 Thanksgiving Day Feast. Political maturity had confirmed the knowledge that the quality of the membership and a consistent message of service were more conducive to organizational survival than large numbers of undisciplined Panthers. 54 Vanetta Malson was fairly typical of the Seattle Panthers who joined after the chapter began to concentrate on survival programs. Malson was 21 and had previously worked with the Urban League in Columbia, South Carolina, where she had attempted to organize community and recreational centers. Malson considered her efforts in South Carolina to be a failure because poverty and health problems kept the children from studying. She returned to Seattle and attended community college before joining the BPP. Malson's duties consisted of working in the breakfast program, selling newspapers, and work. Regional development of the Black Panther Party /59ing in the free medical clinic. She took pride in her work because the community programs were making our people strong so they could survive. 55 The Panthers were successfully recruiting a new kind of disciplined member interested in providing service to the community. Al Prentice Bunchy Carter founded the Southern California chapter in March 1968 and became Deputy Minister of Defense. The Los Angeles BPP functioned in a city whose police force had traditionally been very aggressive toward blacks. The police department's Metro Squad was especially brutal and attempted to intimidate Panthers with beatings and illegal detentions. Carter was a prison friend of Eldridge Cleaver and a former member of the Slauson Street Gang. These circumstances were a critical influence on the chapter because Carter also began the chapter's military underground, which was kept separate from the regular party organization. 56 Violent confrontations with Ron Karenga's ultranationalist U.S. organization also influenced the party to adopt a military posture. The Panthers were embroiled in a political and territorial dispute with the U.S. organization almost from the inception of the chapter. Karenga's group outnumbered the Panthers, and Carter ordered his people not to confront their opponents openly. U.S. continued to provoke the Panthers by displaying weapons and employing occasional gang-style attacks. See for a more complete discussion of the BPP-US confrontations. Geronimo Pratt, a Vietnam veteran who had been recruited by Carter, began an intensive program to defend the members from police attacks. Pratt turned the main Panther OFCE into a virtual fortress that successfully withstood an attack in December 1969. The Panthers inside the OFCE eventually had to surrender, but they managed to avoid being killed. Part of the reason the Panthers were not harmed was because an outraged black community appeared in the surrounding streets. They demanded that the police allow the Panthers to surrender without being shot. The successful defense improved party morale after the deaths of Mark Clark and Fred Hampton, and Pratt's military reputation also increased. The BPP began a free clinic, political support groups, and a prison busing program, but the political environment was still dangerous because of the government's hostile approach to the party. The increased surveillance made it impossible for Pratt to operate openly, and he went underground in 1970. The Southern California chapter was deeply involved in the 1971 split. A Court 60-room skirmish between Pratt and Newton supporters revealed the depth of divided loyalties in the schism. The Central Committee eventually won the battle. Pratt's expulsion and Newton's suspicion of any dissension combined to limit the chapter's influence after 1971. The San Quintin branch of the Panther Party was perhaps the most unique chapter. The members were all prisoners who theoretically were under state control at all times. Despite their handicaps, they had a major influence on the BPP and the American left. The San Quintin branch had its origins in the African American community's long and contentious involvement with the legal establishment. The 19th-century abolitionists and the modern civil rights movement politicized resistance to unjust laws. Both movements invoked a higher moral authority to encourage disobedience to slavery and Jim Crow while simultaneously calling for the repeal of oppressive statutes. The BPP raised this tradition to new levels. The Panthers reached into the jails and politicized the incarceration of ordinary people by asserting that these individuals had not received fair trials. In the Panther worldview, only an all-black jury could render a fair trial. The Panther Party viewed this strategy as heightening the contradictions already inherent between blacks and the legal system, with the ultimate goal of overthrowing the current laws and replacing them with an as yet undenied revolutionary code. The Nation of Islam pioneered the convict recruitment strategy when Elijah Muhammad was imprisoned during World War II for sedition and draft evasion. Muhammad maintained that blacks were not citizens and had no obligation to defend a country that had historically oppressed them. The fact that Muhammad was imprisoned is not the most significant aspect of his conviction, however. 57 After all, the government was determined to prevent any undermining of the war effort regardless of whether or not it was conducted under religious auspices. Still, the curiosity Muhammad engendered among other black inmates made him aware that prison could be a fertile recruiting ground for the NOI. Enough black inmates attended Muhammad's services to attract the guards' attention. 58 convicts were looking for some meaning to their life, and Muhammad was. Regional development of the Black Panther Party /61 only too willing to provide answers to their questions. Muhammad began a regular correspondence with inmates after his release in 1946. His name and message spread throughout the convict community until it reached Malcolm Little. Malcolm's rise to prominence within the NOI and his subsequent fame in the civil rights community were highly significant. Malcolm's personal ethics and self-discipline in pursuit of freedom proved that ex-convicts could make a contribution to the civil rights movement. Unfortunately for the movement, Malcolm's success story provided cover for other, less ethical prisoners who also claimed his legacy. The sad fact is that many of them were not capable of matching his ethical principles, contributions, or intellect. Unfortunately, as time proved, these negative matters were not likely to be discovered until the posers had already done their damage. Newton and Seal, like the Nation of Islam, held their organization's doors open for ex-convicts. Former prisoners were diligently recruited throughout the party's history. This is easy to understand because Newton, Seal, and Cleaver were all incarcerated at some point. Furthermore, many of the party's RST recruits were very familiar with the legal system because Newton and Seal focused their efforts on the underclass, a group that tended to have run-ins with legal authorities. Many of the young Panthers believed in the redemptive nature of the human rights struggle. They had only to point to Malcolm X to make their case. The Panthers were not so naive, however, as to believe that all prisoners were created equal. They initially divided the prison population into two categories, regular and political. Regular prisoners were men and women with little or no political awareness. They were incarcerated for the usual criminal offenses. Political prisoners were Panthers and other radicals who were jailed for activities connected to their political beliefs. The government's relentless offensive against the BPP generated a seemingly endless list of candidates for political prisoner status: Newton, Seal, the New York 21, who were charged with a bombing conspiracy, the New Haven 14, who were charged with killing a suspected informer, and others too numerous to mention. Political prisoners also included convicts whose consciousness had been raised during their incarceration and who subsequently joined the BPP. George Jackson was perhaps the most famous and influential prisoner in 62 this category. Jackson had robbed a gas station when he was 18 and received an indeterminate prison term of 1 year to life. This sentence meant that his suitability for parole would be reviewed on a regular basis, and recommendations would be based on his behavior, that is, not being a discipline problem. Under this system, prisoners would enroll in recommended psychological and educational programs that were designed to gain release regardless of whether any real bounty was obtained. Convicts referred to this as programming. Jackson did not follow the program. 59 He advocated for black inmates and organized them against other ethnic factions and the prison administration. Prison authorities continually delayed his release. He spent more than 7 years in various forms of solitary confinement and became more radical with each passing day. Jackson claimed that the prison authorities had tried to assassinate him more than 20 times either through the guards or by bribing white inmates. 60 The Panther Party's politics had a great influence on Jackson. He believed that the BPP was the most powerful political force outside of establishment politics. Jackson began to preach that the revolution was also taking place inside the correctional institutions. Jackson and others attempted the long-term process of transforming the black criminal mentality into a black revolutionary mentality. 61 This message found a receptive audience among California's growing prison population. The men lived in extreme conditions, and some of them began to compare their situation to guerrilla actors. Their living conditions also inculcated a willingness to use violence to further their objectives. Hardened and disciplined, they seemed to be ideal soldiers for a revolutionary movement. The Panther Party, in a bid to control and guide the burgeoning prison movement, called for a clear linkage between the BPP and prison organizations. Imprisoned Panthers began to refer to themselves as prisoners of war and maintained that there was an indisputable relationship between the political prisoner and the people in the street. 62 Many Panthers believed they would eventually be freed through their own efforts or a negotiated settlement that would be forced on the government. The use of the terms political prisoner and prisoner of war was highly significant. The phrases indicated a completely different condition from common criminals. Political prisoner signified a higher status for Panthers in the struggle they represented. Prisoner of war status meant they considered regional development of the Black Panther Party / 63 themselves as soldiers in a war against the government. This term also gave them psychological comfort. POW status meant they were not separated from struggles waged outside the walls. 63 In 1973 black convicts were killed in a racial GHT in the Soledad prison exercise yard. A prison guard was slain in retaliation after a grand jury returned a verdict of justifiable homicide in the convict's death. George Jackson, Fleta Drumgo, and John Cluchet were charged with the guard's murder. 64 Jackson and his cohorts became known as the Soledad Brothers. They became well known in radical circles around the world when Jackson's prison letters and essays were published in 1970 and 1971. The BPP, numerous sympathizers, and a young college professor named Angela Davis rallied to the Soledad Brothers' defense. Jackson was transferred to San Quentin to stand trial at the Marin County Courthouse in Northern California. Tragedy struck in August 1970 when Jackson's younger brother, Jonathan, 17, smuggled guns to 3 inmates, Ruchell McGee, Willie Christmas, and James McLean, while they were in Marin County to give testimony in an unrelated trial. Jonathan Jackson's goal was to reach a radio station, where he would demand the release of his brother in a plane to Y out of the country. Judge Harold Haley, District Attorney Gary Thomas, and jurors Maria Graham, Joyce Rodham, and Doris Wagner were taken as hostages. The whole group attempted to flee in a van from the courthouse parking lot. Prison guards and sheriffs, however, exchanged with Jackson and his friends. Judge Haley, Jackson, Christmas, and McLean were killed. District Attorney Thomas and juror Wagner were wounded. The remaining 2 jurors were unharmed. Ruchell McGee was the only surviving inmate. 65 A subsequent investigation resulted in an indictment against Angela Davis for allegedly providing the weapons used in the attempted breakout. Davis, however, denied all knowledge of the plot. She said that Jackson had taken the guns without her knowledge, and then she went underground to evade prosecution. She was captured later that year but acquitted at her trial. Ruchell McGee was tried and convicted. He is currently serving a life sentence in the California Department of Corrections. In February 1971, the BPP revealed the existence of a party branch at San Quentin under the leadership of George Jackson. 6 months later, Jackson, along with several other prisoners and guards, was killed during another escape attempt. Authorities claimed the elaborate escape attempt was supposed to take 64 place at night after the prison's electricity was short-circuited. The inmates were then supposed to break out of maximum security and use rope ladders to climb the walls and reach waiting jeeps. A visitor allegedly supplied Jackson with a gun on August 21, 1971. The weapon was seen when he was being searched after returning to the Maximum Security Adjustment Center. Jackson then pulled the gun, released several prisoners, and took 6 guards hostage. The prisoners killed 3 guards, Sergeant Jer Graham, Frank DeLeon, and Paul Krasner, and 2 white inmates, John Lynn and Ronald Kane. 3 other guards, Urbano Rubieco, Charles Breckenridge, and Kenneth McRae, were wounded. The authorities outside the cell block were alerted by this time and surrounded the area. Jackson ran from the adjustment center to draw the guards' He was killed instantly, and the attempt collapsed. Jackson's death prompted many conspiracy theories about how the government had provoked an escape and then killed him during the attempt. 66 A female Panther with supposed ties to the government was alleged to have passed a tape recorder, with a pistol hidden in it, to Jackson. No warrant was ever issued to investigate the allegation, however. The woman has denied all knowledge of a plot, and neither the prosecution nor defense called her to testify in any trial stemming from the escape attempt. No conclusive proof has ever been offered to verify the charges. The full truth of Jackson's death remains a mystery. 67. Eastern Chapters. The New York BPP was founded in 1968. The chapter began in Brooklyn and expanded to the Bronx, Corona, Harlem, Jamaica, and Washington Heights. Branches outside of New York City were located in Albany, Buffalo, Mount Vernon, and Peekskill. The New York City Panthers, like other chapters, originally emphasized the Free Huey campaign. The chapter was founded at a time when the local black community was also waging an intense political struggle to control its own institutions. The Panther Community Control Program dovetailed with this larger campaign. Panthers worked with other organizers in Brooklyn's Ocean Hill-Brownsville neighborhood for community control of schools and circulated petitions for decent housing. 68 When the party began a breakfast for school children, New York City had several sites featuring the full array of survival programs. In a burst of revolutionary zeal, the Brooklyn branch seized an abandoned building used for the regional development of the Black Panther Party/65 drug trade and converted it to a community information center with a health clinic and a breakfast program. The New York City chapter was also instrumental in contributing to party revenues through its sales of the Black Panther. During one period in 1969, the chapter sold 1/3 of the entire national circulation and sent $13,000 to national headquarters. 69 In April 1969, the New York City chapter was rocked by a series of raids. The district attorney alleged that the Panthers were plotting to bomb police stations, railroads, department stores, and the Bronx Botanical Gardens. 21 Panthers were indicted and 15 arrested on a variety of charges, which ranged from conspiracy to commit murder and arson to possession of explosives. Many of the arrested Panthers had been involved with the founding of the chapter. Their loss meant that national headquarters had to send in organizers from California who were unfamiliar with the community's political history and cultural nuances. 70 The California Panthers clashed with the New York members over the outward manifestations of cultural nationalism. The New York Panthers saw no contradiction between being in the party and being the red, black, and green AG of African nationalism. These practices caused problems because the Central Committee frowned on these cultural displays. 71 The California Panthers were also very heavy-handed in demanding that the chapter concentrate on survival programs and on selling newspapers to the exclusion of organizing on other issues, such as housing. The New York Panthers began to believe the National OFCE did not appreciate them as political organizers and believed they were only useful for fundraising. The chapter did manage to bail out 2 members of the New York 21. They were Richard Daruba Moore and Michael Cedewayo Tabor. These men were able to articulate the chapter's grievances. Moore and Tabor also chafed at the Central Committee's unwillingness to listen to the regional OFCE's policy suggestions. 72 The New York Panthers believed that the national headquarters should allow the local branches to keep more of their newspaper money to help support prisoners and to upgrade living conditions for the rank and LE. Moreover, they wanted the authority to begin local initiatives to explore improving community conditions. They objected to spending so much of their time selling newspapers. The New York Panthers saw themselves as true community organizers and not just paper sellers or social workers. In addition, they were shocked. 66 When Newton and the Central Committee began to abandon even a rhetorical commitment to armed struggle, c. Other New York Panthers charged that a majority of party funds were being used to support the leadership's legal cases while local members were left to their own devices. The New York 21 openly criticized the national leadership. Zaid Shakur, Deputy Minister of Information, unsuccessfully attempted to mediate the mushrooming dispute, and a majority of the members of the New York chapter became increasingly disillusioned and bitter over their treatment. 73 The Central Committee expelled the New York 21. This move convinced many in the chapter that their comrades had been cynically exploited to raise money for national headquarters and then cast aside when they attempted to criticize the party's new direction. Eldridge Cleaver and the New York chapter became allies in the GHT to oppose Newton and his loyalists. The schism forced Tabor and Moore underground because they feared the government and Newton's wrath. The counterintelligence program not only took advantage of the party's confusion but also continued to create turmoil with forged letters and constant rumor-mongering. The New York 21 were acquitted in May 1971 after a 9-month trial, but Tabor and Moore remained underground. 74 The 1971 schism brought about the downfall of Newton loyalists in New York and the rise of an alternative BPP. The dissidents wanted to establish what they considered to be a truly revolutionary organization with separate political and military wings. The militants went underground to become guerrillas. Dissidents argued that the community should be educated about the necessity of armed struggle through political work and survival programs. They did not believe, however, in the static defense of Panther OFCES that resulted in only more prisoners and high legal costs. Dissidents advocated the use of mobile, urban guerrillas to defeat the government. The militants began to refer to themselves as the Black Liberation Army, BLAT. Their operations were called Armed Propaganda. 75 The above-ground organization printed the newspaper Right On. The journal acted as a conduit between urban guerrillas and the community. The militants, however, failed to analyze the political situation objectively. The government's overwhelming power and the militants' own organizational missteps defeated them. This did not happen, however, until 6 BLA members and regional development of the Black Panther Party /67 8 police officers had been killed. One of the dead was New York chapter leader Zaid Shakur. 76 Right On continued to publish until 1974, but the New York Panthers never recovered from the split. For that matter, neither did the regular party. Neither Newton nor the dissidents were able to rebuild an effective organization in the nation's largest city. The Philadelphia chapter began in late 1968 with a membership that ranged from 8 to 10 members. Philadelphia had a long history of community activism, and many black organizations were located there. The NAACP, CORE, the Republic of New Africa, the SCLC, the Revolutionary Action Movement, and the Young Black Alliance represented a broad spectrum of political thought, ranging from integrationists to black nationalists. Despite this political involvement, local party members were ineffective until national organizers arrived in October 1969. The chapter was reinvigorated, and by September 1970 several breakfast programs, liberation schools, and a Mark Clark free healthcare clinic had been organized. Local police estimated that membership ranged from 80 to 100 Panthers located at 3 OFCES in North and South Philadelphia. 77 The most well-known event in the chapter's history was the 1970 Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention. The weekend before the RPCC was to start, there were 2 attacks on the Philadelphia police by black radicals who were non-Panthers. The Philadelphia police were commanded by Pete Rizzo, who was well known on the East Coast for his aggressive tactics, especially against the black community. The police arrested the perpetrators, and for good measure they also raided the 3-party OFCES and arrested 14 Panthers. 3 policemen were wounded at one location by shotgunnery, but there were no other casualties. The police confiscated a dozen weapons and a large quantity of ammunition along with party literature. The raid became notorious because the police made the male Panthers strip naked in the street under the pretense of searching for weapons. Chief Rizzo claimed the police had received intelligence about illegal weapons, but he could not explain why they waited to attack the BPP until non-Panthers shot officers. 78 The Panthers believed that the police were trying to disrupt the convention, but the RPCC proceeded anyway. The convention was remarkably peaceful. 68 Despite the previous dramatic events, the SDS, the Weathermen, the Gay Liberation Front, the Women's Liberation Front, the Society of Friends, and many unaffiliated individuals came to hear speeches by Newton and Michael Tabor. Workshops covered a variety of social and political issues, but a great deal of controversy existed about what had actually been accomplished. Most participants did not believe any concrete movement toward a new constitution had been made. At least 40% of the participants were whites. This disturbed many Panthers and other blacks. 79 There were several reasons why so few black activists were involved. The International Congress of African Peoples was held in Atlanta at the same time as the RPCC. The meeting was billed as Pan-African and nationalist, but moderate civil rights groups also attended. 80 Furthermore, many black organizations disagreed with the BPP's claim to be the vanguard of the struggle. They disparaged alliances with non-black organizations and criticized the Panthers' Marxist philosophy as detrimental to black people. Black nationalists in particular and the black community in general had difficulty integrating Marxism into the black experience. Marxists had traditionally urged black-white unity for a class struggle. Most blacks resisted because they did not believe racism would disappear because of a proletarian victory. In fact, there was an objective basis for black distrust. The Communist Party of the United States had vigorously attacked Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. They argued that his program of selective immigration to Liberia would distract blacks from struggling for political power in the United States. The Communists had recruited American blacks during the Great Depression, promising equal treatment and a voice in party affairs. Black writers such as Richard Wright later resigned from the Communist Party after concluding they had been manipulated for propaganda purposes. 81. The national hunt for communists during the McCarthy era confirmed the inherent dangers of Marxism for many blacks. Alarm bells went off in the black community when the BPP began to articulate a Marxist analysis of American society. Most activists were also aware that the Panther gathering was more likely to attract police repression than the International Congress of African Peoples. All in all, there were more than enough reasons for many black organizations to go to Atlanta rather than Philadelphia. Regional development of the Black Panther Party /69 The Philadelphia chapter, like other OFCES, lost membership during the schism. There were only 1,200 papers sold in July 1972, and the Central Committee ordered all remaining OFCES closed in 1977. 82 Erica Huggins founded the New Haven, Connecticut, chapter in January 1969. She had come to bury her husband in his hometown. John Huggins had been killed by the U.S. organization in Los Angeles. Chapter 4 has a more complete discussion of these events. Several community members approached Erica Huggins and asked her to form a BPP chapter in New Haven. National headquarters directed Huggins to join with a previously existing chapter in Bridgeport. The chapter soon relocated to New Haven and took the Bridgeport members along. Membership ranged from 15 to 20 VE people at this time. 83 From 1969 to 1971 New England was the scene of one of the most confusing and costly affairs in Panther history. Bobby Seale and several other Panthers were arrested and charged with the kidnapping, torture, and murder of another party member. The Panthers denied all charges and maintained that the murder was committed by an agent provocateur. The case was used as an excuse by police agencies to raid officers all across the country in an alleged search for fugitives connected to the murder. Seal and another co-defendant were eventually freed of all charges, though other Panthers were convicted. The Connecticut chapter was formed when the Central Committee was trying to weed out informers and undisciplined members. Intense ed PE classes and a ban on recruiting were two instruments of this policy. Internal party politics provided an opening for the FBI to sow havoc. The New Haven chapter was visited in May by a former California Panther named George Sams. Sams claimed the Central Committee had sent him to purge the chapter of informers. He had previously been in New York but had left hurriedly after learning an authentic Central Committee representative was on the way. Alex Rackley, a New York Panther, accompanied Sams to New Haven. 84 Sams turned on Rackley for unknown reasons and accused him of being an informant. Rackley was held and tortured for 3 days by Sams and other members of the New Haven chapter. Landon Williams and Rory Hythe, official representatives of the Central Committee, visited New Haven at this juncture. Bobby Seale followed them shortly thereafter. Seale was scheduled to 70/speak at Yale as part of a nationwide fundraising tour. Williams, Seale, and Hythe discovered Rackley was being tortured. Seale said that at this point he ordered the prisoner to be released. Shortly afterward, Williams, Hythe, and Seale left town. 85 Sams and 4 other Panthers took Rackley to an isolated spot and murdered him. A nationwide investigation ensued. Seale was arrested in California. Williams and Hythe were arrested in Denver. Sams and another Panther were apprehended in Salt Lake City. Huggins and 7 others were arrested in New Haven. The case was initially a serious blow to the New Haven BPP because only VE members were left to keep the OFCE open. 86 The Central Committee sent reinforcements and made the city an example of community involvement. The chapter opened a breakfast program, community political education, and a free clothing program by January of 1970. Newton visited the prisoners in 1971 after he was freed. Seale and Huggins were freed in 1971 after a mistrial. They returned to California, and the New Haven chapter functioned until the mid-70s, when it was closed. International involvement. The BPP also waged a vigorous campaign to enhance international opinion. Kathleen Cleaver went to Japan in 1968 to protest against American military policies in the Far East. The then Minister of Education, George Murray, also visited Cuba, and Bobby Seale met Viet Cong representatives at a Montreal Hemispheric Conference to end the Vietnam War. 87 International involvement Intense ed when Eldridge Cleaver ed the United States for Cuba in 1968 to avoid incarceration for parole violations stemming from his involvement in a gun battle with Oakland police. Cuba had also sheltered the fugitive Robert Williams. Williams resided there until 1965 and was allowed to broadcast a program called Radio Free Dixie. He also published the Crusader newsletter, which was clandestinely circulated in the United States. The Cubans originally supported Williams because they believed that African Americans could be a divisive force in the United States. They changed the policy later because of their internal political situation. 88 Afro-Cubans made up at least 30% of the population, and the island was plagued with long-standing racial discrimination issues. The Cuban government came to believe that support for black nationalist self-determination was in the United Regional development of the Black Panther Party/71 states, but a similar movement in Cuba would adversely affect Castro's plan to integrate the island under Marxism. 89 American radicals arranged for Cleaver's Cuban stay, but the visit was plagued from the start by misunderstandings and international politics. Cleaver wanted to use Cuba as a political base against the United States. This request was denied. The Cuban government wanted to keep secret the nature of its involvement with black militants. Consequently, the government demanded that Cleaver live as a private citizen with minimal publicity. 90 Nevertheless, Reuters reported Cleaver's presence in May 1969, and his asylum became increasingly untenable. The Cubans decided to eliminate their problem by reuniting Cleaver with his wife in Algeria and then transporting them to Jordan. Cleaver objected to the plan because he wanted to stay in Algeria as a representative of the BPP. The Organization of African Unity had previously designated Algeria as the host country for all of Africa's liberation movements. 91 The Palestinian Liberation Organization, the Viet Cong, the North Vietnamese, and other revolutionary groups also resided there. Eldridge Cleaver's appearance at the 1969 Pan-African Cultural Festival put the American government on notice that he was active in Africa. Cleaver opened the BPP International Section in 1970 when the Algerian government recognized the Panthers as the sole representative of the African American people. 92 The Algiers OFCE was responsible for publicizing the BPP on an international level, making alliances with other groups and countries, and lobbying the United Nations in behalf of Black Americans. The international section also wanted to have a military training facility in Algeria, but this was denied. Despite this rebuff, the international section was able to score some diplomatic successes. The Panthers toured North Korea and North Vietnam in 1970, and the North Vietnamese staged an International Day of Solidarity with the Afro-American people on the anniversary of the 1965 Watts Uprising. The High Pro-LE visits served both parties' interests. The Koreans and Vietnamese advanced their own propaganda by offering a stage for American dissenters. Cleaver was able to broadcast to American troops, urging them to lay down their arms. The North Vietnamese also offered to exchange American prisoners of war for Huey Newton and Bobby Seale. The U.S. government ignored the 72/ proposal because it would have legitimized the BPP's revolutionary credentials as an alternative government. 93 The international section was also a haven for other fugitives. Party members Don Cox and Pete and Charlotte O'Neill arrived by 1970. Not all fugitives were Panthers, however. Timothy Leary, the LSD guru, escaped a California prison and came to Algeria. Cleaver put Leary under house arrest in 1971 for drug use, but this high-handed action brought the international section into con-ICT with Algerian authorities. 94 Cleaver's notoriety and belligerence also made him the natural rallying point for Panthers who were dissatisfied with Newton's plan to disengage from armed struggle. Michael Cedewayo Tabor and his wife, Connie Matthews, fled to Algeria in 1971. Their arrival intensified the party's internal struggles. Cleaver issued a series of pronouncements encouraging military action to reclaim the revolution from the reformers. Bobby Rush contends that Cleaver called him after Fred Hampton's death in 1969 and urged Chicago Panthers to strike back against the police. Rush claims an attack was ordered prior to Cleaver's call but never happened. In hindsight, the lack of any retaliation may have actually worked to the Panthers' benefit in allowing them to claim the moral high ground and educate the community. Rush remembers thinking how odd it was for Cleaver to suggest any military action from a villa in Algiers. 95 Subsequent events in Algeria also showed that Cleaver had a dangerously inaccurate assessment of his position there as well. A series of airplane hijackings by Black Americans demanding passage to Algeria had occurred. The hijackers had also received ransom money they said should be used for revolutionary purposes. The Algerian government could not accept this plan because it was involved in a series of quiet and delicate negotiations with American companies to exploit the country's vast oil and gas reserves. The reserves were needed to develop the country. The Algerians believed that returning the ransom money was the only option that would secure their economic future. The government quietly returned the aircraft and the ransom while handing the hijackers over to the Panthers. Cleaver responded by publishing an open letter to the Algerian president in the French newspaper Le Monde. The letter demanded that the ransom money be turned over to the Panthers and accused the government of defaulting on its revolutionary responsibilities. 96 Cleaver's public criticism embarrassed the Algerians. It was also heedless b. Regional development of the Black Panther Party /73 cause his political position was extremely weak. The Panthers were guests, and diplomatic recognition could easily be rescinded. The international section had no obvious benefit to its host besides being a nuisance to the U.S. government. Financial reality soon overrode that slight consideration. The Algerian authorities closed the international section in August 1972, and the BPP staff began to leave. O'Neill and his wife went to a collective farm in Tanzania. Donald Cox published an open letter dissociating himself from the party. Other Panthers drifted away to unknown locations. Eldridge Cleaver returned to the United States in 1975 to face criminal charges stemming from his original IT. The revolutionary had returned home. 97 The BPP International Section fulfilled Malcolm X's dream of winning diplomatic recognition for Black Americans. The political reality, however, failed to meet radical expectations. The Panthers were aided by worldwide dissatisfaction with America's Vietnam policy. This created the temporary illusion of unity with a variety of groups that objectively did not have much in common with African Americans. The Panthers believed they were allied with the wretched of the earth. There were, however, major differences in political, material, and social conditions between the United States and the Third World. Panthers came from the richest and most technologically advanced society in history. Despite acknowledged disadvantages, African Americans still had access to a standard of living that was completely unavailable to a majority of the world's people. Panther political values were ultimately American regardless of a professed allegiance to Marxism. By 1972 the BPP had turned its back on armed struggle. It began to speak of working within the existing political system to achieve full democratic and political rights for African Americans. On the other hand, most Third World and socialist countries were governed by one-party regimes with little or no regard for Western concepts of democracy. Unfortunately, the Panther Party entered international politics armed with little more than moral authority. Cuba and Algeria taught the Panthers that naked self-interest was the determining factor between governments and exile organizations. The international section was well treated when it suited the interests of Algeria or Cuba. The end of the Vietnam War, however, ended a major source of international dissatisfaction with the United States. It also transformed communist and Third World irritation with American internal dissent. They no longer 74/treated domestic organizations as liberation movements. The BPP was a dissident faction that could embarrass the American government but obviously had no chance of overthrowing it. Some former Panthers are still unable to return to the United States. Pete O'Neill faces weapons charges from 1970 that the government will not dismiss. Don Cox is wanted for questioning about his alleged activities in the Black. These men have paid a heavy price for being totally committed to what they believed was a revolution. They and the international section are casualties of that particular time and place. Evaluating the chapters. Regional branches were more successful when they responded to local conditions. Patrolling the police or openly carrying weapons, as occurred in Oakland, could not be duplicated without great cost because the police adapted to the tactics. Fred Hampton opposed the Weathermen because he believed their days of rage would only increase police repression in the Black community and anger potential white allies. Hampton was right. Chicago, Kansas City, and Detroit achieved their greatest successes with survival programs. Grassroots organizing, not guns, attracted more community support. On the other hand, police repression was unabated no matter what approach the regional branches used. Panther chapters always had to contend with a hostile political environment. Police departments were determined to keep the BPP from gaining a foothold in their communities. The Chicago BPP was perhaps more involved in community organizing than any other branch. Yet the police killed Fred Hampton precisely because they feared his organizing skills. The BPP encountered unrelieved police hostility everywhere, whether it was Boston, North Carolina, New Orleans, Los Angeles, or Baltimore. Party organizers were certain that beatings and detentions were the least they could hope for whether they advocated community programs or attacks on police. It is nothing short of amazing that local Panthers were able to accomplish as much as they did, given their relative inexperience, resource scarcity, and government enmity. Local communities produced outstanding and intelligent organizers in every region without exception. Examples include Fred Hampton, Regional development of the Black Panther Party /75 and Mark Clark in Illinois, Bobby Hutton in Oakland, Zaid Shakur in New York, and Edwin Breeze Barrow in Jersey City. These men and women were courageous, intelligent, and innovative leaders. They managed to institute survival programs and build relations with other community groups while under enormous pressure. The Panthers learned their organizing lessons in the hard school of the streets. They gained a wealth of experience if they survived. Many of the regional leaders believed they should have been given Central Committee membership, and they had a strong case. Regional membership was a logical step and would have broadened the Central Committee's experience and political outlook. New ideas on a wide range of topics would have been available. For instance, there was an inordinate and unnecessary amount of secrecy concerning national matters. Regional branches resented having to request their own money for local initiatives. They reasoned that the funds had been raised through their own hard work and that they should receive due consideration about how the money was to be spent. The New York 21 and other prisoners argued that they were not receiving a fair share of the money being allotted for legal expenses. Whether or not this was true misses the point. Some Panthers believed it was true, and that perception became reality. Newton's 1971 move to copyright the Black Panther con remed many people's fears. This legal move turned a cooperative effort into a private enterprise. Party finances were increasingly centralized. 99. Ordinary members came to believe that the Central Committee misappropriated funds, and this was a key source of dissatisfaction. The FBI's rumor mill willingly contributed to the known facts about the Central Committee's financial arrangements. Stipends were not issued to every member until 1979, when it was too late. In the NAL analysis, the Oakland-based leadership was simply unwilling to share decision-making or financial responsibility. The regional members were simply supposed to carry out orders. BPP membership was highest in 1968 when the Free Huey campaign was at its peak. The party, however, was most effective from 1969 through Seal's election campaign, when it had a smaller but more dedicated cadre of workers. Part of the effectiveness was due to the community programs, but the main reason was the morale of the rank and LE. Ordinary members withstood deadly chow. 76/lengths from the government and the stresses of party life because they believed in their political message. Power became more concentrated in Oakland after 1971 because opponents and rivals were purged. Furthermore, Seal's campaign brought about the demise of many thriving local branches when members were transferred to Oakland to work in electoral politics. Many leaders objected to this move, but Newton overruled them. There was no viable political reason to close these chapters for the 1973 election campaign. Regional branches responded to local needs. Panthers committed to their communities staffed them. The effectiveness of local organizations had been validated. Given time, perhaps the communities would have taken over the survival programs. This would have freed the Panthers to undertake other more demanding tasks. The OFCES that escaped being closed had only 4 more years to operate. In August 1977, the Central Committee decided that all remaining chapters and branches would be closed within 2 months. 100-some branches, however, continued to sell newspapers through 1979, but their political base was greatly diminished. The once dynamic regional branches were closed because they lacked purpose and members. The people and conditions that allowed their creation were gone. The Panther Party returned to its Oakland roots, and the regional that once characterized the organization never returned. 101. 4. Enemies of the people. But the simple fact is that neither the Black Panther Party nor any person who is part of it is above or beyond criticism. Those of us who constitute the extreme left wing of the Black Panther Party will continue to criticize whenever criticism is needed to expose counter-revolutionary acts. Right on, April 1971. In 1971, the BPP's leaders startled the rank and LE with a public quarrel over ideology and tactics while the organization was struggling with the government for its very life. This extraordinary development tore the Panther Party apart. Ordinary members were called on to declare their loyalty for one side or the other. These agonizing decisions would be based on their reasons for joining the Panthers, whether their expectations had been met, and what they thought the future held for them and the black community. The BPP was changed forever by the 1971 schism that fractured the party. Panthers call this political breakup the split. After 1971, the Panthers were no longer a self-proclaimed revolutionary organization advocating the overthrow of the American government. The BPP transitioned to a reform party that provided social services to the black community and worked for change within the existing political system. The story of this transformation is one of pragmatism and miscalculation, sacrifice and opportunism, courage, fratricide, and Machiavellian government operations. Mostly, however, it is a story of how ordinary Panthers endured a situation not of their making. The African American community, the radical wing of American politics. 78/ and an international audience watched as the Panthers engaged in a public battle over the correct way to organize the black community for social change. Party members who had struggled alongside each other for years became bitter enemies in 1971. Dissidents derided as reformist the very community programs that had been the lifeblood of the party. The Central Committee was attacked for being reactionary, undemocratic, and morally corrupt. One blood was spilled on both sides of the divide. It was difficult for observers or participants to know all the facts as events unfolded with breathtaking speed. Many party members were confused as they struggled to make sense of the political and personal calamity that threatened to engulf their lives. Panthers who were underground, jailed, or in exile were in great difficulty. They did not know what would become of their support if they chose the losing side. These men and women had sacrificed their future because they had believed in the party's political message. Their lives had been transformed by an idea that had given meaning to their existence. Now that same message was being disputed and fought over by their friends. Many former Panthers still find it difficult to discuss the schism. They are convinced that the party and the black community never recovered from the traumatic events of 1971. The split is also a story still searching for the government's true role in the proceedings because all the relevant documents may not have been released. Certain facts are not in dispute, however. The schism and the subsequent victory of the Newton Loyalists were crucial to determining the future role of the BPP. The Panther Party never again confronted the government as they had from 1966 to 1971. Bobby Seale's 1973 Oakland mayoral campaign rested RMLY on the path chosen in 1971. A party torn apart, 1971–1974. Party life existed on three interrelated levels from 1971 to 1974. The RST level was the continued operation of the survival programs by the rank and community programs exemplified the Panther message of social reform and had to be continued if the BPP was to retain any credibility within the black community. The second level was the tendency to address internal party dis/79 putes and contradictions with the community in a violent manner. The third level was the election campaign of Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown. The combination of these activities delivered a mixed message to the community as the party endured the full spectrum of change and turmoil. Problems became apparent during the winter of 1970–71 when Huey Newton began to implement ideological changes. The RST change was heralded in a newspaper article titled "Survival Pending Revolution." The article was the off-chale recognition of an obvious fact. The Panther Party's primary organizing method was to be the community programs, not armed force against the state. The BPP would henceforth concentrate on the immediate needs of the people, in order to build a united political force. Survival pending revolution is our immediate task. 3. This was a radical departure for the Panthers, who had once expressed no qualms about being a revolutionary organization advocating armed resistance to the American government. The departure was so striking that it appeared to catch the paper's editorial staff off guard because the same issue included an insert that continued to advocate guerrilla war in the United States. 4. Political inkling over the change became public in January 1971 with the purge of Elmer Geronimo Pratt. This confrontation made it clear that some party militants wanted to continue the older policy of using military tactics to organize the black community. Pratt was the highly respected Deputy Defense Minister from Southern California. He had been frequently lauded as an exemplar of revolutionary virtues. Newton now claimed that Pratt had taken actions detrimental to organizational discipline. Pratt was accused of going underground and recruiting his own army to wage a personal war against the government. He and others were expelled for being a counter-revolutionary little roving band and violating discipline. The Central Committee also maintained that Pratt had threatened their lives when he was called on to explain his actions. Pratt's side of the story was different. He acknowledged that he was a fugitive from justice because of his failure to appear in court for a 1969 shootout with police. When he was arrested in Dallas in the winter of 1970, however, Pratt claimed that Newton had ordered him to go underground and then betrayed him to the police for unknown reasons. 6 Panthers were confused by these events. Later in 1971 they were stunned by a senseless tragedy, the brutal murder of Pratt's wife. 80/Sandra Pratt disappeared in November 1971 as she and her husband were standing trial in Los Angeles on weapons charges. The discovery of her nude, pregnant body precipitated a courtroom brawl between Pratt and his friends and Newton supporters. It was widely assumed, though never proved, in dissident circles that Newton was somehow responsible. Despite this speculation, Sandra Pratt's killers were never found. Her death, though, added fuel to the smoldering re of the Panther Wars. 7 Geronimo Pratt was ultimately convicted on weapons charges and an earlier murder. Pratt maintained that the murder charge was a false accusation. He spent 20 years in prison before his sentence was overturned and he was released in 1997. Other events followed rapidly before Pratt's fall from grace could be absorbed. Newton expelled the entire leadership of the international section of the BPP, the New York chapter, and a group of celebrated prisoners known as the New York 21 for openly disagreeing with his leadership. The New York 21 had written a letter to a New York City alternative newspaper criticizing Newton's ideological about-face and simultaneously praising the White Weather Underground. Newton and the Central Committee viewed the letter as a breach of discipline that could not be tolerated. The expulsion of the New York 21 followed quickly. 8 Panthers knew Cleaver as the rage for his advocacy of armed struggle to achieve national liberation for Black Americans. Cleaver argued that the BPP should not confuse peaceful mass activities such as the community programs with the party's military objectives. Mass activities were to be used to attract political support and money. Cleaver believed, however, that the goal of national liberation could be achieved only by force. Consequently, he was at loggerheads with Newton over the party's new direction and Pratt's unexpected expulsion. 9 Cleaver knew that Newton and Hilliard were changing the party's direction. His dissent became public on February 26, 1971, when a San Francisco television station invited Newton and Cleaver to discuss current affairs. Cleaver spoke to the audience via telephone from Algiers. He immediately began to demand that the Central Committee rescind the expulsion of Pratt and the New York 21. 10 Cleaver also demanded the resignation or expulsion of the Hilliard brothers. He alleged that they were a negative influence on the party's ideology and /81 practice. Cleaver chose not to confront Newton directly at that time. His reticence did not matter because 4 high-ranking New York Panthers, Michael Setwayo Tabor, his wife, Connie Matthews, Richard Deruba Moore, and Eddie Jamal Joseph, disappeared with important party documents. The 4 subsequently declared their loyalty to Cleaver. The Central Committee believed they were organizing a dissident faction, and all 4 were expelled as dot. 11 The Tabors went to Algiers and joined Cleaver, and Richard Moore and Eddie Joseph remained in New York. The Central Committee expelled Cleaver. For good measure it also accused him of holding his wife hostage and murdering her lover. 12 Newton intensified the con ICT by writing an essay for the party newspaper. According to Newton, while he was in jail the party had come under the malign influence of Cleaver and had strayed from its original vision. That vision had imagined the community survival programs and had called for armed struggle only as a temporary tactic to awaken the people to the seriousness of their plight. 13 According to Newton, this temporary tactic had now outlived its usefulness. Newton charged that Cleaver wanted to continue pursuing an incorrect policy because he wanted power. Newton also argued that the black community's actions showed they did not support armed struggle. Consequently, it was time for the BPP to return to its original vision because any other choice was suicidal given the obvious disparity in forces. 14 Newton now maintained that the struggle in America was political, not military. This was in spite of his well-known words and actions from 1966 to 1970. Newton managed to retain the loyalty of George Jackson, who led the San Quentin branch of the Panther Party. Jackson was very influential in radical circles because of his status as a charismatic and outspoken prison revolutionary. Jackson attacked Cleaver in extremely virulent terms, charging him with counter-revolution, and repeated Newton's accusation that Cleaver had killed an exiled fellow Panther. 15 Jackson's support came at a crucial time for Newton. It helped to shield him from charges that he had betrayed the revolution. Panther dissidents countered that Newton was controlling Jackson's access to the true state of affairs in the BPP and that he was not responsible for his words. These tactics sought to nullify Jackson's words without attacking him and arousing public anger against the dissidents. 82/Meanwhile, the party's underground military wing, the Black Liberation Army, d-ed Newton and continued to pursue guerrilla war in an effort to achieve a national uprising. The standing rules of the Black Panther Party explicitly stated, no party member can join any other armed force than the Black Liberation Army. 16 The BLA Underground was composed of independent cells dedicated to the concept of urban warfare. They were active primarily from 1967 to 1973. Their primary goal was to make the United States ungovernable. They believed that armed force was the preferred way to achieve national liberation for black people. 17 A group claiming to be the BLA also distributed ETS in San Francisco. The years threatened drug dealers and prostitutes in an attempt to clean up what the group thought were negative influences in the black community. New York Panther Assata Shakur became for many the public persona of the BLA. Shakur had been highly critical of the Central Committee for its suspensions of the New York 21 and other party members. Shakur believed her life was in danger from either Newton or the government during the tense weeks and months of early 1971. She went underground after discovering the government wanted to question her about Panther activities. The government dragnet Intensi Ed after a BLA attack on the Manhattan District Attorney's house and her picture made the front page of the New York Daily News. 19 Shakur burrowed further into the BLA underground from 1971 to 1973. She believed the members were courageous and intelligent. Still, their inexperience also made them weak and disorganized. Shakur and her friends were compelled to be constantly on the move when their infrastructure proved to be inadequate. 20 She was captured in May 1973 after a shootout on the New Jersey Turnpike. Her friend Zaid Malik Shakur, no relation, and a state trooper were killed during the incident. After a series of trials, Assata Shakur was acquitted of all charges for alleged crimes prior to the event on the Turnpike. However, she and a colleague, Sundiata Akalai, were convicted of killing the state trooper and were sentenced to life in prison. The BLA engineered her escape from prison on November 2, 1979. Shakur surfaced in Cuba during the 1980s and resides there today despite government attempts to extradite her. 21 From 1971 to 1973 the BLA was charged with the deaths of 8 police officers and 1 civilian and the wounding of 15 police officers. 6 Re/83 Pute BLA members were killed in battles with police. Despite these actions, the American government was never seriously threatened. Assata Shakur is the only known remnant of the BLA still free today. 22 The BLA's guerrilla warfare, the quarrels in the BPP, and the accompanying political meltdown provoked strong criticism from organizations previously allied with the Panthers. The YLP issued a statement that criticized the lack of democracy within the Panthers and condemned violent acts as divisive and counterproductive. The YLP also accused the Cleaver faction of overstating the political situation in the United States by claiming that a state of war existed. The YLP maintained that the community did not believe there was any such war, though there was a degree of political repression. The YLP thought it was wrong for either faction to resort to force. Instead, they should seek to outorganize their opponent politically. 23. The YLP believed that the people would determine which side was correct. Since the Black Panther Party belonged to the people should decide who is to represent their best interests. 24. According to the YLP, only the government would benefit from a war the people had not requested, did not want, and certainly did not need. In the most striking criticism, both factions were accused of mistaking differences with each other for war with the government. 25. Individuals who were disappointed in the public turmoil also wrote letters to the Central Committee. They reminded the Panthers that Newton and Cleaver were ultimately responsible to the black community for their actions and urged them to stop the power play that was destroying the party and jeopardizing members who were in jail. 26. The role of counterintelligence in the downfall of the Black Panther Party. Unknown to any party member at the time, a secret government counterintelligence program known by the acronym COINTELPRO was actively involved in promoting the downfall of the BPP by fostering feuds within the party and with other organizations. COINTELPRO was not the RST government intelligence program aimed at AF. 84/Rican Americans. During World War I, the government had kept a watchful eye on the industrial workers of the world, the NAACP, draft resistors, and socialists. The U.S. Army's Military Intelligence Division recruited informers within the black community and subscribed to more than 60 African American publications in its search for information. Government agents such as Major Walter Loving attempted to persuade members of the NAACP and other blacks to temper their criticism of segregation and racism to maintain national unity during World War I. They were very successful in their endeavors. 27. The FBI began the modern counterintelligence program in 1967 to prevent the rise of a single leader who could unify all the black militant groups. The FBI also said it wanted to stop violence by militants and discredit the groups and their leaders. The government planned to achieve this goal by disrupting, demoralizing, and neutralizing the BPP and other radical groups. It was able to achieve all its goals under the counterintelligence program. 28. A 1976 United States Senate Investigating Committee stated that by July 1969, 233 of the 295 so-called black nationalist counterintelligence operations were directed at the BPP. These actions ranged from the use of agent provocateurs, wiretaps, and arrests to sending forged letters supposedly written by prominent Panthers to create internal dissension. 29. One of the most successful government operations against the Panthers was the encouragement of a feud with the U.S. organization in Los Angeles. 30. From 1968 to 1970 the BPP and U.S. were engaged in a bitter GHT for power and ideological alliance within the black community. The Panther Party believed that a socialist program and interracial alliances based on mutual economic and political interests was the correct path for blacks. The U.S. organization was the classic cultural nationalist group. It preferred all-black alliances while arguing that Marxism was a white-oriented political philosophy unsuitable for the black community. U.S. accused the BPP of being racial sellouts, and the political atmosphere became very heated. The FBI sensed a golden opportunity to exploit the disagreements. It sent a series of forged letters, derogatory cartoons, and anonymous death threats to both the BPP and U.S. The psychological warfare created the mutual impression that each group wanted to attack the other. A series of beatings and shootings culminated in the deaths of the leaders of the Southern California chapter. John Huggins, Deputy Chairman, and Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, Deputy/85 Minister of Defense, were killed during a dispute over which group would control the UCLA Black Student Union. 31. The deaths were a tremendous loss because they hindered the BPP's political development and fostered internecine warfare in the black community. 32. The dispute with U.S. troubled relations with other organizations for many years. The Panthers reacted negatively to any manifestations of cultural nationalism no matter how benign. The FBI was so successful in Los Angeles that it extended its campaign to San Diego and caused similar mayhem. Harassing interviews with party members were conducted, and derogatory cartoons that belittled the BPP and U.S. were distributed in the community. Once again, the idea was to create a confrontation and destroy support for each group. The U.S. organization shot and killed party members John Savage and Sylvester Bell in San Diego during the summer of 1969. The San Diego headquarters of U.S. was bombed, and one of its members was shot. FBI members assigned to shadow each group kept a tally of the violence and boasted, "That's 2 for me and 1 for you guys." A 1969 FBI memo to J. Edgar Hoover also claimed credit for the high degree of unrest that occurred from May through August in San Diego. Clearly, the FBI was enjoying its handiwork after setting the conditions for fratricidal warfare. 33 The bloodshed forced more moderate organizations in the black community to be more cautious in their relations with the BPP. These groups might have been prepared to form a united front on issues such as prisoners, housing, survival programs, and anti-Vietnam War measures. The political isolation was a direct result of the counterintelligence program. The government, however, had just gotten started. During the party's 1971 internal crisis, FBI headquarters directed its LDOF CES to exploit the present chaotic situation within the BPP by submitting imaginative proposals to encourage the inking. Cleaver was warned in a forged letter not to send his wife to the United States because of threats on her life. A similar message was sent to Newton's brother, Melvin, warning him of an alleged Cleaver plot against him. 34 Although the Panther leadership had denied differences, it is just as certain that the FBI, through the use of forged letters, rumors, and undercover agents, encouraged and exploited division, mistrust, and violence in the black community and the BPP. Government agents also resorted to anonymous phone calls to local Panther off CES, falsely naming certain members as police. 86/agents. This tactic led to beatings, paranoia, and, in some cases, people fleeing for their lives. Party morale was undermined further when bureau agents broke up marriages by accusing spouses of being unfaithful to each other. 35 The FBI also prevented a Panther attempt to enlist the political support of the Blackstone Rangers street gang in Chicago. The FBI utilized its tried-and-true tactics of using agent provocateurs and mailing threatening letters to each organization to provoke an armed confrontation in 1969. 36 The Bureau also neutralized the Panthers by attempting to deter individuals from supporting the community programs. Rumors and false letters alleging misconduct and unjust criticism destroyed confidence between Panthers and their supporters. The FBI contacted the employers of Panther supporters and attempted to get them read. One letter purportedly written by an outraged member of the public was sent to Union Carbide management and threatened not to purchase stock because an employee was supporting the BPP. 37 There was also a concerted effort to encourage the media to report stories unfavorable to the Panthers. 38 The Central Intelligence Agency also monitored the activities of the BPP overseas and in the United States. The agency's domestic operations were conducted with the full knowledge that they violated the statutory prohibition on conducting domestic security operations. The CIA's black agents attended funerals, rallies, and other public occasions within the United States in hopes of identifying party members. 39 agents posing as hotel owners and journalists were also sent to Algeria, Kenya, and Tanzania to monitor Panthers and other black radicals. The government efforts succeeded because the Panthers were inexperienced in intelligence and counterintelligence matters. The BPP was unable to detect and defeat these elaborate campaigns by well-funded professional intelligence agencies. For example, the FBI developed 7,402 ghetto informants between 1967 and 1972. With resources such as these, the counterintelligence program was able to achieve its goal of disrupting, demoralizing, and neutralizing the BPP. 40 The government simply overwhelmed black radicals. Struggling through the times, 3 personal stories. From 1971 to 1974 the BPP was confronted by multiple challenges. Rank and LE Panthers continued to implement the community programs, responded to a /87 civil war within the party, and worked energetically in Bobby Seale's campaign for mayor of Oakland. They also became aware of the increasing moral and political contradictions of their leaders. Despite these contests, each individual Panther continued to work as an activist for as long as he or she could. These men and women made the community programs function, and they pursued their own vision of social justice despite serious internal and external obstacles. Any understanding of the BPP must include the motivation of the members, why they joined, and what they believed they were working for. Huey Newton's initiative in beginning police patrols made him the party's natural leader during its early days. The Free Huey movement made him the most famous Panther in the organization by widely publicizing his words and deeds. His early political writings were quoted, constantly reprinted in the Panther newspaper, and bound into pamphlets and widely distributed. 41 Panthers promoted Newton as the very symbol of revolutionary black manhood, inspiring his adherents to emulate him by picking up the gun. The result was the development of a cult of personality based on Newton's supposed infallibility. The Free Huey movement succeeded in saving him from a murder charge, though he was convicted of manslaughter. A lengthy and ultimately successful appeals process began on his behalf. Support for the BPP in the black community was controversial, however, because government repression and the constant talk of guns and revolution frightened away many ordinary people who might otherwise have endorsed the Panther stand against police brutality. Some black youth, though, were drawn to the BPP precisely because of its militant advocacy of self-defense. Moreover, the community programs had great appeal for blacks and whites concerned with social justice. These programs also broadened the party's base of support to a more diverse constituency. One of the most visible signs of that support or curiosity was the party's weekly paper, which sold more than 100,000 copies around the world. 42 Panther recruits were motivated by the belief that the party was a militant organization carrying on the legacies of Malcolm X and Black Rebellion, wanting to help the black community by participating in the community programs, racial pride, and loyalty to Huey Newton as a charismatic leader. A 1970 Lou Harris poll for Time claimed that 64% of all blacks surveyed said that the BPP gave them a sense of pride. 43 young urban blacks were often the victims of police misconduct. They were 88/thrilled by the image of armed Panthers facing the police and demanding the right of self-defense against police brutality anywhere in the country. Joining the BPP was touted in the party newspaper as a natural progression in armed defense of the black community. BPP members claimed they were the latest link in a long line of black rebels that stretched back to Denmark Vesey and Nat Turner. Editorials in the party's newspaper often referred to BPP members as the heirs of Malcolm. 44 other recruits did not necessarily see themselves as warriors. They joined because they believed in the social justice aspects of the community programs. These programs offered individuals an opportunity to address urban poverty. Some Panthers had previous experience as community organizers. They saw the initiatives as an extension of the civil rights movement's call for community empowerment. Panthers believed their work would raise the consciousness of the black community, educate the people as to the true nature of the American political system, and inspire them to work for a change of government. 45 The stories of Eugene Williams, Joe Robertson, and Carol Rucker illustrate why young people joined the Panthers, what they hoped to achieve, and what they actually found as they functioned in the BPP. Eugene Williams. Eugene Williams, pseudonym, was from the East Coast. Williams's mother and father provided a solid middle-class home for their children, and his childhood was relatively happy. Nevertheless, the family was not unaware of larger social concerns as he grew up. Williams's political journey into the BPP began with his father's death. When Williams was 11, his father had an asthma attack. He died after being denied medical treatment at a so-called white hospital. The death of his father encouraged Williams to become active in church-related civil rights campaigns, and he was present for Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. 46 Although he supported King's campaign for social and political equality, he had qualms about nonviolence, believing that every human being had the fundamental right to self-defense. Williams moved to Oakland in 1969. He became interested in the Panthers because of the community program's social justice aspects and the party's militant reputation for self-defense. 47 Williams began working with the Panthers after learning of the deaths of I.L. /89 Illinois BPP leaders Mark Clark and Fred Hampton. Despite the party's reputation for being a paramilitary organization, Williams, much to his surprise, never received arms training of any kind. His duties included working in the breakfast program for school children, selling papers, and attending PE classes. He found there was a lot of talk about weapons, but he and his friends had to conduct their own self-defense classes if they wanted to learn. It was not the only contradiction he would become aware of as time went on. Williams had obvious leadership skills, and he was asked to attend the party's ideological institute, where he studied dialectical materialism. He also taught PE classes to high school youth in the community after he became more knowledgeable about party ideology. 48 Williams worked in Merritt College's Black Student Union in addition to his other responsibilities. The college became widely known as a Panther school because of the large number of party members. By 1970-71, however, the Panther cadre was fairly small, though still influential, because it was extremely difficult to be both a full-time student and a functioning Panther. Douglas Miranda, a 22-year-old party captain from Boston, was ordered by the Central Committee to organize the student body. Miranda was a dynamic GUR and a gifted organizer who rejuvenated the BPP campus cadre. The cadre organized a breakfast program and PE classes for interested students. The black students were also embroiled in a dispute with the community college district because the school was moving to the Oakland Hills. The students began to call for a strike, demanding the college remain at the same site under community control until a replacement school could be built. In the midst of this turmoil, the difference between the living conditions of the rank and LE and the party leadership came to Eugene Williams's attention in a dramatic fashion. The discrepancy became a point of increasing tension within the party in the coming months. 49 Williams's cadre or work group lived out of suitcases in a community center. They slept on mattresses and ate communal meals literally from the same pot. Their income came from selling the party newspaper and from student aid at Merritt College. Most, if not all, of the rank and LE had similar communal living arrangements. The severe living conditions did not disturb them because they expected nothing better. They also assumed that Newton and the Central Committee had similar 90/quarters. In fact, neither Williams nor most Panthers had any idea where Newton lived. They believed this was because of security concerns, but to their dismay that was not the whole story. On February 12, 1971, the San Francisco Examiner revealed in a front-page article that Huey Newton was living under an assumed name in a $650 a month penthouse overlooking Oakland's Lake Merritt. The penthouse was furnished with imported furniture. Residents also had access to a doorman, sauna, gymnasium, and a putting green. Newton, David Hilliard, John Seal, Bobby Seale's brother, and Newton's bodyguard had been photographed leaving the building. 50 Newton was furious and demanded to know how the paper had determined where he lived. The FBI had known about the apartment since November 1970 but had not revealed the location until the Cleaver-Newton schism. The opportunity to create further unrest within the BPP could not be ignored. The contrast between Newton's luxury and Williams's austere conditions could not have been more obvious or painful. 51 The Central Committee responded to the public relations problem by claiming that Newton was living in the building because it had much-needed security features. The Central Committee also maintained that a police attack on the party's leader was unlikely because it would pose an unacceptable risk to his white neighbors. 52 Community reaction was divided. The BPP received some letters condemning the expensive apartment and pointing out that Newton would be safer in the black community because the police could overcome any alleged security features with little difficulty. On the other hand, a local black newspaper, the San Francisco Sun-Reporter, supported Newton. It argued that the apartment was well-deserved because the party's leader had put his life on the line. The paper evidently reasoned that the penthouse was a partial reward for Newton. 53 Reaction within the party was mixed as well. At RST Williams and other Panthers attempted to rationalize the contradiction by following the party line. This approach worked momentarily for Williams until events at Merritt College overtook the housing issue. Williams's cadre, under Miranda's leadership, had organized students to protest the impending move to the hills. An extremely successful strike got underway amid widespread community support. 91 students believed they had an opportunity to delay the move until Atland residents had an educational alternative. 54 The administration was on the defensive until opposition to the strike materialized from an unlikely source, Huey Newton. According to Williams, the strike leaders were commanded to shut down their operations because Newton decided he wanted to be a peacemaker. 55 The reasons for this decision were not entirely clear to the student leaders or Williams. They speculated that the order was designed to increase Newton's prestige and influence with Oakland's black political establishment. In other words, he was enhancing his role as a power broker. The students refused to stop the strike because they believed the orders threatened their educational interests. Williams and his colleagues were in a dilemma. They sympathized with the students because they were aware of the rationale and hard work behind the strike. On the other hand, they were bound by the BPP's orders. Cotter members supported the 10-point program and platform because they believed the ultimate goal of the party was to bring about the exercise of self-determination by the black community. Williams and his friends denounced self-determination to include placing the objective interests of the black community before any other force, personal or organizational. They believed the party should provide an opportunity for the black community to work out its own destiny. Accordingly, Williams's Cotter deemed Newton's orders about the strike and his luxury apartment contrary to the interests of the party and the community. 56 The strike ended under Panther duress. Williams's group went underground to avoid retaliation. Williams was not a part of the BPP underground, but the rules for survival in this netherworld were similar. He managed to stay hidden for a year while more urgent matters occupied the Central Committee's attention. Newton also encouraged other prominent Panthers to declare their allegiance during the turmoil. Massey Hewitt, Minister of Education, Emory Douglas, Minister of Culture, Elbert Big Man Howard, Deputy Minister of Information, and Bobby Rush, Deputy Minister of Defense in the Illinois chapter, signed a public declaration of undying loyalty to Huey Newton and his policies. 57 The declaration was printed in the paper. Miranda's fealty continued to be under suspicion, however, because he was not a Californian. Several East Coast Panthers. 92 had publicly criticized Newton's apartment. Miranda got word that his life was threatened, and he returned to Boston in the spring of 1971. 58 He still faced assault and battery charges in California stemming from the strike and for possessing a false draft card. Miranda was arrested by the FBI in November and returned to Oakland. He was eventually sentenced to 20 years probation for threatening a school of jail. Fortunately, Miranda was able to leave California without any harm after his legal issues were settled. 59. Joe Robertson. Joe Robertson, pseudonym, joined the BPP at age 17. He was spurred by a desire to retaliate for Martin Luther King's death. Robertson's concern about police brutality prevented him from going to Vietnam to GHT someone I did not even know while police misconduct was occurring at home. 60 The party was primarily a paramilitary organization for Robertson. He thought the Panthers offered a viable opportunity to engage in guerrilla warfare against the government. Robertson had studied Huey Newton's 1967 writings in PE classes. Newton had written that the BPP's above-ground activity would necessarily be short-lived before the Panthers had to go underground and conduct military operations. 61 The Panther Underground began in 1967 when Newton named Donald Cox the RST Marshal of the BPP because of his alleged attack on San Francisco policemen. The BPP Underground grew quickly because of the increasing number of Panthers who were wanted by the police and needed a place to hide. Panthers who were underground were ostensibly under the command of Cox and other Eld Marshals. In reality, attempts at control were unsuccessful, and some of the units were undisciplined. 62 The security and character of an underground unit was dependent on the mutual trust of the personnel. Going underground meant cutting ties with family and friends. Individuals had to create whole new lives with false identication. 63 In 1967 Newton had recommended that Panthers study the Russian, Chinese, Cuban, and Algerian revolutions to learn the correct approach to warfare. Guerrilla attacks on policemen and the taking of weapons from the government were referred to as the correct methods of teaching prolonged resistance. Meanwhile, above-ground party members were commanded to defend their /93 homes and off-CES if they were attacked. Anyone who failed to do so risked being expelled from the BPP. As late as January 30, 1971, the party newspaper printed articles on organizing urban guerrilla groups. 65 These members went underground with the explicit purpose of inspiring the black community to rise up against the government. They believed that the community would assist them because they had convinced themselves that a state of war existed. The possibility that a large majority of the community would not agree that there was a state of war never occurred to them. They also did not consider the possibility that Newton might re-evaluate the political situation and change strategies. Any attempt by Newton, no matter how rational, to redirect policy was viewed by the militants as a betrayal of principles and comrades who were risking their lives for self-determination. 66 The existence of these units was not revealed to many members for security reasons. The opportunity for police infiltration was reduced if a limited number of people knew about their existence. When Williams and his friends went into hiding, it was for their own protection, not for urban warfare. They had to remain hidden because the political situation within the BPP did not allow for principled disagreement. 67 Joe Robertson and other Panthers had a different outlook. Prior to Newton's change in political direction, Joe Robertson, an significant number of Panthers believed they were mandated by the BPP to prepare for conflict with the government to achieve self-determination for black people. Robertson went underground because he believed the community would support and protect those who were working on its behalf. 68 Some of these individuals looked to Cleaver as their leader because of his consistent exhortations to armed struggle. His appeal to these members grew after Newton began to retreat from previous Panther positions on urban warfare. Dissidents such as Robertson also knew there was a difference in their material conditions and those of the hierarchy. Prominent Panthers such as Newton, Seal, and Hilliard had full access to the organization's funds while ordinary members found it difficult to have adequate food, clothing, or shelter. Michael Tabor, a New York Panther, charged that money raised for party use while Newton was on a 1971 East Coast speaking tour went to him personally. Tabor accused the party hierarchy of living a luxurious lifestyle while local branches and chapters were starving to death. 69. 94 Individuals who attempted to question the allocation of funds were treated as disloyal and expelled. The BPP thus disappointed many otherwise loyal members by not providing the structure for principled criticism. The dissidents began to style themselves as the real Black Panther Party and started to publish their own newspaper replete with criticisms of the Central Committee for Reactionary Politics and Corruption. 70 It was inevitable that bloodshed would occur in such a volatile atmosphere among armed adversaries with charges and counter-charges being hurled. On March 9, 1971, unidentified assailants killed prominent dissident Robert Webb on 125th Street in Harlem. The breakaway faction promptly charged that Newton had ordered the assassination. Sam Napier, the circulation manager of the BPP newspaper and a Newton loyalist, was murdered on April 17, 1971, in New York. His death was widely viewed as retaliation for the slaying of Robert Webb. 71 These killings sobered some partisans on both sides. Joe Robertson and others questioned how the black community benefited from the loss of two men who were widely known and highly respected within the party. Neither Williams nor Robertson believed that using guns was the way to resolve differences with former comrades. They saw the dispute as spiraling out of control with no adequate solution in sight for either of them. 72 Williams and Robertson lived in the underground's shadow world for 2 and 10 years, respectively. Williams surfaced when he was arrested for an unrelated matter. Robertson came in from the cold in 1980. It had become apparent to Robertson that the black community had made a choice that did not involve the use of arms to achieve what were essentially political goals. His idea of revolution was over before it started. 73. Carol Rucker. Carol Rucker was 19 when she joined the BPP in San Francisco. She served from 1969 to 1974. Rucker supported the party as an organization dedicated to ending police misconduct and achieving freedom for the Black community. She had followed the civil rights movement prior to becoming a Panther and had some political knowledge. Dr. King's death deeply affected her as it had many other BPP members. She also believed there was an unequal distribution of political and economic resources in her community. She thought the party's programs could address the problem. 74/95 Rucker attended PE classes, participated in physical training, and worked in distribution for the newspaper. Party recruits in the San Francisco branch, like other Panthers, read Marxist literature. Still, the 10-point program and platform was the best ideological explanation for Rucker and many others. Rucker was also willing to cede a great deal of personal autonomy to the party in order for the collective to function as a disciplined unit. Rucker was articulate and intelligent, and increased responsibilities came her way. Unlike Williams, Rucker remained in the BPP during the split. Eventually she was placed in charge of securing donations from San Francisco businesspeople. Rucker's position allowed her to observe how the leadership handled funds. She made the same discovery as Michael Tabor. All of the money collected was not going back into the programs. A substantial portion was being siphoned off for personal use by the leadership. The misappropriation was the subject of community rumors. The result was that being a Panther was no longer something that community residents routinely honored and respected. This was especially difficult for Rucker because the party had become a large part of her personal identity. She believed that although the programs were worth saving, there was only so much one person could do. She resigned despite not being able to bring all her previous ideals to fruition. Though Rucker's resignation did not lead her to open rebellion, like the New York Panthers, the ethical issue was obviously as personally disturbing to her. 75. The effect of the split on the general rank and file. Party life was a strenuous experience emotionally and physically. The rank and LE began work early in the morning and continued until late at night. Members worked in the survival programs and on the newspaper. They had to attend PE classes and organize door-to-door in the community. In addition, there was the very real threat of being arrested or injured by the police. The Panthers claimed the loss of 28 members to police brutality or government-inspired plots between 1968 and 1973. 76 outside observers disputed that claim and reduced the number killed by the police to 10. Furthermore, they challenged the innocence of the Panthers in each instance. 77 In any case, the most salient fact is that some Panthers died and many others were incarcerated. Organizational and personal survival was 96/aided under these conditions by establishing group cohesion. Panther codders lived in communal settings, worked as a team in the community, and faced common dangers and problems. Physical danger was so common that Panthers worked out a system of nonverbal distress signals to be used when necessary. Hand gestures and other signals alerted other members to situations such as shady characters with hands in pockets, time to leave, or a desire to talk quietly with other Panthers. 78 members also achieved a feeling of accomplishment and satisfaction through the successful functioning of community programs. The 10-point program became a reality for them through the shared experience of working in medical clinics, liberation schools, breakfast programs for school children, and community organizing. Participation in the movement solidified their feelings of self-determination and liberation and enhanced their group solidarity. But group solidarity broke down when Panthers resolved disciplinary issues with physical violence. This type of discipline was called mudholing. It referred to a beating administered by other Panthers. Former party leaders David Hilliard and Elaine Brown have acknowledged that members accused of violating organizational rules were subjected to corporal punishment. 79 The potential for miscarriages of justice and the misuse of power are obvious. Abuse by the police was a fact of life for Panthers. Abuse by their friends was traumatic and unexpected and eroded the loyalty of the rank and LE. It added to the emotional and physical toll of party life and contributed to the attrition rate. It also made the escalation of violence against other Panthers easier. The deaths of Webb and Napier were made easier because of the previous use of force to resolve disagreements within the organization. Principled dissent, simple mistakes, or misinterpretations were equated with disloyalty or being an agent provocateur. This atmosphere made it easier to label loyal members as so-called. The existence and toleration of physical abuse, ethical violations, a cult of personality, and a lack of inter-party democracy were the result of political inexperience. They also resulted from some leaders' lust for power. Many members were willing to tolerate shortcomings because they believed they were in a war with the government. They thought that any attempt to deal openly with these problems could weaken the group at a critical moment. Unscrupulous individuals capitalized on this reluctance. /97 When internal contradictions or government pressure became too much for some members, they simply stopped reporting for duty and dropped out of sight. Eventually, former members attempted to live a normal life again, but if they had a police record, that might take years to achieve. 80 In any event, some were dogged by a sense of having let down their friends who remained behind. Those who remained were willing to wait and see whether their patience and loyalty were to be rewarded. These were the men and women ultimately responsible for implementing survival pending revolution. 5. Women and the Black Panther Party. It is our belief that the role of black women is the same as everyone else in the struggle to educate, mobilize, organize, and GHT to the best of her ability. The word revolutionary has no gender. It is neither masculine or feminine. It is neutral, which means a revolutionary can either be male or female. Right on, December 1971. From 1971 to 1980 the Black Panther Party tried to change its public persona from being revolutionaries to being a political reform organization. Women stepped to the fore at this time and led many of the survival programs. This was fortuitous for the party because the reputations of their top male leaders had been severely damaged by political killings and revelations of national turpitude. The new political direction would have to be productive to wipe out the memory of recent disasters. The decision to turn away from arms to community service aided women's rise to prominence within the BPP. The slightly higher educational level of women prepared them for key positions in the organization's schools and medical clinics. The BPP conducted a skill survey of 119 members in 1973. The FTY2 women and 67 men were from throughout the nation. 42 women, 81%, had graduated from high school, and 33, 63%, had at least one semester of college. One woman had a Bachelor of Science degree. 46 men, 68%, had graduated from high school, and 29 men, 43%, had at least one semester of college. One man had a Bachelor of Arts degree. The surveys revealed that men and women performed the same jobs within the party's ministries of health. /99 Information and Culture. Men and women also worked as secretaries with the Central Committee, in the Nance Cotter, and in the area of legal defense. The story of the women's struggle for equality is an integral part of the history of the BPP. From Terica Lewis, generally acknowledged as the RST woman to join the Panther Party, to Jonina Abram, the last editor of the newspaper, women worked diligently to further the organization's goals. They also had to wage an ongoing battle to change male perceptions of their proper role within the BPP. The decision-making and leadership roles of women in the Panther Party increased exponentially from its founding in 1966. At the same time, however, there was a wide range of personal and ideological experiences within the BPP. As a result, there was no all-encompassing male or female experience during the party's existence. The RST indications of a changed role for female Panthers occurred in 1969 when the government killed, incarcerated, or drove into exile many of the male leaders. Government repression forced the Panther Party to forsake artificial gender categories and use personnel in the most logical manner. At the same time, female members, aware of their ability, began to demand that they be treated as comrades in arms, not merely clerks or sexual partners. The organizational changes required a great deal of adjustment on the part of men. The reality that women were taking the same risks facilitated the process. Political change over time and a constant influx of recruits also meant that there was never a static party attitude on women's liberation. In addition, the position of women cannot be considered separately because men were influenced by similar social factors, though their reaction may have been different. The struggle for respect and equality took place throughout the party's existence. Even though the gender equity issue sometimes damaged internal relations, it never overshadowed the Panthers' dominant political message of community empowerment. Panthers were thus more or less inclined to accept changes in gender status depending on their individual makeup, the time period they served in the BPP, the nature of the change, and the caliber of local and national leadership. In many ways the Panther Party mirrored the larger society's attempts to solve the woman question. The American people, buffeted by a decade of po-100/political unrest, war, and cultural change, struggled to read any themselves in the 1960s and the early 1970s. Many women, regardless of race or income status, were restive and dissatisfied with their traditional role in society. They sought a more active place outside of their traditional family duties. A far-reaching social movement, inspired by the civil rights struggle, sprang up, seeking more female participation and influence in politics, business, academia, and labor. A feminist political community also sought to compensate for what its members saw as years of exclusion from the power and participation to which they believed their numbers and skills entitled them. The BPP became part of this struggle when female Panthers fought to secure what they believed was their rightful place in the struggle, side by side with men. Early Panther philosophy. The Panther Party was founded during a period of intense black nationalism. Early recruitment efforts were influenced by a strong male-dominated blend of politics and social theory. Cultural nationalists in particular articulated a male-centered worldview. The Nation of Islam, Ron Karenga, and Leroy Jones, Amory Baraka, were particularly well known. Cultural nationalists argued that women should be relegated to a mystical position as mothers of the nation, subordinate to men in all areas except child-rearing. This philosophy bore many similarities to the Kan Ning pedestal of so-called respect and honor allegedly occupied by white women. The nationalist pedestal was similar in the fact that it was more apparent in myth than in reality. The nationalist philosophy was steeped in patriarchy because men denied the category and the rationale for it. The most common rationale was the protection argument. The advocates of this argument believed that female sexuality and public conduct needed to be controlled for the good of the community. One rationale for this position was that black women had been subjected to sexual abuse during slavery and its aftermath. This argument was extremely appealing to some men on a psychological level. Blacks were aware that the larger society's dominant ethos called for men to protect women's honor from abuse. Black men were also painfully aware that this had not always been possible in the past. This humiliating knowledge grated both on them and on women. 101 Consequently, the emotional appeal was obvious when some nationalists called for men to step forward and assume traditional protective and leadership functions. Both men and women could agree on this issue. Nevertheless, there were two problems with the argument. In the RST place, it seemed to blame women for male behavior. In other words, a woman's mere physical presence could be a distraction or enticement to many men. Some nationalists advocated a type of sexual segregation to eliminate such issues. The Nation of Islam was held forth as a model, with their all-male Fruit of Islam and female Muslim girls training organizations. Each of these groups socialized men and women to their true social role in family and public life. The second problem arose with the demand that women step back from most, if not all, decision-making roles in the civil rights movement. Many women and some men could not see the justice or logic in what they viewed as a discriminatory and self-defeating tactic. Why, they asked, should the movement be deprived of one half its brain power and energy? Where was the concept of equal rights? These were entirely proper questions, and the nationalists tried to answer them with varying degrees of success. When they were pressed, cultural nationalists would grudgingly concede gender equality for the sake of political harmony. They preferred to argue, however, that men and women were not so much equal but complementary. In other words, each sex had important though different and biologically determined roles. Modesty, thrift, and service were to be the special concern and province of black women. Deference to men in general and strict obedience to husbands was encouraged. 2. For example, Elaine Brown relates a story about a social event in Los Angeles where women served the food. Women, however, were told not to eat until the men were nished. The rules were made and enforced by the U.S. organization with Ron Karenga present. 3. Another common idea was that women should voluntarily restrain any impulses to compete with black men for fear of undercutting male authority and thereby damaging the masculine psyche. This belief was allegedly rooted in a desire to bolster black men, who historically had been oppressed and prevented from fulfilling their true role as heads of the family. Huey Newton had argued in one of his earliest essays that the lower-class black male had been deprived of his masculinity because a racist society re. 102/guarded him as an inferior human being. Newton maintained that the black male's lack of education and employment skills prevented him from providing for his family. Consequently, his wife was prone to regard him as worthless because of his inability to satisfy society's basic definition of masculinity. In addition, Newton claimed that the wife was probably the main breadwinner of the family because white men did not perceive her as a physical threat. In other early writings, Newton contended that men could begin to fulfill their protective duty to black women and children by joining the BP Peace Warrior Society. It is not known how much of this argument reacted Newton's own fear and doubt. Elaine Brown claims that Newton had a poor formal education and read very slowly. Brown also says that Newton wrote his books with the aid of a tape recorder. At any rate, his masculinity argument was quickly accepted in the BPP. 5. Eldridge Cleaver's book Soul on Ice contributed to patriarchal practices within the BPP by engaging in a provocative psychosexual discussion of American society. Cleaver argued that America regarded black men as supermasculine menials and black women as Amazons who had been alienated from their feminine nature. Cleaver's theory also posited white women as hyper-feminine sex objects and white men as the intellectual but physically weak controllers of the planet. Cleaver maintained that in addition to political warfare, white and black men were engaged in a battle for sexual access to and control of each other women. The victor would control society, and the women's role was to be a passive prize for the successful combatant. 6. Soul on Ice was a national bestseller and a runaway hit in the BPP. Many Panthers read the book and internalized Cleaver's pronouncements about sexual politics. Some party women articulated a deferential position during 1967 and 1968 in the Black Panther. They assumed that the female role should be, among other things, a helpmate and a constant encouragement to men, as opposed to an equal and assertive partner. Panther Judy Hart argued that the RST and foremost stimulus is and will be the black man. Women are magnetically attracted to men and black men are, in 1967, the only men on the scene. Women cannot help but gravitate toward life and the black man holds within the strength and the airy passion of his struggle, his life, the life of his people and his posterity. His total commitment to his life is an invitation to the black woman to join with him in the pursuit of a life together. 7/103 A female Panther who identified herself as a black revolutionary wrote, "The black woman should take a supportive role in bringing about the awakening of the black consciousness of her man. Her main objective should be to assist in the rebirth of the black man's mind. Her part is by no means small. She should let him test this new mind, let him feel secure in this new consciousness. In this way he can grow as his mind expands. It is a woman's duty to embody the beauty in life and to unfold this beauty before the eyes of her man and children." 8. Linda Green wrote later that same month that women should try to be everything to a man and seek out his needs to fulfill them. Gloria Bartholomew urged women to stand behind and beside black men, symbolizing simultaneous deference and support, in their common GHT for liberation. 9. These writers advocated that the black woman should be a type of superwoman, a feminine who would not emasculate her man with criticism and questions. In other words, the black woman was asked to rise above human nature and not question any errors that men made. These arguments ultimately failed because the Panthers discovered through their own experience that restricting women to subordinate roles was impractical for several reasons. The dominant zeitgeist of the 1960s was toward political empowerment for those who had historically been outsiders. Black women were certainly oppressed outsiders. It would have been politically inconsistent and foolish for the Panthers to relegate a large portion of their membership to an inferior status. Furthermore, the BPP's ideological models in Cuba, China, and Vietnam advocated complete equality for women. Whether this was the actual social reality in these countries is another question. These governments publicly decreed that women should not be bound by outdated cultural conventions that restricted them from reaching their full human potential. More important than foreign influences, however, were the words of Malcolm X, who also argued that only backward societies prevented women from fulfilling their human potential. The recent work of such civil rights activists as Ella Baker, Diane Nash, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Victoria Gray was certainly known to a man as knowledgeable as Malcolm. He understood that he had to shed his earlier Eno-inspired beliefs in female subordination if he wanted to be accepted by many women as a true secular leader on the national stage. Consequently, Malcolm began to contend that those who claimed to want progress must provide in 104/ incentive for women to participate, or they virtually enshrined underdevelopment. 10. Last and most important, the Panthers had their own experience to consider as they discovered women were fully capable of exercising leadership. The participation of women in the most crucial events of party history was key to enhancing their position in the BPP. The change in the role for women. 24 men and 6 women were present at the 1967 Sacramento demonstration that protested a proposed gun control law. One of the women was a University of California Berkeley law student, Barbara Author. Author gave a sidewalk press conference and claimed that the BPP was armed only for self-defense against police brutality. She denied that the Panthers had broken any laws but also doubted whether the demonstration would convince any assemblyman to vote against the proposed legislation. Author was right. The Mulford Act passed overwhelmingly. 11 The 6 women were apparently not full-edged members because Panthers generally acknowledge that Terica Lewis became their RST female member in 1968. Lewis, known then as Madalaba or Joan Lewis, became politically active in high school when she and other students founded a black student union. The BPP appealed to Lewis because the group wanted to end police brutality. Lewis was an excellent artist, and her community murals and drawings in the Black Panther were instrumental in publicizing the party's early political message during the Free Huey movement. Lewis's artwork transcended gender roles, but throughout 1968 other women were usually assigned to clerical and other traditional functions. 12 For instance, during her RST visit to Oakland in 1968, Elaine Brown was routinely assigned to food preparation and kitchen cleanup for communal meals. According to Brown, other women resented her indignation because they believed she was trying to rise above their station. Female Panthers had their own officers during the Free Huey movement in 1968, and they also reported to a national captain for women. This position was abolished during the 1968-69 reorganization, and after that time, personnel began to be assigned to jobs solely on the basis of qualifications. 13 The party's most well-known woman on the national level during 1968 was /105 the Communications Secretary, Kathleen Neal Cleaver. Kathleen Cleaver had left college to become an SNCC worker. She and her husband, Eldridge Cleaver, were the only married couple on the Central Committee. Bobby and Artie Seal were married, but Artie was a secretary at national headquarters. Kathleen Cleaver's and Lewis's positions and unions, however, could be regarded as individual achievements until Erica Huggins changed the overall position of Panther women. Huggins was the RST woman to lead a party chapter. The OFCE also began a liberation school and breakfast program. In 1969 Erica Huggins, Jeannie Wilson, Frances Carter, Rose Smith, Loretta Lux, Peggy Hudgens, Maud Francis, and 7 men, including Bobby Seale, were arrested and charged with murdering a fellow Panther, Alex Rackley, who was suspected of being a police informer. This group became known as the New Haven 14. Huggins and the 6 women were the BPP's RST female political prisoners. Their cases were instrumental in changing party thinking on gender roles. Frances Carter, Rose Smith, and Maud Francis were pregnant at the time of their arrests, and 2 of the women gave birth while in detention. Female Panthers reasoned that if they were risking their lives and going to jail, then it was time for them to assume or be assigned more responsibility. Their claims were bolstered because the continuing police offensive against the BPP demanded a rational use of all members. The BPP was faced with a choice: Black nationalist patriarchy or the progressive trend advocated by Malcolm X. The choice was clear. The repressive actions of the U.S. government and an evolving ideology combined to encourage the BPP to read any women's role in the party. Eldridge Cleaver's public change is particularly noteworthy. The Black Panther published a long letter from Cleaver to Huggins in 1969. The letter praised the courage and commitment of Panther women. It also called on men to drop all manifestations of chauvinist behavior and regard women as equal partners in the struggle. In addition, women were encouraged to do whatever they want to avoid being relegated to an inferior position. 14. This was a far cry indeed from the man who had admitted to raping black and white women in his prior career as a street criminal. The role played by women in New York and Los Angeles during 1969 also represented the winds of change within the BPP. Joan Bird and Afeni Shakur had joined the New York City chapter in 1968 and were part of those swept up 106 during the mass arrests following the alleged New York 21 bomb plot. Shakur was promoted to section leader because arrests had decimated the chapter leadership. Bird was badly beaten during her arrest in New York. In addition, 6 women were wounded during the December 1969 police attack on the Los Angeles OFC. In 1968 the Black Panther had printed articles about Panther women unfolding beauty before the eyes of men. By 1969 it was obvious that the BPP was far beyond that cultural construct. Beauty was of no use during police attacks or lengthy incarcerations. Membership in the BPP and belief in its ideals had earned Panther women the rough equality of being shot at and incarcerated like their male colleagues. 15. Saya Bukhari epitomized the transition from appendage to comrade. Bukhari was in the BPP and the BLA from 1969 to 1983 and served almost 9 years in prison for bank robbery. Bukhari was a 17-year-old college student in 1969 when she encountered the BPP in New York. She was arrested because she intervened when a policeman arrested a Panther for selling newspapers. 16. Her experience with the police and the jails influenced her to join the BPP. Bukhari's duties were as varied as other Panthers. She worked in liberation schools and the breakfast program as well as sold papers and taught PE classes. She also performed welfare rights organizing. Her community organizing beat was from 116th Street to 125th Street in Harlem. 17 political prisoners were a major focus of BPP organizing. The Panthers constantly had major trials throughout the country. Bukhari worked on the New York 21 case. As a result, she was subpoenaed by the grand jury in 1973 to get information against other Panthers. She was offered immunity from prosecution to persuade her to testify, but she decided to plead the fifth. Her decision meant she was liable to receive 20 years imprisonment for refusing to testify. She made the decision to go underground and join the BLA. Bukhari remained free until her 1975 arrest in Norfolk, Virginia, for bank robbery. It was common for BLA members to stage what they called expropriations to strike against the state and obtain survival money. Bukhari was convicted and sentenced to 20 years but managed to escape in December 1976 before being recaptured in February 1977. She was incarcerated for 8 years and 8 months before being released in 1983. While incarcerated, she and other inmates started a group called Moth/107 ERS Inside Loving Kids, Milk. The group's purpose was to help convicts safeguard parental rights by being able to spend time with their children. Bukhari was released in 1983 and journeyed to Cuba to spend time with former BLA member Assata Shakur. Bukhari's story illustrates the speed with which some women were converted to the revolutionary cause as well as the depth of their commitment. Saya Bukhari died August 24, 2003, after a long illness. 18 Panther women publicly articulated the party's position on gender discrimination in 1969 when Roberta Alexander spoke at the United Front Against Fascism conference in Oakland. Alexander acknowledged that there was an ongoing struggle in the Panther Party against sexism and male chauvinism. She claimed that it was being handled in the correct way through political education and that women were more and more taking on a leadership role in the organization. 19 At the same time, however, Panther women resisted being part of what they regarded as the white-dominated women's liberation movement. The BPP also published a dialogue with several female members in 1969. The interview was widely circulated in leftist political circles because the Panthers styled themselves as the vanguard of the American struggle. Consequently, there was a great deal of interest in whether the Panthers would assign primacy of place to women's issues. If they did not, how would they justify the omission to erstwhile colleagues on the left? The female Panthers argued that in the party's worldview men and women were not enemies. They were partners working together to solve a mutual problem of oppression, and there should be no artificial political separation between them. They maintained that any separation was incorrect because that's an example of how the women's struggle is taken out of perspective. It is separated from class struggle in this country, it's separated from national liberation struggles, and it's given its own category of women against men. To the extent that women's organizations don't address themselves to the class struggle or to national liberation struggles, they are not really furthering the women's liberation movement. 20 They went on to stress that their lack of identification with the mainstream women's liberation movement did not translate into a willingness to tolerate male chauvinism in the BPP. They also said chauvinism could be either a male or female problem because it was denounced as an unreasoning love for one's own gender. The women also contended that Panther men had to learn that their 108/manhood did not depend on subordinating black women. 21 This issue was an ongoing battle because some men thought that any increase in female authority meant a concomitant diminution in their masculinity. Panther women did not consider themselves feminists in the same mold as the National Organization for Women because they did not believe the struggle was based on gender differences. The Panthers believed that many white women wanted to integrate into the existing system to reap its benefits. Panthers, on the other hand, would have said they wanted a completely new society, with drastic changes in the political and economic structure. The BPP wanted to defeat capitalism and racism. They argued that sexism was only a reaction of women's unequal racial and economic position and that it should be opposed within a larger context. Therefore, gender equity could only be a subset or a manifestation of deeper changes. In other words, Panthers believed they had multiple targets in their sights whereas the National Organization for Women had only one. These core beliefs reigned supreme despite the party's internal problems between men and women. The University of California's Graduate Assembly held a conference in 1990 on the legacy of the Black Panther Party. One of the panels featured Belva Butcher, Kilo Nyasha, Sheba Haven, Tarika Lewis, Majida Rahman, and Artie McMillan, who discussed their party experiences. Belva Butcher and Kilo Nyasha assumed positions of authority and responsibility within the BPP in 1969 and 1970. Butcher was 18 years old when she joined the BPP in 1968 to oppose police brutality. Butcher organized PE classes in Oakland housing projects before being promoted to ELD secretary and sent to Connecticut to build political support for the New Haven 14. She became an assistant to the Central Committee while on the East Coast and worked with Robert Webb on planning the RPCC. Butcher also worked in the Philadelphia chapter's liberation schools and lead abatement programs. She left the BPP during the 1971 schism after becoming disillusioned with the Central Committee's financial and political practices. Kilo Nyasha was a legal secretary and anti-poverty worker in New Haven before becoming breakfast program coordinator with the Panthers. Nyasha also worked on the New Haven 14's Defense Committee in 1970-71. Majida Rahman joined the BPP in 1970 and founded the RST Intercommunal Institute after Huey Newton directed her to take charge of educating the children of 109 party members. Rahman continued to work with Panther children until 1972, when she left the party. Artie Macmillan described her journey from an inexperienced and somewhat naive young woman to becoming the RST Secretary of National Headquarters. Macmillan believed that although female voices were not initially heard in the Panther Party, women, through hard work, eventually brought their own strength to the organization. These and many other women exemplified the changes the party went through from 1966 to 1971, when female Panthers began to believe and demand that they should be treated with the respect to which their work entitled them. 22. Living through the change in roles, individual experiences. The careers of Lu Hudson and Jonina Abram underscore the intricacies of the Panther experience. Lu Hudson was a politically conscious 20-year-old when she began searching for an organization interested in social change. The Panther Party's 10-point program and platform appealed to her because it demanded the same political rights and protection for blacks that were guaranteed for white Americans. The deaths of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark helped to persuade her to join the BPP because the Panthers were risking their lives to institute relevant social programs. Hudson began functioning as a community worker in 1969 with the Baltimore BPP. 23. The Baltimore chapter ordered its recruits to sell newspapers, work in the breakfast program, and attend weekly PE classes before becoming full-edged members. Hudson also worked with Charles Gary on the New Haven 14 case before eventually being transferred to Oakland in 1972, where she worked in voter registration for the Seal Brown campaign and at the Intercommunal Institute. Hudson displayed an avocation for legal work in Oakland, and she spent most of her Panther career in the legal services programs. 24. Hudson believed the BPP's social programs were an example of what the community could do on a larger scale if properly organized. Still, she had felt increasingly isolated after Elaine Brown's 1977 departure because Brown had served as a buffer between her and the party's male chauvinists. 25. Hudson resigned from the BPP in 1979 after a series of personal disputes. Some of the 110 problems centered on her plans to go to law school. Another woman resented her individual goals because law school would reduce the time she could reasonably spend on party affairs. 26. Despite the circumstances of her resignation, Hudson credited the party with giving a sense of pride and direction for those not willing to be spit upon and beaten without defending themselves. It provided training and skills for some people who would have been considered among the dregs of American society. It also eventually encouraged a pragmatic approach to change as evidenced by the proliferation of former BPP members on college and university campuses as students and instructors today. The social programs were a much-needed band-aid for the black community and an example of what could be done by the community itself. 27. She also learned management and other organizational skills in the BPP. Hudson believed, however, that the day-to-day work done by the rank and was never fully appreciated by many in the party's leadership. As a result, lack of appreciation for the rank and LE led to the abuses of power and corruption that frequently accompany a rise to power by those who had not previously exercised authority. 28. Jonina Abram served in the BPP from 1972 to 1981. Abram was a 24-year-old college graduate with a Master of Arts degree in journalism when she joined the Detroit branch in 1972. She transferred to California in 1974 and worked on a variety of projects before becoming the last editor of the Black Panther in 1978. 29. Abram was pleased to join an organization that, she thought, believed in the equality of men and women. Her subsequent experience, however, showed that the Panthers, like other men and women, still had to struggle against backward ideas. Abram wrote a memo to Newton in 1977 protesting the discriminatory treatment and male chauvinism she had encountered within the party. For example, she was upset with the ban on women having relationships outside of the BPP. 30. The ostensible reason given was that men could recruit women into the organization, but no worthy man would allow himself to follow a woman into the party. Despite this stricture, some women, with the support of female Panthers, did relate to men outside the party. Abram believed there were women who could maintain principled relationships with men who, though not NEC/111's early potential Panthers, were still making a contribution to the community. Abram argued that women should be given the same freedom as men in their personal life, and she urged the creation of a panel to give direction to men and women who chose to have relationships outside the party. 31 Abram also maintained that women in the party were only respected if they were leaders because ideas from rank and LE women were rejected, whereas the same idea from a female leader would be accepted. She attributed this to the overall low status of women, though she admitted that some women also had the same attitude toward men who were not leaders. Abram urged Newton to rid the BPP of chauvinists and closed her memo by declaring that she expected more from her comrades precisely because they were party members and should be setting the example for society. 32 A female Panther named Dale also complained to Newton about her male colleagues, "We Black Panther women who don't like to go out, or who are supposed to be available for those late-night runs can become lost. The abuse and misuse of women by the males in the party has almost totally discouraged me. Within past months a comrade slopped into bed with me and began to disrobe me and have sex, to which IRMLY objected and he did nally give up." Dale did not mention any investigation or punishment, and there is no record of a response by Newton to the problems of women such as Dale. 33 In fact, sexual relations and family life within the BPP were complex matters. For instance, Lu Hudson recalled that it was difficult to convince men to abstain or have protected sex to avoid spreading venereal diseases or other infections among the women. 34 Although some men were progressing beyond these actions, their social practice was on a continuum, with some being further along than their comrades were. The issue was further complicated because at that time there was a widespread belief in the black community that birth control was a genocidal plot to limit population growth among people of color. 35 This idea resulted in some women not practicing birth control. Audrey Jones, a party leader from Boston, attempted to address the problem in 1972 by proposing a family planning policy. Her proposal included standardizing postnatal recuperation periods and joint decision-making on pregnancies. Men and women would decide to have a child and submit their decision to a review process, which would determine whether the timing was compatible. 112 with the party's political and material needs. Jones's suggestion was never implemented, but her proposal was a unique approach to an overwhelming organizational problem. 36 Jones's effort, however, was not the end of bureaucratic solutions to the Panther population explosion. In 1974 Newton ordered all Panthers to practice birth control for 2 years. The directive obviously failed because babies continued to be born. There is no record of anyone being punished for violating the order. 37 In any event, Panther women, like those in the larger society, continued to bear major responsibility for birth control. As the party grew, many people joined who were either already parents or began families while in the organization. Party leadership had never imagined the BPP would become responsible for caring for so many children. They were temporarily at a loss as to the right approach. Communal childcare performed by Panthers was one response to the problem. This was less than satisfactory for some members. Tommy Williams wrote to Newton and expressed her sorrow and frustration with not being able to spend more time with her son than Sundays when there is no meeting and several hours each evening 3 nights a week, requested more time and stated she would leave if a solution were not found for her individual situation. Williams maintained that the collective should not be given sole authority to raise children because children needed to spend time with their biological parents. She contended that each child matured at an individual rate and that parents should monitor their children's exposure to academics and sports. Williams asserted that children and parents were too often almost strangers to each other. 38 Party life and family duties often coincided with each other. Sometimes Panthers chose traditional family concepts over a political obligation. They left the BPP because they could not reconcile family life with the rigors of membership. Other women were somehow able to combine both obligations. In any event, these intensely personal issues were difficult to resolve. 39. Sexual relationships. Intimate relations extended from traditional marriages to Panther weddings and non-exclusive sexual relationships. Young, unmarried female Panthers were encouraged to have sexual relationships only with members who were deemed /113 sufficiently revolutionary. This practice was allegedly intended to encourage male militancy. 40 Panther weddings were non-clerical ceremonies where the couple exchanged revolutionary vows of commitment to the struggle and each other. 4 of these weddings were featured in the Black Panther during 1969. Charles Bursey and Shelley Sanders participated in the party's RST Revolutionary Wedding on May 1, 1969, at St. Augustine's Episcopal Church in Oakland. Bobby Seale officiated at the ceremony and read quotations from Chairman Mao. 41 The Kansas City chapter quickly followed with another ceremony on May 16, 1969. Pete O'Neill, the deputy chairman, united Phyllis Story and Philip Ortega in revolutionary marriage. O'Neill also used the Little Red Book. An honor guard displayed shotguns and sang revolutionary songs to entertain guests. 42 traditional ministers also performed church ceremonies for some members. Father Earl Neal performed the marriage services for Black Panther Minister of Culture Emory Douglas and Judy Graham at St. Augustine's Episcopal Church. Neal read standard verses from the Bible and quoted a passage from Soul on Ice titled To All Black Women from All Black Men. 43 The Reverend Dick York married Minister of Education Ray Massai Hewitt and Shirley Neely at the Berkeley Free Church on August 19, 1969. The Black Panther noted that the ceremony was traditional, with some parts altered and most of the metaphysics removed. Presumably some of the altered parts referred to were the wedding rings. The North Vietnamese government donated the rings. They were allegedly made from a U.S. plane shot down over Vietnam. The pilot's fate was not mentioned. 44 Although the weddings united two people, sexual delight was an individual decision. In fact, people who were married in traditional ceremonies prior to joining the BPP were not necessarily in monogamous relationships either. This was because multi-partner relationships were common in the BPP. Participants in multi-partner relationships were purported to be an example of revolutionary detachment from traditional relationships and free from bourgeois emotional attachments. This goal was not always achieved. Elaine Brown, for example, admitted she was jealous of Huey Newton's wife and his other partners. Brown herself was the victim of one of her other lovers' jealous rage. David Hilliard's open marriage was satisfactory to him until his wife also engaged in a sexual affair with Newton. Hilliard was eventually AC 114/accused of violating some newly promulgated rules on sexual behavior before his incarceration, and he was expelled while in prison. 45 Many Panthers attempted to function in these liaisons. In almost every instance, however, the result was less than satisfying to one or both partners. This was only one level of frustration, because lower-ranking male and female members also had the unpleasant experience of having their partners commandeered or seduced by those in higher positions. Sequential polygamy and the abuse of power could and did invoke feelings of jealousy, anger, and fear. The BPP found out, like others before them, that there were unforeseen difficulties and consequences inherent in any radical departure from traditional norms of marriage, family, and sexual exclusivity. Causes for the change in roles. Like other contemporary American organizations, the Panthers confronted gender equity issues throughout the 1960s and 1970s. The struggle within the party was made more intense by political radicalism. The Panthers were attempting to build a new society, and the party was their vehicle for doing so. Female members expected their organization to be on the cutting edge of social change. They were bitterly disappointed when male chauvinism and traditional gender roles proved to be more resilient than expected. At the same time, however, female Panthers were full of revolutionary fervor. They were confident that changes in gender relations would eventually occur. Men dominated the organization from 1966 through 1968. This had to be changed for several reasons. First, the government's anti-Panther offensive was constantly incarcerating many of the male leaders on the national and regional levels. Second, the party's ideology and rhetoric were espousing liberation for all oppressed people. Presumably this included gender equity for women. Third, women began insisting on equal treatment in response to the revolutionary rhetoric and changed circumstances. In other words, both internal and external factors forced a more active role for women in the BPP. Opportunities existed for the actual participation of women at all levels of party activity. Increased authority in turn bolstered self-confidence and altered the female role within the organization. The numerous rank and LE women were the real harbingers of change. 115 They played a major role through their tireless work around the country. These women gave their minds and bodies to the struggle. Female Panthers internalized slogans on self-determination, liberty, and respect. They believed that their male comrades would support them through equal treatment. In reality, they would insist on their political rights while still being subjected to varying degrees of sexual harassment. Women had to struggle against being reduced to marginal positions either by the larger society or within the party. The success of their efforts rested all too often on men's ability to be receptive to change. The willingness and ability of men to treat women on an equal basis, however, was a constant struggle. Asada Shakur, among others, has written about how difficult it was for men to be friends with a woman without having any sexual agenda. Shakur credits her friend and colleague, Zaid Shakur, with treating women with respect and refusing to participate in any sexual harassment. Not surprisingly, these actions were only part of Zaid Shakur's political qualities. He was also described as being an excellent organizer with a high degree of patience and understanding. In other words, Zaid Shakur's willingness to participate in new gender relationships was enhanced by his progress in other social areas. 46 Many personal relationships within the BPP also tended to disadvantage women and encourage their sexual exploitation. Interestingly, the effort to rid any sexual relationships was billed as a progressive attempt to free men and women from allegedly outmoded sexual practices. But the attempt to encourage freeloading sexual unions, allegedly with no emotional attachments, was ill-advised. It did not take historical or personal experience into account. Not surprisingly, men and women found it difficult to deviate from traditional social practices. They continued to have deeply ingrained personal feelings of sexual exclusivity and jealousy. In addition, some men no doubt had multiple partners and exploited their female colleagues under the guise of being progressive. 47 Many young women probably would never have had the opportunity to exercise any political power or responsibility at all if it had not been for the Panthers. Certainly, it is doubtful that the opportunity would have occurred so early in their lives. Jonina Abram, Audrey Jones, L.U. Hudson, Majida Rahman, and Belva Butcher, among others, exercised major administrative and leadership functions as Panthers. 116/Women achieved positions of trust and responsibility because they fought for them. Women also consistently demanded respect while pointing out contradictions between rhetoric and practice. The contributions and struggles of party women should not be overlooked, because male chauvinism and sexual harassment were not completely defeated. This has not yet occurred within the larger society. The Panthers, however, deserve credit for the areas where they did make progress. The lack of total success does not diminish their effort. 6. Decline and fall. It was arrogant of us to imagine that we were going to save the people. It is the people who will save themselves. If any kind of vanguard movement like the Panthers should point up the contradictions in the system, they do it through newspaper articles or through the conventional process, not through violent acts. Huey Newton, August 1980. As a reform organization, the Panthers argued for the black community to receive its fair share of the conventional political pie. The reform mission included an intensely fought 1973 Oakland mayoral election, increased interaction in mainstream political affairs, and a surprising involvement with the spiritual community. The vast majority of members believed in these missions, and they worked diligently to carry them out. Nevertheless, the bright beginning of the Oakland election campaign was also the beginning of a series of devastating scandals that also engulfed the survival programs. An older and decreasing membership was forced to confront the reality that the community no longer found them relevant. Other, more attractive political options existed. Government welfare efforts dwarfed the Nancy ally-strapped survival programs of the party. The Black Panther Party had come into existence, flourished for a while, and then went out of existence. The community took note of its work and moved on. The reform effort began with the dismissal of murder charges against Seal and Huggins in New Haven. They returned to California in May 1971 to rejoin the BPP. Newton placed Seal in charge of the survival programs, and soon thereafter Seal coordinated a rally where 1,000 bags of groceries and 118/400 pairs of shoes were given away. The party pressed ahead with these activities, and 10,000 bags of groceries were given away in March 1972 during a 3-day Black Community Survival Conference in Oakland. Contributions by community businesspeople and proceeds from sales of the newspaper picked up the cost of the event. The Panthers wanted to turn the survival programs into a government-sponsored initiative as a demonstration of their power and the viability of the new political direction. They needed to be in political office to achieve this goal. In May 1972, Bobby Seale and the new Minister of Information, Elaine Brown, announced that they were going to run for mayor of Oakland and city council, respectively. It was not the first time that Panthers had run for elective office. Eldridge Cleaver had run for president in 1968 on the Peace and Freedom Party ticket along with Huey Newton for Congress and Seale and Kathleen Cleaver for the California State Assembly. This time the emphasis was different. The 1968 campaigns were widely understood to have been a consciousness-raising effort. The Panthers intended to win in 1973. Electoral politics were a logical step because victory would be seen as justification for the 1971 political transition. Newton believed that the Panthers had to reorganize themselves in order to run a credible campaign. That meant a major shift in national resources to Oakland. The attempt to win political power in Oakland translated into a simultaneous diminution of local resources nationwide. Many local chapters and branches were closed to move members to Oakland for the campaign. Some Panthers resisted this move because they were reluctant to leave communities where successful local programs existed. In addition, they had comrades in jail who needed their support. The resistors left the BPP, taking their discontent with them. The leader of the Illinois chapter, Bobby Rush, was a notable exception. Rush supported the Central Committee and believed that electoral politics marked a return to the party's original vision of community service. The members who were shifted to Oakland exhausted themselves going door-to-door registering voters, passing out campaign literature, and staging rallies. The results were impressive. By the last week of March they had registered 30,000 new voters. This boosted the Black proportion of the electorate in Oakland to 50% of the overall total. 6/119 The Panthers also began reaching out to the Black middle class after years of criticizing them for mindless materialism. Seale acknowledged that the BPP needed to provide a framework in which the Black middle class could work. But it was a limited concept because he was only encouraging them to donate their time to the community programs, not be a part of the decision-making process. Power sharing or political input apparently was not on the agenda. Seale's campaign platform was based on advocating increased community service and the use of the power of government to eliminate unemployment. Seale and Brown planned to increase revenue by taxing stocks and bonds, increasing capital gains taxes, and raising the rental on the Oakland Coliseum. The money from this revenue would in turn be used to hire social workers, rehabilitate housing, and improve infrastructure throughout the city. Seale and Brown expected to win the minority-dominated Atland community. They believed the mainstream candidates would split the remaining vote. They campaigned in the Latino community by endorsing bilingual ballots for local elections. The party appealed to the gay community by advocating a ban on housing and job discrimination as well as an end to police harassment. They also pledged themselves to work for an end to anti-gay discrimination in adoption, child custody, taxation, inheritance, and prisons. These initiatives foreshadowed later political efforts by several years. 9. The Panthers were full of kondenke after Seal forced a runoff with the incumbent mayor. 63% of the electorate voted in the primary. Mayor Reading Nisht RST, with 55,434 votes, which was 84 votes short of avoiding a runoff. Seal was second, with 21,329 votes. Brown lost her race 55,811 to 34,866, even though she received more votes than Seal. Seal expected to receive all of Brown's votes in the runoff. Coretta Scott King, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, the American Federation of Teachers, and Assemblyman Willie Brown endorsed Seal in the general election. 10. Interest was high in the general election, with 70.9% of the electorate voting. Seal lost, however, 77,634 to 43,749. He blamed the loss on $50,000 of his presumed supporters failing to turn up at the polls even though they were registered. Apparently, not voting was too much of a habit for new registrants to overcome regardless of the candidate. 11. Nevertheless, Seal and the Panthers had demonstrated the possibility that a well-organized campaign by the left could defeat the political establishment. Following the election, the BPP attempted to reach out in other political direct 120 as well. The Central Committee debated whether Bobby Seale should be allowed to join the Urban League and the NAACP but was unable to reach a decision before Seale left the party in 1974. 12. Chicago's Bobby Rush was allowed to attend the Black Political Convention in Arkansas. The convention's goal was to create a national Black political agenda for what the attendees believed were African American interests on the national and local levels. They hoped the agenda would be independent of both major parties. African American organizations were supposed to carry out voter registration drives, conduct voter education programs, and endorse candidates for office. 13. The Central Committee, in a burst of caution, prevented Rush from committing the party to any actions. In any case, no long-lasting independent political initiatives ever came out of the convention, and the initiative died. The outcome of the election, however, resulted in more Panthers returning to their homes around the country. Their disillusionment was the result of more than an election loss. It was also a reaction to the leadership's apparently uncontrollable propensity for unethical behavior. This propensity caused problems for the rank and LE and threatened to disrupt their political efforts. Misdeeds and their effects. Newton and his inner circle were involved in several violent incidents from 1972 to 1974. Drug use among the leadership became aggressive and was to blame for many of the episodes. 14. Each incident served to bring the Panthers into further disrepute, and one was particularly egregious. In 1972, local papers reported that Fritz Pointer, a sociology instructor at Oakland's North Peralta Community College, the Atlantic successor to Merritt College, was attacked and beaten in his classroom by several Panthers. 15. Pointer had engaged for some time in a wide-ranging philosophical discussion of Panther policies. Party leadership apparently believed that Pointer was attacking the Panthers. During one of these discussions, several unidentified assailants burst into the class, kept the students and a security guard outside, and beat the instructor. The security guard initially identified the attackers as bodyguards for Bobby Seale. 16. Seale was reported to be on the East Coast at the time of the beating. Almost immediately after the incident, Pointer began to deny that the party was /121 involved. He claimed the beating was a personal thing and had not been done at the direction of the Panthers. 17. The BPP took the position that the accusations were part of a slanderous attempt to embarrass them and prevent Bobby Seale from becoming the mayor of Oakland. Pointer and the BPP, however, were not strangers to each other. In 1967, the instructor had been a member of a rival organization that styled itself the Northern California chapter of the Black Panther Party. Hilliard, Seale, and Newton derided the group as Paper Panthers because they were not militant enough. They were ordered to cease using the Panther name, and they complied. There was only one BPP after that. 18. Pointer did not press any charges for the beating. It was not clear why. It was clear, however, that despite the reform image, serious problems remained with the Panther reality. Many party members became disillusioned when the community registered disapproval of the BPP's negative activities. Negative publicity regarding violence and financial misdeeds had a detrimental effect on the public despite the community programs. The rank and LE, Sisyphus-like, pushed the community programs uphill against the misdeeds. The Central Committee, on the other hand, seemed determined to push the party downhill through self-destructive behavior. The year 1974 proved to be another period of crisis for the BPP. Several of the party's leaders were either purged or forced to resign. Elaine Brown claims these expulsions were the result of Huey Newton's drug-induced paranoia. David Hilliard and his brother were expelled for violating BPP rules. At the time of his expulsion, Hilliard was serving a prison sentence for his role in the Bobby Hutton shootout. Chairman Bobby Seale and his brother were also forced out for disloyalty. Newton himself was involved in several unsavory incidents during 1974, a barroom brawl with undercover police officers, the assault of a tailor, and the accusation of murdering Kathleen Smith, a teenage prostitute. Newton would flee the country for Cuba after the murder accusation. He would remain there until his return in 1977 to nally face the charges. 19 The rank and LE might be forgiven a sigh of relief after the departure of their leaders. They might also have wondered whether those leaders had left too late to do any good. The Black Panther Party would continue, but it would undergo substantial policy and personnel changes. It had to regroup once again in an effort to recoup its prospects after suffering from a string of scandals. 122/Elaine Brown assumed the chairmanship and led the party until Newton returned in 1977. She and the Panthers would try to repair their tattered image during the interim through involvement in city politics and government boards and commissions, especially those relating to BPP educational programs. 20 Erica Huggins, director of the BPP's Community Learning Center, became a member of the Alameda County Board of Education in 1976 when she ran unopposed in her district. Huggins and Mayor Lionel Wilson served on the board of directors of the Educational Opportunities Corporation, the parent organization of the Community Learning Center, from 1975 to 1977. 21 Audrey Jones was elected to the Berkeley Community Development Council. Jones also led the George Jackson Free Health Clinic in Berkeley after Sheba Haven left the BPP in 1971. In addition, Panther women ran for anti-poverty of CES in Chicago. 22 Brown again lost in her bid for city council in 1975, but she was more successful in getting out the vote for other politicians. Panthers were used as campaign workers in the election of Alameda County Supervisor John George and Mayor Lionel Wilson. Both men were the RST blacks to occupy their respective CES. Brown was also a California delegate to the 1976 Democratic Convention and became a behind-the-scenes power broker when the Panthers began working with mainstream political organizations. Reconnecting with the church. The BPP also tried to reconnect with that venerable institution, the Black Church. The BPP had an up-and-down relationship with the Black Church throughout its history. Many ministers had allowed their churches to be used for events in 1968 during the Free Huey movement. Later, during a burst of so-called revolutionary enthusiasm, David Hilliard accused the church of being involved in oppressing blacks. 23 These attacks displayed political immaturity and a lack of historical knowledge by the Panthers. The BPP leadership evidently did not know or care that the Black Church was born out of a need to enable African Americans to survive slavery. During slavery, many white Americans saw Christianity as a vehicle for social control and emphasized St. Paul's dictum that slaves should obey their masters. 24/123 Many Panthers were aware of Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey as slave rebels but were completely unfamiliar with their Christian background. At any rate, the BPP stopped many of its attacks in 1969. This was entirely in its self-interest because churches possessed ideal facilities to have liberation schools and breakfast programs for school children. In fact, the RST Panther Breakfast Program was established at St. Augustine's Episcopal Church in Oakland. The church's pastor, Father Earl Neal, was a veteran of civil rights work in Mississippi. He had been a spiritual advisor to Huey Newton during his 1968 murder trial. 25 Father Neal encouraged other ministers to allow their churches to be used for community survival programs. Neal also urged the creation of a resource bank of church members so that the community could utilize the talents of these people. The BPP also worked with the Reverend Charles Cone, a community activist from the Cairo, Illinois, United Front, who preached a sermon on behalf of Panther prisoners in New Haven, Connecticut. Other politically involved ministers had also united with local chapters around issues of mutual interest. They believed the church was intertwined with the survival and well-being of Black people. 26 The BPP took the ultimate step in 1973 when it founded the Son of Man Temple as an interdenominational church in Oakland. The Panthers intended the temple to be an example of how a church should be involved in the community. The temple was a non-denominational place of worship. Nevertheless, it also sponsored all of the party's survival programs and served as a community forum for lecturers. Organizers from African liberation movements and W.E.B. Du Bois' stepson spoke at the temple. 27 The Son of Man Temple was an attempt to reconnect with a community institution that had the respect of large numbers of people. The party had now recognized that ideology did not necessarily prohibit spirituality and politics from mutually beneficial cooperation. The BPP eventually managed to establish a working relationship with Black ministers after several rocky years. The Panthers had curtailed their politically immature criticism of the church. They began to relate to ministers as men who could possibly serve a valuable function within the survival programs. Furthermore, before Huey Newton went into exile, he acknowledged that during the 1966 to 1971 era the Panthers had been wrong to attack the churches. 124/so vociferously and offered to work with them to benefit the community. Finally, in 1973, members began working to improve their knowledge of the Black church by having written quizzes in PE classes. 28. The main contradiction. It seemed that the Panthers were on the road to recovery when they became reacquainted with violence and scandal in the familiar person of Huey P. Newton. Newton returned to Oakland in 1977 to stand trial on charges of murdering a prostitute and assaulting a tailor. He began to reassert control over the party and organized all operations around his trial. The results were disastrous. An unsuccessful attempt to kill a key prosecution witness occurred the evening before Newton was scheduled for a preliminary hearing in his murder trial. 2 Panthers died as a result of this incident, and several others were arrested. 29 Subsequent investigations revealed that the BPP's Oakland Community School employed the arrested Panthers. 30 The negative publicity regarding the school and a series of embarrassing audits prompted the mayor's resignation from the board of directors. Elaine Brown resigned from the BPP, citing health reasons. Huey Newton's murder and assault charges were dismissed later when juries were unable to reach a verdict. His legal troubles, however, were far from over. He was found guilty in 1978 and 1979 of being an ex-felon in possession of a gun and was sentenced to prison in 1981 after a lengthy appeals process. Not even the famed survival programs were exempt from unethical behavior. Newton also received a 6-month jail term in 1988 for embezzling a $15,000 state education check intended for the Panther Community School. He had originally been accused of embezzling $600,000 and charged with 33 counts of grand theft. All but one count was dropped as part of a plea bargain. 31 Newton's conduct embarrassed and demoralized the members and played a major factor in the party's declining reputation. The BPP was reduced to 8 members by 1979. There were only 27 in 1980. In addition, most Panthers were between 30 to 40 years of age, and 1/3 were more than 30 years of age. 32 This was a far cry from 1967 to 1973, when the vast majority of members, 125 were in their teens and early 20s. The only functioning party operations were the Oakland Community School, a print shop, and Huey Newton's legal problems. Some Panthers obtained part-time jobs to sustain themselves, but full-time party work was still expected. It was no longer possible physically or emotionally for Panthers to be completely dedicated to their work. Community support was also lacking. 33A 1979 memo to Newton frankly addressed what was called internal deterioration in an attempt to halt the inevitable death of the party. Several reasons were given for the obvious decline: the elitist attitude of the leadership in directing people's lives through threats and regimentation, the lack of an independent and stable economic base for political activities, and the absence of any professional development for the members. The cadre was technically and intellectually backward, and every attempt to address the situation was blocked by the central body to preserve its own power. 34 suggestions for change included calling for an emergency party congress with the power to call for a vote of kondenke or no kondenke and the ability to elect a new central committee. The recommendations were not acted on, and the malaise continued until the inevitable end occurred. The spirit that prevailed in the nation during the Reagan presidency was completely different from the 1960s. Realistically, there was no political victory in sight for the BPP. As a result, party morale was lower. The remaining members left because there was no point in going on. In addition, they were concerned about their own economic and personal futures. External attacks and internal mismanagement had combined to cause the death of the Black Panther Party. Epilogue. All of us who saw our leaders murdered, our people shot down in cold blood, felt a desire to get back. One of the hardest lessons we had to learn is that revolutionary struggle is scientific rather than emotional. Decisions can't be based on love or anger. They have to be based on the objective conditions and on what is the rational, unemotional thing to do. Asada Shakur, 1987. The Black Panther Party has a legacy of activism, courage, commitment, miscalculation, and missed opportunities. These young men and women exhibited an extraordinarily high level of personal and group dedication to their vision of social change. Week after week, headlines in the Black Panther informed readers that Panthers were being shot, beaten, bombed, arrested, and investigated throughout the country. Panthers demonstrated commitment and courage because they believed in their mission. The BPP was an outlet for many Black youth looking for a positive direction in their lives. They did not expect to achieve financial or other material gain. In fact, many anticipated a hard life, and they were not disappointed. Panthers organized the African American community by demanding an end to police brutality, establishing survival programs, calling for a constitutional convention, and running candidates for political office. Nevertheless, the lack of clarity concerning goals and methods, the absence of democracy, and the inability to prevent intergroup violence kept the organization from fulfilling its promise as a progressive political party. Courage is not enough to defeat your enemies. Clarity of goals and methods is essential. Panther Indians was at its height when Blacks identified with the political message of self-determination and community development. 127 Conversely, Panther fortunes declined when the leadership became divided, politically confused, and no longer able to portray the BPP convincingly as an advocate of social change. The party's decline also occurred when affirmative action began to open up more opportunities in employment and education. Police attacks, scandals, and internal disarray also inhibited potential recruits. Panthers thought the civil rights movement was too passive in emphasizing the nonviolent attainment of voting rights and equal access to public accommodations. Panthers argued that Blacks were also concerned with police brutality, jobs, and housing. Consequently, the BPP recruited members who took an aggressive approach to these issues. Nevertheless, these concerns did not originate with the Panthers. Dr. Martin Luther King's support of the Memphis sanitation workers' strike and his Poor People's Campaign show that he understood the importance of economics. Stokely Carmichael also had written about the need for Blacks to be more involved in economic matters. 2. The government was never in danger from the BPP's or anyone else's military activity. There was, however, legitimate apprehension about what the Panthers might accomplish politically. The attempt to reach across racial and economic lines could conceivably have been the spark for a far-reaching reform movement, especially in a time of widespread social and political unrest. The political approach was especially successful when, after an initial emphasis on military struggle, the Panthers began to espouse a more pragmatic approach to change, as evidenced by the survival programs, the Intercommunal Institute, and the Seal Brown election campaign. The BPP did not achieve national liberation, but they inspired numerous activists and community members to make greater efforts toward self-help and political involvement. The survival programs and the party's call for blacks to be more proactive in controlling their own affairs were a continuation of the civil rights movement's efforts to empower the black poor. The focus on police brutality eventually led, in many cities, to the establishment of civilian review boards that investigated instances of police shootings and other misconduct. Breakfast programs and medical clinics pressured government agencies to increase their community outreach to counter party efforts. These and other programs around the country epitomize the Panther drive for community empowerment. The party's existence became problematic, however, when government POV 128/30 programs surpassed BPP efforts. The Black Panther ceased publication in 1980. The Huey P. Newton Educational Institute closed its doors in 1982 after graduating its last class. There was no need for an off-chail announcement. The Third Era was over, and the BPP was history. From 1966 to 1982, the BPP claimed to be the vanguard of a new American Revolution primarily because of its acknowledged losses in confrontations with the government. This is understandable because few contemporary civil rights groups said as much for their beliefs. Three Panthers also believed their survival programs and revolutionary commitment inspired the community to exercise self-determination, and the rank and LE as well as program participants achieved a sense of liberation by working for it under difficult circumstances. One has to question, however, whether there was another way to accomplish the goal of community empowerment without the death and incarceration of so many young people. There is no doubt that Newton's confrontational tactics during the party infancy were bold and daring and that they drew thousands of recruits. It is also just as clear that the tactics were essentially ad hoc because neither Newton nor Seal had a comprehensive ideology at that time. Furthermore, the tactics were based on an uncritical acceptance of Robert Williams's and Malcolm X's nascent self-defense message. The assassination of Malcolm X in 1965 made him a martyr, and his ideas became virtually unassailable for many young militants. This was unfortunate because Malcolm's ideas had still not been fully developed. They were accepted, however, as if they were the result of long contemplation and practice. Malcolm was under tremendous pressure during the last 16 months of his life. He traveled overseas twice, made numerous speeches, and tried to develop a coherent political theory that would be a foundation for his edgeling national organization. It would be up to his admirers to test his political theories in the cauldron of actual practice. Many of the young militants forgot one of Malcolm's dictums: never be afraid to expand your knowledge, question your own beliefs, and change them if they are proven wrong. For too many black radicals believed this concept applied only to the civil rights movement's integrationist philosophy and nonviolent tactics. They were wrong because critical thinking also applied to the whole concept of armed struggle in the pursuit of independence. Most blacks were not pacists, but they were divided on the use of force. How and when was it to be applied? What was the /129 purpose? This division increased when force was discussed in relation to nationalism. It was difficult for nationalists even to DNE their goals. Did they want reform or revolution? What was the definition of each? How was the goal to be achieved? What was the purpose of using arms? Robert Williams's career could have been instructive. Williams originally adopted his self-defense strategy as an adjunct to nonviolent protest. His original intent was to discourage Ku Klux Klan violence against unarmed protesters asking for their constitutional rights. Williams was driven into exile because the state had superior military resources. He became more militant during his 8-year exile. His newspaper, The Crusader, urged blacks to ally with the world's anti-American forces. The Republic of New Africa and the Revolutionary Action Movement elevated him to off-chail positions within their organizations. Williams, however, wanted to return home, and he did. His actions after his return were instructive. Williams resigned his positions in the Republic of New Africa and the Revolutionary Action Movement. He lived quietly and made no revolutionary pronouncements. In fact, he criticized the BPP and other black radicals for not having a coherent strategy. He believed many groups were too dogmatic and isolated from potential allies. Williams also critiqued the lack of military expertise of those who claimed to be willing to use violence. Privately he said that he had always believed in the Constitution but that the government did not respect the document when it allowed the mistreatment of its citizens. 5. In fact, full acceptance as American citizens had been the main thrust of the black struggle since the RST emancipation of slaves after the Revolution. This particular historical lesson was forgotten or ignored by many black radicals, including Williams during his exile, because it did not tee into their worldview. In addition, the whole idea of using arms might only be viable if it was acknowledged to be temporary and directed against vigilantes and extra-legal force. In that way it would be a bargaining chip in using the government to fulfill its duty of protecting black citizens from vigilantes or police brutality. In any event, it would certainly be a problematic option. Malcolm never had the opportunity to dene clearly the exact purpose of using arms. Perhaps, for his own reasons, he was not inclined to do so. Many blacks might agree to the limited use of self-defense to protect themselves from such depredations as the 1963 bombing of the 16th Street Church in Birmingham or the beatings and assassinations of civil rights workers. 130-guerrilla warfare to achieve autonomy from the U.S. government, however, was not realistic to most blacks. Furthermore, urban riots were not a precursor to revolution despite the radicals' wish to interpret them as such. Instead, they were outbreaks of political frustration, usually with an immediate cause, police brutality. In fact, the Panthers were initially involved with arms only because they wanted to stop police brutality. Patrolling the police, however, as Newton himself acknowledged, could only be a short-term tactic. If it was going to be done at all, it should have been accompanied from the beginning by a political goal of establishing community review boards to monitor police brutality. The BPP, however, did not begin to talk about using the political system to institute community control of police until 1969. 6 years later, Newton claimed that picking up the gun was only a temporary organizing tactic, but neither his fellow Panthers nor community people understood it that way, and it was not articulated as such at the time. The lack of clarity in goals and methods was detrimental because the early military strategy severely limited the party's immediate political options. The government took the BPP at its word off the pig and treated the members as guerrillas. Robert Williams saw clearly that despite their revolutionary rhetoric, the overwhelming majority of Panthers never had any kind of comprehensive military or counterintelligence training. Consequently, most of the membership was completely unprepared psychologically and materially for the government's COINTELPRO operations. Nevertheless, the rank and LE carried on. The human losses were so severe, however, that by 1971 the BPP leadership had publicly disavowed the idea of immediate armed struggle. Survival of the organization, pending revolution, became the RST order of business. The question naturally arises, if the policy was correct in 1971, then why not in 1968? The failure to implement this policy earlier led to the death of many young people who had placed their faith in the leadership. From 1968 through 1971, however, there was a disagreement in the leadership about whether the group could win a showdown with the government. The party's left wing thought that African Americans, other minorities, and young whites could achieve self-determination through force of arms. On the basis of their later actions, presumably Newton and Seal believed otherwise. They were incarcerated, however, and could not easily change policy. Furthermore, most of their support was dependent on maintaining a /131 revolutionary image. Any retreat while in prison could be interpreted as a collapse under pressure. This would certainly alienate their allies and most of the membership. In addition, no other Central Committee member had the stature, authority, or conviction to advocate a policy change. The members of the rank and LE were communist. They supported the survival programs but had never completely withdrawn from the concept of armed struggle. In addition, whenever OFCES were attacked, as they were from 1968 through 1971, members were forced to defend themselves or be killed. It was suicidal to abandon self-defense. They were in an ideological dilemma. Did they want reform or revolution? How was either to be achieved? Joe Robertson, Eugene Williams, and Asada Shakur maintain that Panther political education efforts were too reliant on Frantz Fanon's Juste Quatriens for revolutionary violence, dialectical materialism, and Mao Zedong's writings. 7. The Central Committee's inability to develop a workable, understandable, and comprehensive progressive ideology grounded in the American experience was a serious error. The overwhelming majority of the black community never felt comfortable with or understood the Marxist philosophy promulgated by the BPP because it was outside of their experience. Panthers themselves had problems with it. Maurice Cornforth's book on dialectical materialism was required reading at the BPP Ideological Institute, but his philosophical ruminations on quantitative and qualitative change were never fully understood by most members. 8. The party succeeded whenever it focused on solving concrete day-to-day problems, that is, police brutality, food, schools, and health care. It fell short in the ideological arena because its members were speaking a language that the majority of American people, black and white, did not understand or appreciate. The BPP could have served as an independent force in local, state, and national elections, capable of being an honest broker for African American interests and fulfilling one of Malcolm's goals, an independent political party that could not be controlled by the two major parties. It could have been a party that held the balance of power in tightly contested local and national political races. The emphasis on arms was the major, but not the only, reason that promise was not achieved. Last, there is the ethical issue. Political leaders should demonstrate openness and accountability within their organizations. This is especially crucial when lives are at stake. Leaders must be held to a high standard of account. 132/ability. Lack of accountability breeds secrecy and disdain for members and the community. The BPP membership was tolerant to a fault. Their forbearance did not serve them well. Political dogmatism and secrecy were the rule. Financial matters were concealed from the membership until 1979. There is no excuse for this state of affairs, whether it occurs in the NAACP, the BPP, or any other political organization. Americans should make an intense study of the Panther experience. Democracy, responsibility, and openness must prevail in community organizations. Secrecy to avoid public embarrassment must be prevented. There must be clarity of goals and methods. Rank and LE members were the heart and soul of the BPP. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale founded the organization, but all generals must have troops. The rank and LE believed they could make a difference by working to improve their communities and thereby demonstrating their capacity for self-determination. These men and women believed they could achieve national liberation in America. They were not victorious, but the United States is still sprinkled with activists who learned their organizing skills in the Panther Party. They work in medicine, sociology, prison advocacy, life skills counseling, the law, sports psychology, the arts, academia, and politics. Most former Panthers, like other survivors of the 60s, acquired skills, got married, raised families, and explored other ways to serve the people. The rank and LE's courage and dedication resulted from youthful idealism and a devotion to the principle of self-determination. Panthers wanted to prove that African American people were capable of reclaiming their dignity and that they could accomplish whatever they set out to do. A relatively small band of young men and women established themselves throughout America and attempted to provide for the defense and social welfare of their communities. They did a difficult job under hazardous circumstances for as long as possible. The African American community also agreed with the concept of self-determination. Most of them, however, believed that goal could be achieved nonviolently within the American political system. The BPP eventually saw the wisdom of this decision. Those who once wanted to lead now realized they had to follow. The people will only be led where they want to go. The Black Panther Party learned this fundamental lesson at a tremendous cost. It should not go unheeded.